Have you ever wondered what secrets lie buried beneath the weight of history? Beyond the ruins we see today, there are silent remnants of civilizations that time has failed to erase. Deep underground, hidden chambers and lost tombs hold the echoes of forgotten rituals. Above the surface, monolithic structures align perfectly with the stars, defying our modern understanding of engineering and intent. Across desolate deserts and dense jungles, weathered inscriptions tell stories of gods and cataclysms that once reshaped the world. These relics are more than just stone and dust. They are the fingerprints of a past far more advanced and mysterious than we ever imagined. In this journey, we'll descend into the shadows of the old world to uncover the truths that have been waiting in silence for millennia. At the ancient port city of Temple of the Obelisks, archaeologists uncovered something deeply unusual beneath the ruins of a Bronze Age sanctuary. Thousands of objects, gold figurines, ceremonial weapons, Egyptian amulets, jewellery, scarabs, and ritual offerings had been deliberately buried under the temple floor nearly 4,000 years ago. They were not hidden inside royal tombs, they were not stored in treasure chambers, they were sealed beneath the structure itself, as if an entire civilization had intentionally erased part of its sacred world. The site was excavated in the 1920s by French archaeologist Maurice Dunant, and what emerged from the ground remains one of the strangest ritual discoveries in the ancient Near East. The Temple of the Obelisks was built around the early 2nd millennium BCE in Byblos, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities on Earth. By that time, the city had already existed for thousands of years and had become one of the most important trading centres on the Mediterranean coast. Egyptian records mention Byblos repeatedly because of its cedar trade, and archaeological evidence shows the city maintained direct connections with Egypt for centuries. But unlike the monumental temples of Egypt, this sanctuary was relatively compact. Its mystery came not from size, but from what was hidden underneath it. The temple received its modern name because dozens of small stone obelisks were discovered around the sanctuary. Yet these obelisks looked very different from the gigantic Egyptian monuments most people imagine. They were much smaller, arranged in unusual ceremonial patterns, and many lacked inscriptions entirely. Archaeologists still debate their exact purpose. Some believe they functioned as ritual markers connected to offerings or sacred ceremonies. Others think they represented local adaptations of Egyptian religious symbolism brought into the Levant through trade and cultural exchange. The real mystery began when excavators reached the lower layers of the temple. Beneath the floors and sacred courtyards, they uncovered enormous ritual deposits containing thousands of deliberately buried artifacts. Many of the objects were extremely valuable. Gold plaques, bronze daggers, carved figurines, imported vessels, and luxury items from distant regions had all been placed underground and never recovered by the people who buried them. Some artifacts came from astonishing distances. Lapis lazuli discovered at the site likely originated in Afghanistan, more than 3,000 kilometers away. Egyptian scarabs carried royal iconography from Middle Kingdom Egypt. Other materials traced back to Cyprus and Anatolia. This revealed that Byblos was part of a massive international trade network operating during the Bronze Age, connecting civilizations across the Eastern Mediterranean long before the rise of classical empires. But the biggest question remains unanswered. Why bury so much wealth permanently beneath a temple? Archaeologists found no evidence suggesting the objects were hidden during war or invasion. The deposits appeared carefully organized and intentionally sealed. Many items had even been damaged before burial. Some figurines were broken. certain ceremonial objects appear deliberately killed before being placed underground. Similar practices existed in other ancient cultures, where destroying an object symbolized transferring it from the human world into the divine realm. At Byblos, however, the scale of the ritual was extraordinary. Researchers believe the temple may have functioned as a center of continuous ceremonial deposition, where offerings accumulated over generations. Instead of displaying wealth publicly, the people of Byblos may have believed sacred objects gained meaning only after being permanently removed from human use. In this interpretation, burying the artifacts was not destruction, it was transformation. The architecture of the site adds another layer to the mystery. The Temple of the Obelisks was not built on empty ground. Excavations revealed older sacred structures directly beneath it, meaning the location had already been considered holy for centuries before the temple itself existed. Generation after generation rebuilt on the same spot, preserving the sacred importance of the area across enormous stretches of time. This continuity is important because it suggests the rituals performed there were not temporary traditions. They may have represented inherited religious practices passed through multiple civilizations. Byblos itself became a crossroads of cultures where Egyptian influence mixed with local Canaanite beliefs, creating hybrid religious systems that archaeologists still struggle to fully understand. One deity frequently associated with the region was Reshef, a complex god linked to warfare, disease, protection, and healing simultaneously. Ancient religions often viewed divine forces as both destructive and protective, and some researchers believe rituals at the temple may have been tied to this type of dual symbolism. While no inscription definitively proves which god was worshipped there, the ritual nature of the site is undeniable. What makes the Temple of the Obelisks so compelling is that its mystery is completely archaeological. There are no myths about aliens or lost super-civilizations required to make it fascinating. The evidence itself is enough. Thousands of valuable objects truly were buried beneath the sanctuary. Long-distance trade connections genuinely existed across the Bronze Age world. Ritual destruction of sacred objects demonstrably occurred, and an entire ceremonial system was intentionally sealed beneath stone and left untouched for nearly 4 millennia. Unlike massive pyramids or giant stone monuments, the power of this site comes from secrecy. Almost everything important was hidden underground. Even today, archaeologists can describe what was buried there, but they still cannot fully explain why the people of Byblos believed those offerings had to disappear forever. Beneath one of the oldest cities in human history, an entire sacred archive was intentionally removed from the world above, and whatever meaning it once carried vanished with the civilization that created it. Inside the volcanic landscape of central Turkey, Zelve Valley rock habitats looks less like an ancient settlement and more like the remains of another planet. Entire cliffs are hollowed out from the inside. Towers of stone contain hidden rooms. Narrow tunnels connect spaces carved directly into the mountain itself. What makes Zelve remarkable is not simply that people lived in caves, but that entire communities transformed unstable volcanic rock into a functioning city that survived for centuries. The valley became known to modern archaeology through 19th and early 20th century surveys of Cappadocia, although local families continued living inside some of these carved structures until the 1950s, when erosion and collapse risks forced evacuation. Even today, parts of the valley remain unstable. Sections of rock continue to crack and fall apart under wind, rain, and temperature shifts. That instability is exactly what makes Zelve so mysterious. The entire settlement was carved into volcanic tuff, a soft stone formed from compressed volcanic ash millions of years ago. Fresh tuff is soft enough to cut with relatively simple iron tools, but once exposed to dry air, its outer surface gradually hardens. Ancient builders exploited this unusual property with extraordinary precision. They removed massive amounts of material from cliffs and rock towers without destroying the formation supporting them. This is the first major mystery of Zelve. How did ancient builders understand the structural limits of volcanic stone well enough to carve multi-level settlements inside it? Many chambers were cut directly above one another. Some tunnels passed through extremely thin rock walls. In several areas, builders deliberately left narrow stone columns untouched to support ceilings above them. Arched ceilings appear throughout the valley because curved surfaces distribute pressure more evenly than flat ones. These are principles still used in modern structural engineering, yet the people carving Zelve developed them through experience centuries before geology or architecture became formal sciences. The scale of excavation is equally difficult to ignore. Zelve was not a group of isolated caves. It was an interconnected system of homes, storage rooms, monasteries, staircases, tunnels, lookout points, and churches spread across multiple valleys. Some pathways were carved high above ground level, accessible only through steep stairways cut directly into stone walls. From a distance, many entrances become nearly invisible against the surrounding cliffs, giving the settlement a natural defensive advantage during periods of invasion and political instability across Anatolia. One of the most impressive aspects of the valley is its environmental engineering. Cappadocia experiences severe climate shifts between summer and winter. Temperatures outside can become extreme, yet the carved interiors remain relatively stable throughout the year. The volcanic stone absorbs and releases heat slowly, naturally regulating interior temperatures. Even without electricity or mechanical systems, many chambers stay cool during summer and warmer during winter. Ancient inhabitants also understood airflow surprisingly well. Narrow shafts and elevated openings created passive ventilation systems inside the rock. As warm air rose upward and escaped, cooler air was pulled through lower passages. The effect functioned like a natural climate control system. Similar techniques appear in the massive underground cities of Dura-Europos and Kaman-Kalehöyük, elsewhere in Cappadocia, where ventilation shafts extended through multiple underground levels. Zelve demonstrates that these communities were not simply surviving inside caves, they were engineering the environment around them. Religious architecture adds another layer to the mystery. During the Byzantine period, parts of Zelve became an important Christian monastic centre. Churches were carved directly into the cliffs, complete with vaulted ceilings, columns, and painted frescoes. Traces of red crosses and religious imagery still survive on several walls despite centuries of erosion. But many faces and symbols were intentionally damaged during the Byzantine iconoclasm between the 8th and 9th centuries, when religious images were destroyed during theological conflicts inside the empire. These damaged frescoes give parts of Zelve an unsettling atmosphere. Human figures stare from the walls with scratched-out faces and erased eyes. It creates the impression of a place repeatedly reshaped not only by nature, but also by ideological conflict and fear. Another mystery surrounding Zelve is how long the settlement remained continuously usable despite constant geological erosion. Volcanic tuff is fragile compared to limestone or granite. Freeze-thaw cycles slowly crack the rock apart. Water infiltration weakens ceilings and walls. Modern conservation teams still monitor collapse risks across the valley today. Yet many chambers remained functional for hundreds of years. Archaeologists believe ancient inhabitants constantly repaired and modified the settlement over generations. Unstable sections were abandoned while new chambers were excavated elsewhere. Zelve evolved gradually, adapting to the changing landscape rather than resisting it. In many ways, the valley functioned more like a living geological organism than a traditional city. Modern laser scanning has revealed how sophisticated this adaptation really was. High-resolution mapping shows carefully planned excavation patterns and hidden internal connections between carved sectors. The more researchers study the valley, the clearer it becomes that these spaces were not created randomly. Builders understood where the stone was strongest, how to distribute weight, and how to use the natural shape of the cliffs to maximize stability. What makes Zelve different from many ancient sites is that its greatest achievement was not monumentality. There are no giant temples or massive stone blocks transported across deserts. The engineering here is quieter and more subtle. The people of Cappadocia achieved something equally difficult. They turned an unstable volcanic landscape into a long-term human habitat. That may be the most extraordinary part of Zelve. Ancient civilizations are often remembered for conquering nature through massive construction projects. Zelve represents the opposite approach. Instead of forcing the landscape to change, its inhabitants adapted themselves to the landscape so completely that their city almost disappeared inside it. Buried beneath an ordinary field in western Bartonshire, Scotland, the Cochno stone contains one of the strangest prehistoric messages ever carved into stone. More than 5,000 years ago, long before written language appeared in Britain, ancient people covered a massive sandstone surface with circles, grooves, spirals, and geometric symbols whose meaning is still unknown today. The stone measures roughly 13 meters across and contains more than 90 major carved motifs. No king is named here, no battle is recorded, there is no recognizable alphabet. Yet whoever created it invested enormous time and precision into something they clearly considered important. The stone was first documented in 1887 by Reverend James Harvey, after locals noticed unusual markings across the exposed rock surface. Archaeologists quickly realized the carvings belonged to a prehistoric tradition known as cup and ring art, a style found across Scotland, Ireland, and parts of Atlantic Europe. But the Cochno stone immediately stood apart from other sites because of its scale and density. Few prehistoric carved stones in Europe contain such a large concentration of symbols in one place. What makes the site so mysterious is the level of organization visible across the surface. Many of the carvings are linked together through channels and grooves, creating patterns that appear intentional rather than decorative. Some circles are positioned with surprisingly even spacing. Certain lines seem designed to connect specific groups of symbols. Even today, researchers cannot determine whether the stone represented ritual system, territorial map, astronomical marker, or something entirely different. The biggest mystery is not the symbols themselves, but the intelligence required to create them. These carvings were produced during the Neolithic or early Bronze Age, roughly between 3000 and 2000 BCE. The people responsible had no metal tools. Experimental archaeology shows that carving deep circular marks into sandstone using stone hammers can take hours for a single symbol. The Cochno stone contains hundreds of carved features. Creating the entire surface may have required years of repeated labour. That raises a serious archaeological question. Why would prehistoric communities dedicate such effort to a giant symbolic stone that served no obvious survival purpose? This is where the site becomes especially fascinating. Across prehistoric Britain, ancient societies were beginning to construct increasingly complex ceremonial monuments. Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Callanish stones all demonstrate that Neolithic people possessed advanced understanding of geometry, alignment, and landscape planning. The Cochno stone appears connected to that same intellectual world. Some researchers believe the carvings may reflect a symbolic system linked to ritual movement, cosmology, or celestial observation. During the 1960s, astronomer Ludovic Mann proposed one of the most controversial theories surrounding the site. He believed some of the grooves and circular patterns aligned with astronomical cycles, particularly lunar movements. Mann mapped grids across the stone and attempted to connect the carvings to celestial measurements. Modern archaeologists do not fully accept his conclusions, but they also do not dismiss the possibility that astronomy played some role in the stone's design. Prehistoric Britain already contains multiple monuments aligned with solstices and lunar events. The idea itself is not impossible. The problem is that no theory successfully explains the entire stone. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. In 2016, archaeologists temporarily uncovered the stone after decades underground and conducted high-resolution laser scanning and photogrammetry surveys. These scans revealed details invisible to earlier researchers, including smaller carvings and subtle grooves worn down by time. Digital models confirmed that the markings were deliberate human work, carefully shaped into the rock surface with consistent techniques. What surprised researchers most was the complexity hidden beneath erosion. Some carvings overlap older ones, suggesting the stone may have been modified across generations. Others appear connected in ways difficult to notice from ground level. The more accurately the stone was mapped, the more organised it seemed. The broader context makes the mystery even larger. Cup and ring carvings similar to those at Cochno appear across Atlantic Europe, from Scotland and Ireland to northern Spain and Portugal. Many sites use remarkably similar geometric motifs, despite being separated by enormous distances. Archaeologists now believe prehistoric coastal communities were far more connected than previously thought. Ideas, rituals, and symbolic traditions may have spread through maritime travel thousands of years before written history. Yet even among those sites, the Cochno stone remains unusually dense and elaborate. Some archaeologists describe it as one of the most important examples of prehistoric rock art in Europe, precisely because it appears too structured to be random decoration. The carving suggests a system of meaning that modern civilization no longer understands. Buried beneath the desert ruins of Dura-Europos was a chamber that looked less like a Roman temple and more like a coded map of the universe. Its ceiling was covered in stars, cosmic symbols, and ritual imagery connected to one of the most secretive cults of the ancient world. No sacred texts explaining these paintings were ever found. No surviving Roman writer fully described the rituals performed there. What remained was only the chamber itself, sealed underground for nearly 1700 years after the city was destroyed during a Persian siege in the 3rd century CE. Today, the Dura-Europos mithraeum is considered one of the most mysterious surviving sites connected to the cult of Mithras, a religion whose real meaning may have disappeared forever. The ruins of Dura-Europos were first seriously excavated during the 1920s after British soldiers stationed near the area noticed unusual ancient paintings exposed by erosion. Archaeologists soon realised the city was unlike almost any other Roman frontier settlement ever discovered. Greek, Roman, Persian and Syrian influences all existed together inside its walls. Temples from multiple religions stood side by side, but hidden beneath defensive earthworks near the city wall was a mithraeum preserved in extraordinary condition. Unlike large Roman temples built openly in public spaces, mithraea were intentionally hidden. Most were underground or designed to resemble caves. This was connected to Mithras himself, a mysterious deity strongly associated with stone caverns and initiation rituals. The religion spread widely through the Roman military between the 1st and 4th centuries CE, especially among soldiers stationed on dangerous frontiers. Yet despite its popularity, Mithraism left behind almost no written doctrine. Historians were forced to reconstruct the religion almost entirely through archaeology. That is why the fresco ceiling at Dura-Europos became so important. The chamber itself was narrow and dark, with raised benches along both sides where initiates likely gathered during ceremonies. At the far end stood the central image found in nearly every Mithraic sanctuary, Mithras killing a bull known as the Tauroctony. Around the scene appeared a strange combination of animals and celestial symbols: a dog, serpent, scorpion, raven, sun, and moon. At first glance, the image appeared purely mythological, but over time, researchers began noticing something unsettling. Many of these animals correspond directly to constellations. The bull resembles Taurus, the scorpion aligns with Scorpio, the raven matches Corvus, the serpent reflects Hydra. Even the positioning of several figures resembles known astronomical arrangements in the ancient sky. This led some historians, including David Ulansey in the late 20th century, to argue that Mithraism may have encoded astronomical knowledge into religious symbolism. According to this theory, the Tauroctony was not simply a sacrificial scene, it was a map of the heavens. The sealing of the Dura-Europos mithraeum strengthened that interpretation dramatically. Painted stars covered large sections of the chamber overhead, transforming the interior into an artificial night sky. The arrangement was too deliberate to ignore. Some researchers believe initiates entering the temple were symbolically stepping inside a cosmic structure representing the universe itself. Oil lamps flickering beneath painted stars would have created shifting shadows across the ceiling, turning the chamber into an immersive ritual environment rather than a normal place of worship. This psychological aspect may have been intentional. Ancient mystery cults often relied on darkness, controlled lighting, chanting, and secrecy to produce powerful emotional experiences during initiation ceremonies. The mithraeum at Dura-Europos appears architecturally designed for exactly that purpose. The enclosed layout isolated participants from the outside world. The ceiling forced attention upward towards celestial imagery. The narrow interior controlled movement and visibility. Rather than functioning like a public Roman temple, the structure behaved more like a ritual chamber, engineered to alter perception. The 7 initiation grades of Mithraism make this theory even more compelling. Archaeological evidence from other Mithraic sites suggests initiates progressed through symbolic ranks associated with planets and cosmic forces. Titles such as Raven, Lion, Soldier, and Father carried astrological meaning connected to the ancient understanding of the heavens. In that context, the fresco ceiling may not simply represent decoration, it may represent the structure of the cosmos through which the soul symbolically travelled during ritual progression. Another reason the site fascinates archaeologists is the condition of the paintings themselves. Dura-Europos existed in an extremely harsh environment, exposed to desert heat, dust, and war. Yet many pigments survived with remarkable clarity. Roman artists used mineral-based colours bonded chemically into wet plaster surfaces, creating surprisingly durable frescoes. More importantly, the destruction of the city accidentally protected the chamber. During the Sasanian siege around 256 CE, Roman defenders reinforced sections of the walls with huge masses of earth and debris. Entire buildings became buried and sealed from sunlight, moisture, and human interference. The mithraeum effectively became a hidden time capsule. The city was never fully reoccupied afterward. That abandonment may be the only reason the fresco ceiling still exists today. What makes the site truly unsettling, however, is how incomplete our understanding remains. Mithraism spread across the Roman Empire for centuries, reaching from Britain to the Middle East. Yet historians still cannot fully explain its core beliefs. No surviving scripture clearly describes what initiates believed happened inside these underground chambers. No ancient source explains the exact meaning of the celestial symbols. Even the identity of Mithras himself remains debated. Some scholars connect him to older Persian traditions, while others argue Roman Mithraism evolved into an entirely different religion. High above the barren mountains of the Sinai Peninsula, surrounded by silence, collapsing mine shafts and endless desert stone, the forgotten temple complex of Serabit el-Khadim may preserve one of the most important turning points in human history. Not because of buried treasure, not because of lost technology, but because many historians now believe the earliest ancestor of the modern alphabet was born here, inside a remote turquoise mining camp nearly 4,000 years ago. The site was first documented by European explorers during the 19th century, but serious excavation began in 1905 under British archaeologist Flinders Petrie. At first, Serabit el-Khadim appeared to be another isolated Egyptian temple dedicated to Hathor, the goddess associated with mining and protection. But scattered among the ruins were strange inscriptions unlike normal Egyptian hieroglyphs. The symbols were simpler, rougher, and repeated in patterns no scholar expected to find in Sinai. Those markings would later become known as Proto-Sinaitic script. Today, many linguists believe Proto-Sinaitic represents the earliest known alphabetic writing system ever discovered, the distant ancestor of Phoenician, Greek, Latin, and eventually English itself. In simple terms, the letters used across much of the modern world may trace their origins back to workers carving symbols into rock walls inside these desert mines. That is what makes Serabit el-Khadim extraordinary. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which required hundreds of complex symbols and years of elite training, Proto-Sinaitic appears to have simplified writing into individual sounds. Instead of memorizing entire symbolic systems, a worker only needed a limited number of characters. Many researchers believe Semitic-speaking labourers adapted Egyptian symbols into a more practical phonetic system, sometime around the 18th century BCE. It was a revolutionary idea. For thousands of years, writing had belonged almost exclusively to priests, rulers, and scribes. At Serabit el-Khadim, that may have started to change. One of humanity's greatest intellectual breakthroughs may not have emerged inside a royal capital, but among exhausted miners operating in one of the harshest landscapes in the ancient world. And the landscape itself remains one of the site's biggest mysteries. Serabit el-Khadim sits far from the fertile Nile Valley, deep within the rocky wilderness of southern Sinai. Even today, the region feels isolated and hostile. Summer temperatures regularly exceed 40 degrees Celsius. Water is scarce. Jagged cliffs and sharp stone plateaus dominate the terrain. Yet ancient Egypt maintained large mining expeditions here for centuries. This was not a temporary operation. Archaeological evidence shows organised mining missions were active from roughly 1900 BCE into the New Kingdom period. Workers extracted turquoise, one of the most valuable materials in ancient Egypt. Pharaohs used it in jewellery, ceremonial objects, temple decorations, and royal burials. To secure those resources, Egypt created a long-distance logistical system capable of sustaining hundreds of people across empty desert. That alone raises difficult questions. How were food, water, tools and construction materials transported across such brutal terrain without modern roads or wheeled transport suitable for mountains? How did miners survive months inside an environment where even short-term habitation remains difficult today? The answer appears to be extraordinary organisation. Royal inscriptions found at the site mention expeditions sponsored by pharaohs, including Amenemhat III and Queen Hatshepsut. Administrators, guards, labourers, priests and miners all operated here under direct state control. The Egyptians effectively built an industrial outpost in the middle of a desert mountain range over 3,000 years ago. The mining tunnels themselves still cut deep into the sandstone cliffs around the temple complex. Many remain narrow, unstable, and dangerously steep. Ancient workers used stone hammers, copper tools, and likely a technique called fire setting, where rock was heated and rapidly cooled to fracture it apart. Even with primitive technology, they created a network of extraction chambers across the mountainside that operated for generations. But Serabit el-Khadim was never only a mining site. At the centre stood the Temple of Hathor, gradually expanded over centuries into one of the largest Egyptian religious complexes outside the Nile Valley. Broken columns, stone stelae, sphinx fragments, and ceremonial chambers still cover the plateau today. The placement of the temple directly beside the mines was probably intentional. Mining in Sinai was extremely dangerous. Tunnel collapses, dehydration, heat exhaustion, and isolation were constant threats. Hathor, known as the Mistress of Turquoise, became both a spiritual protector and a symbol of royal authority. In many ways, the temple functioned as psychological infrastructure as much as religious architecture. Ancient states often used belief systems to maintain order in extreme environments, and Serabit may be one of the clearest examples of that strategy. What makes the site feel so different from places like Giza or Luxor is its atmosphere. The ruins are scattered across exposed mountain ridges, where wind constantly moves through broken stone corridors. Mining shafts open beside sacred chambers. Inscriptions fade into dark rock walls. Nothing about the site feels ceremonial in the traditional Egyptian sense. It feels industrial, isolated, and strangely modern, almost like an abandoned frontier outpost at the edge of civilization. And then there are the inscriptions. Unlike monumental hieroglyphs carved by trained scribes, the proto-Sinaitic markings appear rough and practical. Some are scratched quickly into stone surfaces deep inside mining areas. Others reference deities linked to Semitic-speaking workers. Because the inscriptions are fragmentary, scholars still debate exactly how the script evolved and spread. But most agree on one point. These symbols represent a critical transitional stage between complex pictographic systems and the alphabets used today. Without that transition, written communication across much of human history would have looked completely different. The decline of Serabit el-Khadim remains less dramatic than its rise. Egyptian influence in Sinai weakened over time as political instability and shifting trade routes reshaped the region. Mining activity slowly decreased. Expeditions stopped. The temple was abandoned. Over centuries, the desert reclaimed the plateau. Near the western shore of the Sea of Galilee in northern Israel, enormous limestone cliffs rise almost straight into the sky. Hidden inside those cliffs are ancient caves, tunnels, chambers, and fortifications carved directly into the rock face itself. Some openings hang hundreds of feet above the ground with no visible path leading toward them. Even today, modern climbers often need ropes and professional equipment just to approach certain sections safely. Yet more than 2,000 years ago, ancient people somehow turned these vertical cliffs into one of the most terrifying natural fortresses in the ancient world. Archaeologists became deeply interested in Mount Arbel after discovering that many of the caves were not natural shelters alone. Inside were signs of long-term occupation, storage spaces, carved walls, defensive positions, and evidence that entire groups of people once lived high above the valley floor. Pottery fragments, living chambers, and modified entrances revealed that the mountain had been transformed into a hidden military refuge. But the deeper researchers explored the site, the stranger it became. The greatest mystery was no longer who lived there. The real mystery became how ancient people managed to build and survive inside such an impossible environment in the first place. The cliffs of Mount Arbel rise nearly 400 meters above the surrounding landscape, creating one of the strongest natural defensive positions in the region. Unlike traditional fortresses built with towers and walls, Mount Arbel itself became the fortress. Gravity was turned into a weapon. Any attacking force approaching from below would face sheer cliffs, narrow ledges, hidden defenders, and almost no safe route upward. In many areas, the cave openings appeared deliberately positioned to monitor the surrounding valley and important routes near the Sea of Galilee, suggesting the builders understood military geography at an extremely advanced level. What makes the site especially mysterious is the location of many of the caves themselves. Some chambers were carved into sections of cliff, where there is barely enough space for a person to stand. Even with modern climbing systems and power tools, constructing rooms in such positions would still be dangerous today. Ancient builders had no steel anchors, no powered drills, and no modern scaffolding, yet somehow they excavated chambers directly into hard limestone while suspended above massive drops. Several theories attempt to explain how this was accomplished. Some researchers believe workers lowered themselves from the top of the cliffs using ropes while carving downward into the rock. Others suggest enormous wooden scaffolding systems may once have been attached to the cliff face. Another theory argues that natural openings already existed and were later expanded into larger defensive chambers. But none of these explanations fully answer how ancient people completed such dangerous work with the technology available at the time. One of the most dramatic events connected to Mount Arbel happened during the rise of Herod the Great in the 1st century BCE. Historical accounts describe Jewish rebels hiding inside the cliff caves while resisting Herod's forces. The defenders positioned themselves in chambers so inaccessible that normal assault became nearly impossible. Soldiers could not simply climb toward the entrances because defenders above could attack them, while gravity itself worked against the attackers. According to ancient records, Herod's army eventually resorted to an extreme solution. Soldiers were lowered down the cliffs in suspended cages and platforms from above, while attempting to attack the cave entrances directly. Imagine the scene. Armed men, hanging in midair hundreds of feet above the ground, while fighting defenders hidden inside stone chambers carved into the mountain. Fires and smoke were reportedly used to force people out of the caves, turning the cliffs into a battlefield hanging over an abyss. This battle demonstrated just how effective the fortress truly was. Even one of the strongest military powers in the region struggled to defeat people hidden inside the mountain. It also proved that Mount Arbel was not simply a collection of caves. It was a carefully engineered defensive system designed to make direct assault almost impossible. Archaeological discoveries suggest some groups may have occupied parts of Mount Arbel for long periods, rather than temporary refuge. This raises another major mystery. How did people survive there? Water alone presents a serious problem. Carrying enough water into cliffside caves every day would have been exhausting and extremely dangerous. Researchers suspect ancient inhabitants collected rainwater using hidden cistern systems or carved reservoirs, though many details remain uncertain. Storage areas discovered in several chambers suggest careful preparation for siege conditions and long isolation. The mountain also contains evidence from multiple historical periods, including Hellenistic, Roman, and Byzantine occupation. Different generations repeatedly returned to the cliffs despite the harsh living conditions and constant danger. This continued reuse suggests Mount Arbel offered strategic advantages so powerful that people considered the risks worthwhile. Another reason the site fascinates archaeologists is the way the caves blend almost perfectly into the cliff face itself. From below, many openings are nearly invisible until sunlight strikes them at the correct angle. An approaching enemy could have passed directly beneath hidden defenders without realizing they were being watched from above. This natural camouflage created an atmosphere unlike almost any other ancient fortress. The line between architecture and nature almost disappears. That fusion is part of what makes Mount Arbel so important to archaeology. The site proves ancient defensive systems did not always rely on giant walls or monumental cities. Intelligence, terrain adaptation, and environmental understanding could create fortresses just as powerful. In many ways, Mount Arbel represents an ancient form of asymmetric warfare, where geography itself became the ultimate weapon. Comparisons are often made between Mount Arbel and sites such as Petra, Cappadocia, and Masada, but Mount Arbel feels very different from all of them. Petra was built to impress. Masada stood openly atop a plateau. Mount Arbel feels hidden, silent, and predatory. It was designed less as a city and more as a survival machine carved directly into a vertical mountain. Rising from the desert of northern Iraq, Great Iwan of Hatra looks less like a ruin and more like the remains of a civilization that understood architecture far beyond what its era should have allowed. Built nearly 2,000 years ago during the Parthian period, the structure still dominates the ancient city of Hatra with a massive vaulted hall towering over the surrounding ruins. The site became widely documented by archaeologists during the early 20th century, but from the beginning, one question overshadowed everything else. How did ancient builders create such an enormous unsupported space without modern engineering, reinforced concrete, or steel? The word iwan refers to a huge vaulted hall open on one side. Similar structures later appeared across Persian and Islamic architecture, but Hatra's version was operating on a scale that shocked even modern engineers. The arch rises dramatically above the courtyard, creating a vast open chamber capable of supporting enormous weight entirely through geometry and masonry. Today, engineers understand how dangerous this kind of structure can be. A vault that large produces tremendous outward pressure. Without proper force distribution, the walls slowly separate until the entire structure collapses. Modern buildings solve this problem using reinforced concrete, steel tension systems, and computer calculations. The builders of Hatra had none of those tools. They relied mainly on limestone, fired brick, gypsum mortar, and manual measurement. Yet somehow, the Great Iwan survived centuries of earthquakes, desert erosion, warfare, and extreme climate shifts. Archaeologists studying the structure discovered that its stability depends heavily on weight balance and wall thickness. The builders designed the lower walls incredibly thick, allowing the enormous forces from the arch above to travel downward instead of outward. Even small changes in curvature could have caused catastrophic collapse during construction. This means the architects of Hatra possessed an unusually advanced practical understanding of load distribution long before formal structural engineering existed. What makes this more impressive is the environment itself. Hatra sits in a harsh desert region, where summer temperatures regularly exceed 45 degrees Celsius. Stone expands during the day and contracts at night. Over centuries, this cycle destroys many ancient structures through cracking and stress fractures. But large sections of the Great Iwan remained standing for nearly 2 millennia. Part of the reason may lie in the materials. Researchers analysing surviving mortar found mixtures of gypsum and lime capable of hardening quickly, while maintaining some flexibility under thermal stress. The exact formula is still not fully understood because weathering erased much of the original material, but the remaining sections demonstrate remarkable durability. Some joints between stones remain tightly bonded despite centuries of exposure. The structure also appears to function as a sophisticated passive cooling system. Inside the Great Iwan, temperatures could remain noticeably cooler than outside even during intense desert heat. The reason comes from the architecture itself. The vault creates deep shade throughout the day, while the massive walls absorb heat slowly. At the same time, the enormous vertical space allows hot air to rise upward, pulling cooler air below. Modern architects use similar passive cooling principles in sustainable desert construction today. Hatra achieved comparable effects nearly 2,000 years earlier, without electricity or mechanical ventilation. Whether the builders fully understood the physics behind this process is unknown, but the design clearly worked. Building a vault of this scale normally requires massive temporary wooden frameworks, called centering systems, to hold the arch in place while it is being assembled. But timber was limited in this desert region. Transporting enough wood for giant support structures would have been extremely difficult. Some researchers believe Hatran builders may have developed smaller segmented support systems or gradual layered construction methods to reduce the amount of timber needed. No surviving evidence proves exactly how they solved the problem. Roman engineers often depended on pozzolanic concrete, one of the greatest technological breakthroughs of the ancient world. Hatra achieved monumental, vaulted spaces largely without that same concrete technology. Instead, the builders relied on geometric precision and carefully arranged masonry. In other words, they reached similar architectural achievements through an entirely different engineering path. The city itself reflected a rare cultural fusion. Positioned between the Roman and Parthian worlds, Hatra absorbed influences from Mesopotamia, Greece, Persia, and Rome at the same time. Sculptures and inscriptions discovered at the site reveal multiple religious traditions existing together inside the city walls. The Great Iwan became both a religious and political symbol, a structure designed to project power across the desert. The enormous vaulted chamber naturally amplifies sound. Voices spoken beneath the arch echo across the open courtyard with unusual intensity. Historians believe this may have enhanced ceremonies and rituals performed within the complex, making priests or rulers sound larger than life. The architecture itself became part of the spectacle. Ancient Roman armies attempted to capture Hatra several times and failed. Emperor Trajan's forces could not break the city during campaigns in the 2nd century CE. Later, Septimius Severus also failed despite launching repeated assaults. Massive defensive walls protected the city, but the Great Iwan remained one of its most enduring symbols of resilience. Nearly 2,000 years later, the structure faced destruction again. In 2015, ISIS militants damaged large portions of Hatra, smashing sculptures and destroying sections of the ruins. Yet even after deliberate attacks, parts of the Great Iwan continued standing. Images from the site revealed shattered carvings and collapsed surfaces, but the core structure still resisted complete destruction. Deep beneath the forests of Illinois, a hidden cave allegedly contains artifacts that should not exist in North America. Stone tablets covered in symbols resembling Phoenician and Paleo-Hebrew writing. Carvings of warriors wearing helmets similar to those of ancient Rome. Images of Mediterranean-style ships buried thousands of kilometers from the nearest ocean route connected to the ancient world. Since the early 1980s, the mystery of Burrows Cave has remained one of the most controversial stories in American archaeology, because if the artifacts are authentic, they could force historians to reconsider who may have reached North America long before Columbus. The story began when a man named Russell Burrows claimed he accidentally discovered a cave system somewhere in southern Illinois. According to Burrows, the chambers were filled with thousands of ancient objects hidden underground for centuries. He later revealed photographs and selected artifacts, but refused to disclose the cave's exact location, saying he feared looters would destroy it. That single decision immediately created the central problem surrounding the entire mystery. No archaeologist has ever officially entered or verified the cave. What made the collection so shocking was not the number of artifacts, but their apparent origin. Many carvings seemed connected to civilizations from the Mediterranean world rather than ancient North America. Some inscriptions resembled Phoenician characters, others looked similar to Paleo-Hebrew or Greek lettering. Several stone carvings showed human figures with beards, robes, shields and helmets associated with classical antiquity. There were even images interpreted as ancient seafaring vessels. If genuine, the implications would be enormous. Illinois lies deep within the interior of North America, more than 8,000 kilometers from the Mediterranean Sea. Even the verified Viking settlement at Lonso Meadows shocked historians when it was confirmed in the 1960s because it proved Europeans reached the Americas centuries before Columbus. Burrows' cave goes far beyond that. It suggests ancient Mediterranean civilizations may have crossed the Atlantic and travelled through inland river systems into the centre of the continent. Supporters of the theory often point to the maritime abilities of ancient civilizations. The Phoenicians, for example, were among the greatest sailors of the ancient world. Historical accounts from Herodotus describe Phoenician expeditions sailing around Africa more than 2,500 years ago. Ancient trade routes already connected enormous distances across the Mediterranean. To believers, this proves long-distance ocean travel was technically possible far earlier than many assume. But possibility is not proof, and that is where Burrows' cave begins to collapse under scientific scrutiny. Professional archaeologists focus less on the carvings themselves and more on the complete absence of archaeological context. There are no official excavation reports, no mapped chambers, no documented soil layers, and no peer-reviewed studies confirming where the artifacts came from. In archaeology, context is everything. A genuine artifact discovered in a controlled excavation can rewrite history. The same object without verified origin loses most of its scientific value. Critics also noticed major inconsistencies in the inscriptions. Some symbols resemble ancient alphabets, but many do not form coherent words or grammatical structures in known languages. Linguists examining photographs argued that the carvings appear to mix styles from multiple civilizations in ways authentic ancient inscriptions normally would not. Instead of looking like products of a real culture, some researchers believe they resemble modern attempts to imitate ancient writing. The artistic style of the artifacts raised further suspicion. Several human figures look more like modern interpretations of ancient Mediterranean people than actual ancient artwork. Some carvings also appear unusually clean and sharply cut for objects supposedly buried underground for centuries. Skeptics argued that certain tool marks resemble modern engraving methods rather than ancient stoneworking techniques. Yet despite decades of criticism, the mystery never disappeared. One reason is because no one has fully explained the entire collection. Thousands of alleged artifacts have been associated with Burrows' cave over the years, creating a scale far larger than most ordinary archaeological hoaxes. The sheer volume of material made the story difficult to ignore, especially online, where photographs of the carvings spread rapidly through alternative history communities. The case became even more controversial because Burrows' cave emerged during a period when public fascination with hidden history was growing rapidly. Real discoveries such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovery and the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone decipherment had already shown that archaeology could dramatically change humanity's understanding of the ancient world. Because genuine breakthroughs exist, stories like Burrows' cave continue attracting attention, even when evidence remains weak. Deep in the Sahyadri Mountains of western India, a fortress almost invisible against black volcanic cliffs continues to raise a question archaeologists still cannot fully answer. Zunjar Machi was not built beside a mountain, it was carved into one. From a distance, the structure disappears into the dark basalt landscape, blending so perfectly with the surrounding rock that entire sections remain hidden until someone is nearly standing on top of them. Even today, reaching the site requires navigating steep ridges, narrow stone paths, and vertical drops that resemble the edges of modern skyscrapers more than the remains of an ancient stronghold. Yet centuries ago, builders somehow transported materials, cut stairways into volcanic stone, stored water at extreme elevation, and created a defensive position that could withstand both invasion and one of the harshest climates in India. Unlike famous archaeological sites that were uncovered through major excavations, Zunjar Machi was never dramatically discovered. Local communities in the region had long known of the fortress hidden within the Western Ghats. What makes it remarkable is not a lost civilization narrative, but the engineering itself. The deeper researchers and trekkers studied the terrain, the more impossible the location began to seem. The Sahyadri range is formed largely from basalt, created by ancient volcanic eruptions linked to the Deccan Traps, one of the largest volcanic events in Earth's history. Basalt is extremely dense and difficult to cut even with modern tools. Yet ancient builders managed to shape stairways, pathways, water cisterns, and defensive structures directly into this stone. The first mystery begins with the mountain itself. Zunjar Machi occupies a naturally defensive ridge, surrounded by steep cliffs and razor-thin access routes. Some sections rise hundreds of meters above the surrounding valleys. Standing near the edges feels less like visiting a ruined fortress, and more like standing atop the roof of a modern high-rise tower with no barriers. The geography alone made construction extraordinarily dangerous. Moving supplies through these cliffs without cranes, powered machinery, or modern climbing equipment would have required immense manpower and coordination. Historians often compare such mountain fortresses to strongholds in Cappadocia, Petra, or the cliff fortifications of Ethiopia, where builders used extreme terrain itself as a weapon. But unlike Petra's softer sandstone, Zunjar Machi was shaped from hard volcanic rock. The stairways remain among the site's most unsettling features. Long sequences of steps were cut directly into basalt cliffs with surprising consistency. Even after centuries of erosion from rain and wind, many sections still retain recognizable geometry. Creating these pathways would have required repeated precision strikes using iron tools against one of the hardest building stones commonly found in the ancient world. Archaeologists studying ancient Indian rock-cut architecture often point towards sites like Ellora Caves and Ajanta Caves as evidence that ancient Indian engineers possessed extraordinary stoneworking knowledge. But Zunjar Machi introduces a different problem. Temples and caves were ceremonial projects backed by kingdoms and labour networks. Here, builders were shaping military infrastructure directly onto dangerous mountain ridges where transporting tools alone would have been exhausting. Some historians believe the fortress evolved over multiple eras, possibly influenced by Deccan military powers and later regional kingdoms including the Marathas. Yet many details remain uncertain because smaller mountain fortresses across the Western Ghats rarely preserve complete written records. This creates another layer of mystery. Certain sections may be far older than surviving documentation suggests. Over centuries, walls were repaired, pathways modified, and defensive structures adapted, making it difficult to determine which portions belong to which historical period. The water system may be the most impressive achievement of all. One of the greatest weaknesses of any mountain fortress is survival during siege. Without reliable water, even the strongest fortification collapses quickly. Yet ancient builders across the Deccan Plateau developed sophisticated rock-cut cistern systems capable of harvesting and storing monsoon rainwater. At Zunjar Machi, carved reservoirs embedded into the basalt suggest a carefully planned understanding of runoff, gravity, and seasonal rainfall. This region experiences some of the most aggressive monsoon conditions in India. In certain parts of the Western Ghats, annual rainfall can exceed several thousand millimeters, enough to rapidly erode poorly designed structures. Modern concrete roads in the region often suffer heavy damage after repeated monsoon seasons. yet some ancient rock-cut systems have survived for centuries. Researchers studying ancient Indian hydraulic engineering frequently compare these systems to Roman cisterns or Nabatean water management at Petra. The difference is environmental brutality. Petra exists within an arid desert climate. Zunjar Machi exists in a zone of relentless rain, moisture, fog, and erosion. Builders were not merely storing water, they were controlling it. If drainage channels failed, the mountain itself could destabilize pathways and defensive walls. The fact that parts of these systems still function demonstrates an advanced understanding of terrain engineering long before modern hydrology existed as a scientific discipline. Another remarkable feature is the fortress's visual camouflage. Most ancient fortresses dominate landscapes through visibility. Zunjar Machi does the opposite. The dark basalt walls merge into the mountain, especially during overcast weather when the cliffs and structures become nearly indistinguishable. This may not have been accidental. Ancient military architects often exploited terrain for concealment, but here the effect becomes extreme. From certain viewpoints, the fortress seems to vanish entirely into the ridgeline. It transforms the mountain itself into a defensive illusion. An approaching force unfamiliar with the terrain would face narrow access paths, overlooked by defenders hidden within the stone landscape above. The atmosphere surrounding the site adds to its power as a documentary subject. Thick fog frequently rolls across the cliffs, reducing visibility to only a few meters. Strong winds echo through the stone corridors and stairways. During monsoon season, entire sections become dangerously slippery, while clouds consume the mountain peaks. Unlike heavily restored archaeological parks, Zunjar Machi still feels isolated from the modern world. That isolation creates a haunting sense that the fortress has not simply survived history, but escaped it. A 65-metre tower rises from a narrow valley in central Afghanistan, surrounded not by a city, but by silence. No dense urban ruins stretch around it. No visible infrastructure explains it. Just a single towering structure standing at the meeting point of two rivers, as if everything that once justified its existence has been erased. This is the minaret of Jam, one of the most isolated monumental structures ever built in the medieval world. Located deep within the rugged terrain of Ghor province, the site is difficult to access even today. The minaret was first documented by Western researchers in the 20th century, though it had been known locally for centuries. There is nothing especially dramatic about its rediscovery. What matters is not how it was found, but what it implies. A structure of extraordinary sophistication placed in a landscape that offers no immediate explanation for its presence. The prevailing scholarly consensus connects the tower to the Ghurid Empire, a powerful but relatively short-lived state that rose in the 12th century. The minaret is generally dated to around the late 12th century, possibly during the reign of Sultan Ghiyath al-Din Muhammad. Architecturally, it aligns with Islamic minaret traditions. Tall, slender, cylindrical, and richly decorated with geometric brickwork and bands of Kufic and cursive inscriptions, including verses from the Quran. In terms of craftsmanship, nothing about it is mysterious. It is, quite clearly, the product of a highly skilled architectural culture. And yet, the deeper question begins where the architecture ends. Because monuments like this are not built in isolation. Across the Islamic world, minarets of comparable complexity are tied to major urban centres, places like Isfahan or Samarkand, where dense populations, religious institutions and political authority converge. A minaret is not just a tower, it is part of a system, a mosque, a city, a community that requires it. It functions as a visual and auditory anchor, calling people to prayer and asserting presence within a structured urban environment. At Jam, that system is missing, or at least no longer visible. Archaeological surveys have identified traces of habitation in the surrounding valley, fragments of walls, ceramics, and indications of past settlement. But these remains are fragmentary. They do not match the scale one would expect for a capital or a major urban centre capable of supporting such a monument. This discrepancy has led to one of the most persistent and intriguing hypotheses: that the minaret of Jam is the last surviving element of a lost city, often identified as Firuzkur, the legendary capital of the Gurids. Historical texts describe Firuzkur as a flourishing centre of power and culture, yet its precise location has never been conclusively established. If Jam is indeed its site, then the absence of large-scale ruins demands explanation. Cities do not simply vanish without trace. Even when destroyed, they leave behind layers, foundations, debris fields, architectural footprints that can be mapped and studied. Here, the landscape is unusually quiet. One possible explanation lies in the geography itself. The minaret stands at the confluence of two rivers, the Hari and the Jam. This positioning may once have been strategic, offering access to water and trade routes, but it also introduces instability. Flooding, erosion, and sediment movement over centuries can gradually dismantle built environments, redistributing their materials and obscuring their outlines. It is plausible that significant portions of the surrounding settlement were lost to such processes, their remains buried, scattered, or washed away. Another factor is historical violence. The decline of the Gurid Empire coincided with the expansion of larger regional powers, including the Khwarezmian dynasty and soon after, the Mongols. Accounts from the period suggest widespread destruction across Central Asia. If Firuzkur or whatever city stood at Jam was targeted, it may have been deliberately dismantled, its structures stripped for materials or reduced to rubble. Even so, the survival of the minaret raises a subtle but important point. If widespread destruction occurred, why did this structure remain? Its height and prominence would have made it an obvious target, yet it endured, while the rest did not. There is no definitive answer, but the asymmetry itself adds to the sense that what we see today is not a complete picture, but a heavily filtered remnant. From a purely technical perspective, the minaret does not defy explanation. Its construction techniques, baked brick, intricate bonding patterns, decorative relief are consistent with known practices of the period. The inscriptions have been studied and translated. The proportions, while elegant, are not beyond the capabilities of 12th century engineering. There is no need to invoke lost technologies or unknown methods. The anomaly is contextual, not mechanical. It is the mismatch between the monument and its environment. Standing at Jam today, one is confronted not with an unsolved engineering puzzle, but with an absence. The structure is intact enough to be understood, yet isolated enough to feel displaced. It suggests a network, political, cultural, and economic, that once existed, but is no longer visible in the archaeological record at a comparable scale. In that sense, the minaret of Jam is less a mystery of construction and more a mystery of disappearance. It marks a point where historical documentation, material evidence, and landscape do not fully align. The Gurid Empire is historically attested. The architectural style is well documented, but the spatial context, the city that should surround such a monument, remains only partially recoverable. High above, a slow-moving river in southern China, figures painted more than 2,000 years ago still stare outward from sheer rock walls no human should have been able to reach. They are not hidden inside caves, nor protected by overhangs, but exposed across open limestone cliffs where wind, rain and time should have erased them long ago, and yet they remain. The site known today as the Hashan cliff paintings stretches across the banks of the Zhuojiang River in Guangxi, southern China. The paintings are part of a larger cultural landscape now recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, dated broadly between the 5th century BCE and the 2nd century CE. Archaeologists generally associate them with the ancient Luoyu people, a group known primarily through fragmentary historical references rather than written records of their own. There is no dramatic discovery moment in the modern sense. Local communities had always known of the images. Systematic documentation only began in the 20th century, when scholars realized the scale and unusual placement of the paintings made them unlike most known rock art traditions. And that is where the mystery begins. Unlike cave paintings found in Europe or sheltered rock art in other parts of Asia, the Hashan figures occupy vertical cliff faces rising between roughly 30 and 90 meters above the river. There are no carved steps leading up to them, no clear ledges for standing, and no surviving remains of scaffolding. The cliffs themselves are composed largely of limestone, prone to erosion and fracturing, offering little in the way of stable footholds. From a practical standpoint, even reaching these surfaces today without modern equipment would be extremely difficult. Several hypotheses have been proposed. One suggests that ancient painters constructed bamboo scaffolding anchored into the cliff. Bamboo was widely available in the region, and complex scaffolding systems were known in ancient China. However, no direct archaeological evidence of such structures has been found at Hashan. Another proposes that painters worked from boats during periods of higher water levels, using temporary platforms. Yet the height of many paintings exceeds what river fluctuations could reasonably account for, even when considering long-term environmental change. A third idea imagines ropes lowered from above, but the terrain above the cliffs often lacks suitable anchor points, and again, no physical traces remain. None of these explanations fully resolve the problem. Each is plausible in isolation, but incomplete when matched against the full range of observed positions. The result is not an unsolvable mystery, but an engineering question still missing a decisive answer. The paintings are not impossible. They are simply unexplained in a way that matters. The figures themselves are strikingly consistent in style. Most are painted in a deep reddish hue derived primarily from hematite, an iron oxide pigment. Chemical analyses confirm that the pigment was mixed with organic binders, likely plant resins, animal glue, or possibly blood before being applied to the rock surface. This combination is not unusual in ancient art. What is unusual is its longevity. Despite centuries of exposure, many figures remain clearly visible, suggesting that the mixture adhered effectively to the limestone substrate. Here, the mystery is less dramatic but still significant. Limestone is generally not an ideal surface for long-term pigment preservation, especially in humid, subtropical environments where water runoff can be intense. The durability of the Hashan paintings implies a careful preparation process, either selecting naturally protected microsurfaces or applying pigments in a way that maximized absorption and resistance. This is not lost technology, but it is a level of material understanding that is rarely discussed in popular accounts of ancient art. The imagery itself offers more ambiguity than clarity. The paintings depict human-like figures, often with outstretched arms, sometimes holding objects interpreted as weapons or ritual items. In several cases, circular forms appear near the figures, widely believed to represent bronze drums artifacts strongly associated with ancient southern Chinese cultures. Animals, boats, and abstract symbols are also present, though less frequently. There is no single narrative scene that can be confidently identified. No hunting sequence, no clear battle, no unmistakable mythological story. Instead, the compositions feel symbolic, almost repetitive, as if emphasizing presence rather than action. The figures do not appear to be moving through space. They appear to be positioned, displayed, arranged. This has led many researchers to interpret the paintings as part of ritual or ceremonial practices. The connection to bronze drums is particularly important. Such drums were not merely musical instruments. They were status symbols, used in ceremonies tied to power, communication, and possibly spiritual invocation. If the painted circles do indeed represent drums, then the scenes may depict ritual gatherings or acts intended to communicate with ancestors or deities. But this interpretation raises another question. Why place such imagery in locations that are difficult to access, yet highly visible from the river below? The positioning of the paintings suggests that visibility was carefully considered. From certain points along the Zhejiang River, the figures can be seen clearly against the cliff face, especially when illuminated by sunlight at specific angles. They are not meant to be examined up close. They are meant to be seen from a distance, from the water. This detail shifts the perspective entirely. The intended audience may not have been people standing beside the paintings, but those traveling along the river. Traders, rival groups, neighboring communities, anyone moving through the region would have encountered these images as part of the landscape. In that sense, the paintings function less like art and more like markers, not territorial boundaries in a strict sense, but statements of presence, identity, and perhaps power. A visual language placed where it could not be easily altered or removed. Another possibility extends beyond human audiences. In many ancient cultures, elevated or remote locations were associated with the spiritual realm. By placing images high on cliffs, closer to the sky than to the ground, the creators may have intended them to be seen by ancestral spirits or deities. This is not speculation without basis. It aligns with broader patterns observed in ritual landscapes across different regions. However, without written records from the people who created them, such interpretations remain informed but unconfirmed. What is clear is that the cultural context behind the paintings did not survive intact. The Luoyue people gradually disappeared from historical records, likely absorbed into expanding political and cultural systems in southern China. Unlike civilizations that left inscriptions or texts, they left behind images without explanation. There is no surviving document that describes why these figures were painted, what specific events they refer to, or how exactly they were created. Archaeology can analyze materials, map distributions, and compare stylistic elements, but it cannot reconstruct meaning with certainty when the symbolic system itself is lost. And so the Hashan cliff paintings occupy a particular category of ancient mystery, not one built on exaggerated claims or unsupported theories, but one defined by gaps in knowledge that remain after careful study. The pigments can be analysed, the approximate dates can be established, the cultural associations can be inferred, yet the core questions how they were accessed in practical terms and what precise message they were intended to convey remain open. They are not the remnants of an advanced lost civilization. They do not require unknown technologies, but they do reveal something equally significant, that even within well-studied regions of human history, there are still achievements whose full context has not been recovered. Seen from the river, the figures are silent. They do not tell a story in the way modern viewers expect. They do not guide interpretation. They simply persist, positioned high above the water, exactly where they were placed more than 2 millennia ago. And whatever they were meant to say, they are still saying it, just not in a language we can fully understand anymore. There are places in the ancient world that disturb not because of what we know, but because of what we cannot prove. The tophet of Carthage is one of them. Beneath layers of ash, stone, and carefully placed markers lies a question that has refused to settle for more than a century. Was this a cemetery for children who died too young, or the silent record of a ritual that demanded their lives? The site lies within the ruins of Carthage, once a dominant maritime power of the Mediterranean between roughly the 9th and 2nd centuries BCE. Excavations began in the early 20th century, revealing a dense field of stone stelae standing above buried urns. At first glance, the layout appears orderly, even reverent, but the contents of those urns changed everything. Inside were cremated remains, primarily infants, sometimes mixed with the bones of small animals such as lambs or goats. What seemed like a burial ground quickly became one of the most controversial archaeological debates ever recorded. Ancient literary sources are the origin of the most disturbing interpretation. Writers such as Plutarch and Diodorus Siculus described a ritual in which children were offered to the god Baal-Hamon. According to their accounts, in times of crisis, war, famine, or political collapse, Carthaginian families would sacrifice their own offspring in exchange for divine favour. One account describes a bronze statue heated until it glowed, onto which the child was placed before falling into flames below. These descriptions are graphic, deliberate, and deeply unsettling. If they are accurate, they suggest not isolated acts, but a structured and repeated ritual embedded within society. But ancient sources are not neutral. Carthage was the enemy of Rome, and much of what survives was written by those who opposed or conquered it. That alone introduces doubt. Were these accounts historical observations, or were they narratives shaped to portray Carthage as morally inferior, a civilization deserving of destruction? This question alone is enough to fracture the debate into two opposing interpretations. Archaeology, however, complicates the issue rather than resolving it. The sheer number of urns recovered from the tophet, estimated in the tens of thousands, cannot be ignored. Each urn represents a life, and when viewed collectively, they form a pattern that appears systematic rather than incidental. The remains are typically from very young individuals, often newborns or infants under 2 years old. In some cases, the bones show evidence consistent with perinatal death, meaning the children may have died shortly before or after birth. This detail is central to the counter-argument. In the ancient world, infant mortality was extremely high. Disease, malnutrition, and complications during childbirth were common, and many children simply did not survive. From this perspective, the tophet could represent a specialized cemetery reserved for infants who died naturally. Cremation, while not universal, was practiced in certain Punic contexts. The inclusion of animal remains might reflect ritual offerings made alongside the deceased, rather than evidence of substitution sacrifices. The stelae above the urns often bear inscriptions dedicating the offering to Baal-Hamon or related deities. Supporters of the cemetery interpretation argue that such dedications were expressions of grief and piety, not proof of violence. Yet there are details that resist easy explanation. The organization of the site suggests repeated ritual behavior over long periods of time. The consistent association with specific deities, the deliberate placement of urns, and the presence of formulaic inscriptions point toward a standardized practice rather than ad hoc burial. In some urns, the combination of human and animal remains raises further questions. Were animals offered in place of children in some cases? Or were they part of a broader ritual framework that we no longer fully understand? Modern scientific analysis has attempted to provide clarity. Osteological studies indicate that many of the children were indeed very young, but determining the exact cause of death remains difficult. Cremation alters bone structure, erasing many of the biological markers that might indicate trauma or disease. Chemical analysis and comparative studies have not produced definitive evidence of widespread violent death, but neither have they conclusively ruled it out. The data sits in an uncomfortable middle ground, suggestive but not decisive. What makes the tophet particularly compelling is this persistent ambiguity. Unlike other ancient practices that can be clearly identified and contextualized, this site resists final interpretation. If it was a place of sacrifice, then it represents a ritual system that challenges modern assumptions about morality, religion, and the limits of cultural difference. If it was a cemetery, then it reveals how easily historical narratives can be shaped by bias, transforming grief into accusation across centuries. The broader context of Phoenician and Carthaginian culture adds another layer of complexity. Carthage was not an isolated or primitive society. It was technologically advanced, economically powerful, and deeply integrated into Mediterranean trade networks. Its urban planning, naval engineering, and political organization were sophisticated by any ancient standard. The idea that such a civilization could simultaneously engage in systematic child sacrifice feels contradictory, but history is not obligated to align with modern expectations. Comparisons with other cultures do little to simplify the issue. In Mesoamerica, for example, 2 human sacrifice is well documented and archaeologically supported. In contrast, ancient Egypt, despite its elaborate religious system, shows no clear evidence of ritual child sacrifice. Carthage occupies a position between these extremes, a case where literary testimony suggests one reality, while material evidence remains inconclusive. No army is carved into these stones, no battlefield is described, and yet, from this quiet patch of land in central Jutland, a single inscription claims something far more ambitious: the creation of a nation. The Jelling runestones stand today not as ruins of destruction, but as carefully constructed statements of identity, placed deliberately within a royal complex that once defined the centre of power in Viking Age Denmark. Located in the village of Jelling, the stones were erected in the 10th century, during a period of rapid transformation across Scandinavia. The smaller stone is attributed to Gorm the Old, while the larger and more elaborate monument was commissioned by his son, Harald Bluetooth. Their discovery is not dramatic in the way buried tombs or lost cities often are. The stones were never truly hidden. They remained visible, integrated into the evolving landscape, preserved by continuity rather than rediscovery. What makes them remarkable is not how they were found, but what they claim. The inscription on Harald's stone is direct and unusually explicit for its time. It states that he won all of Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christian. This is not a poetic tribute or a vague memorial. It is a declaration, and it is one of the earliest written statements to define Denmark as a unified political entity. That claim deserves careful attention. There is evidence that Denmark existed as a cultural and regional identity before Harald's reign, and archaeological data suggests that political consolidation was a gradual process rather than a single event. The stone does not record that complexity. Instead, it compresses it into a single line, presenting unity as the achievement of one ruler. This does not make the inscription false, but it does position it clearly as a statement of authority. In that sense, the Jelling runestone functions as a form of early political messaging, one grounded in real developments, yet shaped to emphasize a specific narrative. The contrast between the 2 stones reinforces this shift. Gorm's monument is modest in both scale and ambition. It commemorates his queen, Thyra, and reflects a traditional form of remembrance rooted in family and lineage. Harald's stone, by comparison, expands outward. It transforms a personal memorial space into a public statement about territory, religion, and power. The physical difference mirrors a conceptual one, the move from dynastic memory to national identity. This transformation is also visible in the imagery carved into the larger stone. Alongside the runic text appears a depiction widely interpreted as Jesus Christ. The figure is stylized, integrated into the interlacing patterns typical of Norse art, yet unmistakably Christian in its symbolism. This combination is not accidental. It reflects a period in which older pagan traditions and newly introduced Christian beliefs coexisted, overlapped, and at times competed. The inscriptions claim that Harald made the Danes Christian aligns with historical accounts suggesting that the king adopted Christianity and promoted it within his realm. Influenced in part by contact with the Holy Roman Empire to the south. However, conversion was not a single moment. Archaeological evidence indicates that pagan practices continued for generations, and the spread of Christianity was uneven across regions. The stone presents the outcome as complete, but the reality was more gradual and complex. What matters here is not whether the statement is perfectly accurate, but why it was written in that way. By linking political unification with religious transformation, Harold's inscription creates a unified narrative of change. It suggests that the consolidation of territory and the adoption of Christianity were part of the same process, guided by a single authority. This framing would have reinforced the legitimacy of his rule, particularly in a landscape where power was still negotiated among regional leaders and competing traditions. The placement of the stones adds another layer to this message. They stand between two large burial mounds and near a church that was later constructed on the site. Excavations have revealed that one of the mounds may have originally contained a burial that was subsequently relocated, possibly into the church. If this interpretation is correct, the site itself embodies the transition described on the stone from pagan burial practices to Christian ones, from ancestral memory tied to earth and mound, to a new form of sacred space defined by the church. This is not speculation without basis. Archaeological investigations, including geophysical surveys and excavations conducted in the 20th and 21st centuries, have mapped the layout of the Jelling complex in detail. The alignment of the monuments, the scale of the mounds, and the presence of a large palisade enclosure all point to a carefully planned royal centre. The stones were not isolated markers. They were part of a broader architectural and symbolic design. In that context, the runestone becomes more than an inscription. It is a focal point within a landscape engineered to communicate authority. Even the writing system itself carries meaning. The use of runes, a script associated with Norse tradition, to convey a message about Christian conversion creates a deliberate overlap between old and new forms of expression. Rather than abandoning the past entirely, the inscription appropriates it, using familiar symbols to introduce a different ideological framework. This blending would have made the message more accessible while also signalling continuity in leadership. Over time, the significance of Harold Bluetooth's name has extended far beyond its original context. The modern wireless communication standard known as Bluetooth was named after him, referencing his role in unifying different regions. The logo itself combines runic characters representing his initials. This modern adaptation does not change the historical meaning of the runestone, but it highlights how the idea of connection associated with Harold has been reinterpreted across centuries. In the ruins of Xanthos, in what is now southwestern Turkey, a funerary monument from the early 5th century BCE preserves one of the most unsettling images in ancient art. High above ground level, carved in pale stone, winged female figures lift smaller human forms in their arms. There is no struggle, no violence, only a quiet, irreversible motion upward, away. This monument is known today as the Harpy tomb. It was first recorded in the 19th century by British explorers, most notably Charles Fellows, who identified Xanthos as a major Lycian centre and arranged for several of its sculptures to be transported to London. The relief panels that once crowned the tomb are now held in the British Museum, removed from their original architectural setting. What remains at the site is the tall stone pillar, the silent base of a story whose full context may already be lost. There is nothing especially complex about the discovery itself. No hidden chamber, no buried archive. But what was found, those carved scenes, has never been fully explained. The reliefs show two types of figures arranged in a structured but ambiguous composition. On one side, seated individuals receive offerings. They are larger in scale, composed and frontal figures of authority. On the other, winged beings carry smaller human forms in their arms. These winged figures are the source of the monument's modern name. Early scholars, trained in Greek mythology, identified them as harpy creatures known in Greek tradition as violent, wind-like spirits that snatch people away. But the identification is not secure. In Greek art, harpies are typically depicted as grotesque, aggressive, even chaotic. Here, The figures are controlled, almost calm. Their faces are not distorted. Their bodies are balanced. The act of carrying is deliberate, not violent. This difference is not minor. It suggests that the label Harpy may say more about the observers than the creators. No Lycian text survives to name these beings. No inscription clarifies their role. The figures exist without a caption, and interpretation begins in silence. The central question emerges from a single visual detail: the act of lifting. The winged figures do not attack. They do not restrain. They hold. This has led to one of the most widely accepted interpretations that these beings function as psychopomps, guides of the dead. In many ancient cultures, death was not seen as an end, but as a transition requiring passage. In Greek belief, figures such as Hermes could escort souls to the underworld. In Egyptian tradition, other deities fulfilled similar roles. The idea is consistent. The dead do not travel alone. Under this interpretation, the smaller figures are the deceased, and the winged beings are facilitators of their journey. The lack of struggle becomes meaningful. It is not a capture, it is a passage. This explanation fits the broader context of a tomb monument. It aligns with cross-cultural patterns. It is, in many ways, the most reasonable reading. But it does not explain everything. The ambiguity lies in the emotional tone of the scene. Even in funerary art, transitions are often marked by symbols, thresholds, gates, or clear directional cues. Here, there is only the act itself, repeated across the surface. No destination is shown, no underworld landscape, no divine authority overseeing the process. The winged figures are not identifiable as known gods. The humans they carry are not individualized. The moment is isolated, almost abstract. This opens a second, less comfortable interpretation, that the scene does not depict guidance but removal. In this reading, the figures are not being led, but taken. The calmness becomes unsettling rather than reassuring. The absence of resistance does not confirm consent. It reflects inevitability. Death, in this sense, is not negotiated. It is imposed. There is no clear evidence to prove this interpretation, but there is also nothing in the relief that definitively excludes it. The image remains balanced between two meanings, transition and loss, without committing to either. Beyond the figures themselves, the monument raises a structural question. The reliefs were originally placed at the top of a tall stone pillar, approximately 8 to 9 meters high. From ground level, the carvings would have been difficult to see in detail. Their placement suggests that they were not designed for close inspection by everyday observers. This is not entirely unusual in ancient architecture. Elevated decoration can serve symbolic or hierarchical purposes. But in this case, the height complicates the function of the imagery. If the scenes were intended to communicate a narrative or belief system, their visibility is limited. One possibility is that the monument was designed to operate at multiple levels of perception. From below, it asserts presence and authority, a tomb elevated above the living. From above, or at least from a conceptual vantage, it encodes a more specific meaning. Another possibility is simpler, that the monument follows an aesthetic or status-driven logic rather than a communicative one. Height conveys importance. The details, even if partially obscured, reinforce that importance. There is no clear evidence to resolve this, but the placement reinforces the sense that the monument is not primarily concerned with being understood. The artistic style of the reliefs adds another layer of complexity. Xanthos was part of Lycia, a region positioned between Greek and Near Eastern cultural spheres. By the early 5th century BCE, it was under the influence of the Achaemenid Empire, while also engaging with Greek artistic traditions. The reliefs reflect this intersection. The carving technique and proportional system show strong Greek influence, particularly from the Archaic period. The drapery, posture, and composition align with known Greek sculptural conventions. At the same time, the thematic content, winged beings interacting with human figures in a funerary context, resonates with broader Near Eastern motifs. This combination is not unique to Xanthos, but it is unusually unresolved here. In many hybrid artworks, influences can be traced and separated. In the Harpy tomb, the synthesis is more opaque. The result does not clearly belong to a single tradition. This matters because interpretation often depends on context. If the figures were clearly Greek, they could be read through Greek mythology. If they were clearly Persian or Anatolian, other frameworks would apply. Here, the mixed style resists a single interpretive lens. The monument exists at a cultural intersection, and its meaning may depend on a system of beliefs that is only partially preserved. The seated figures on the reliefs introduce a final element of uncertainty. They are shown receiving offerings, positioned in a way that suggests authority or reverence. They could represent the deceased individual commemorated by the tomb, elevated to a semi-divine status. Alternatively, they could be deities, presiding over the transition of souls. There is no inscription to identify them. No clear iconography distinguishes them as gods or mortals. Their scale is larger than the figures being carried, but scale in ancient art often reflects importance rather than literal size. If they are the dead, then the monument presents a dual image: the deceased as both recipient of honours and participant in a process of transition. If they are divine, then the scene becomes hierarchical, with the winged figures acting as intermediaries. Both interpretations are plausible. Neither is confirmed. The modern history of the monument complicates interpretation further. When the reliefs were removed and transported to the British Museum, they were separated from their architectural and environmental context. The spatial relationship between the carvings, the tomb, and the surrounding landscape was disrupted. This is not an unusual case in 19th century archaeology. Many artifacts were relocated under similar circumstances, but in cases where meaning depends on context, on placement, orientation, and association, removal introduces uncertainty. What is seen today is a fragment of a larger system. The original viewing conditions, the approach to the monument, the relationship to other structures in Xanthos, these factors are no longer fully recoverable. The reliefs can be studied in detail, but they cannot be experienced as they were intended. There are places in ancient history that leave behind walls, statues, inscriptions, and entire cities. And then there are places that leave behind something far more unsettling: the suggestion that something once existed, something important, and then quietly vanished without a trace. The Ramesseum, the mortuary temple of Ramesses II on the west bank of the Nile near Luxor, belongs to that second category, not because of what stands there today, but because of what might have once been inside it. The structure itself is not a mystery. Built in the 13th century BCE, it functioned as a ritual complex dedicated to the divine cult of Ramesses II after his death. Its pylons, courtyards, and hypostyle halls follow a recognizable architectural language seen across New Kingdom Egypt. Excavations beginning in the 19th century and continuing through the 20th revealed storage rooms, administrative areas, and fragments of papyri. Nothing about that, on its own, suggests anything unusual. If the story ended there, the Ramesseum would simply be another monumental temple, impressive but understood. But the story does not end there. Several ancient Greek writers, most notably Diodorus Siculus, described an Egyptian site that contained a collection of texts associated with a phrase translated as "a place of healing for the soul." The exact location of this library is never definitively identified. Over time, scholars have proposed different candidates. Among them, The Ramesseum has repeatedly surfaced as a possibility, not because of a direct inscription confirming it, but because of circumstantial alignment. Its scale, its administrative functions, and the presence of written material within the complex. This is where the narrative begins to shift from architecture to absence. There is no confirmed library building at the Ramesseum in the way modern audiences imagine libraries. No grand hall lined with shelves of scrolls has been found. No inscription clearly labels a chamber as a repository of knowledge. The archaeological record as it stands does not support the existence of a formal library in the conventional sense, and that matters, because it forces a different question, not where was the library, but what did library even mean in this context? Fragments of papyri discovered at the site provide a more grounded starting point. These include administrative texts, educational exercises, and documents linked to scribal training. They show that writing, copying, and learning were taking place within or around the complex. This is consistent with what is known about Egyptian temple institutions, which often functioned as centers of knowledge production. Scribes were trained in controlled environments, and texts were preserved, copied, and sometimes archived within temple precincts. That, on its own, is not surprising. What becomes more interesting is how limited the surviving material is. Papyrus, by its nature, is fragile. Much of what once existed would have decayed, been reused, or been destroyed over time. The surviving fragments are not representative of the total volume of material that once circulated through the site. They are remnants partial, selective, and incomplete. And it is precisely this incompleteness that opens the door to speculation, but also demands caution. There is no evidence that the Ramesseum contained advanced scientific knowledge lost to history. There are no hidden formulas or unknown technologies recovered from its ruins. Claims suggesting otherwise are not supported by current archaeological data. The educational texts that have been found align with known Egyptian scribal traditions, copying literary works, practicing handwriting, and learning administrative formats. These are important, but they are not anomalous. However, dismissing the site as ordinary would miss a more subtle point. In ancient Egypt, knowledge was not a public resource. It was controlled, structured, and often restricted. Literacy itself was limited to a small percentage of the population, primarily scribes and officials. Access to written material was mediated through institutions, temples, palaces, and administrative centers. If the Ramesseum functioned as a place where texts were stored, copied, or taught, then it was part of a broader system in which information was concentrated and managed. That system is where the real significance lies. The phrase healing for the soul, whether or not it directly applied to the Ramesseum, reflects an idea that knowledge had transformative power, not in a mystical sense, but in a cognitive and cultural one. Texts preserved traditions, reinforced religious beliefs, and shaped how individuals understood their place in the world. In that sense, reading and writing were not neutral activities. They were tools that influenced thought, identity, and authority. If a collection of texts existed within the Ramesseum, it would not have been open to the general population. It would have been accessed by trained individuals operating within a defined hierarchy. Knowledge, in this context, was not simply stored, it was curated. There is also the question of continuity. Egypt later became home to the Library of Alexandria, often considered one of the most significant centers of learning in the ancient world. While separated by more than a millennium, both belonged to a cultural tradition that valued the collection and organization of texts. It would be inaccurate to describe the Ramesseum as a direct precursor to Alexandria, but it can be understood as part of a long-standing institutional approach to knowledge management within Egyptian civilization. What is missing from the Ramesseum, however, is just as important as what remains. The site did not survive intact. Over centuries, its stones were reused in other constructions. Environmental factors eroded its structures. Human activity altered and dismantled parts of the complex. Whatever texts once existed there, if they were not continuously copied and transmitted elsewhere, would have disappeared with the material that housed them. There is no evidence of a deliberate, coordinated effort to erase knowledge from the site. The loss appears to be the result of time, reuse, and the inherent fragility of the materials involved. And yet, the effect is the same. A place that once participated in the production and preservation of knowledge is now defined by gaps in the record. We can see where rooms existed, but not what they contained. We can identify fragments of texts, but not the full scope of what was written. We can trace administrative functions, but not the entirety of intellectual activity that may have taken place there. That absence creates a tension between what can be proven and what can be imagined. For a documentary narrative, it is tempting to fill that gap with dramatic claims to suggest hidden knowledge, lost technologies, or suppressed information. But the more grounded reality is, in its own way, just as compelling. The Ramesseum represents a moment in which knowledge was centralized, controlled, and materially fragile. It shows how much of human intellectual history depends not only on what was created, but on what was preserved. And preservation is never guaranteed. If anything, the most unsettling aspect of the Ramesseum is not the idea that it once held extraordinary secrets, but the realization that entire bodies of knowledge can disappear without leaving a clear trace. Not because they were erased intentionally, but because the systems that sustained them were temporary. Stone can endure for thousands of years. Texts, unless continually reproduced, cannot. In the end, the Ramesseum does not reveal a hidden library waiting to be rediscovered. It reveals something more restrained, but more fundamental. A historical environment in which knowledge existed within boundaries, physical, institutional, and social, and where those boundaries ultimately determined what survived and what did not. The moment the soil at Mycenae began to break under the shovel in 1876, it did not reveal a single discovery, but an entire contradiction. Heinrich Schliemann believed he was uncovering the world of Iliad, a direct bridge to kings and warriors remembered through myth. What he actually exposed was something older, quieter, and far more unsettling. A society whose wealth, craft, and ritual precision did not match what history had assumed about early Greece. The shaft graves of Mycenae do not confuse, because they are mysterious in isolation. They disturb because everything about them is too advanced, too concentrated, and too deliberate for their time. The graves themselves are structurally simple, deep vertical shafts cut into bedrock, lined and covered with stone slabs. No monumental architecture, no towering tombs like those of ancient Egypt. At first glance, nothing about the construction demands attention. And yet, the moment the burials are examined, the simplicity collapses. Within a handful of graves, only a small cluster now known as Grave Circle, archaeologists recovered an extraordinary concentration of wealth. Gold masks, diadems, cups, weapons, and ornaments in quantities that should not exist in a society at this stage of development. This is not a gradual accumulation across centuries. The material appears suddenly, fully realized, as if the system that produced it had already matured long before the graves were dug. Among these objects, the funerary masks remain the most iconic. Thin sheets of hammered gold placed over the faces of the dead, preserving an image that is not quite a portrait, and not entirely symbolic. The so-called Mask of Agamemnon is the most famous, but its significance lies less in its beauty than in its misinterpretation. Schliemann believed it belonged to the legendary king. Modern dating shows it predates the traditional timeline of the Trojan War by several centuries. The error is not trivial. It reveals how easily material evidence can be forced into a narrative that does not belong to it. The mask is real, the gold is real, the burial is real, but the identity imposed upon it was not. More revealing than the masks is their uneven distribution. Not every individual buried in these graves received one. The distinction is deliberate. Certain men were marked in death with gold faces, while others were not, even when buried within the same elite context. This is not a communal ritual. It is a hierarchy expressed with precision. The graves suggest a tightly controlled social structure in which identity, status, and memory were carefully assigned rather than collectively shared. Death did not equalize. It reinforced division. The scale of wealth intensifies this contradiction. The total volume of gold recovered from grave circle A alone reaches into kilograms, not fragments. For comparison, early Mycenaean Greece is not known to have possessed extensive local gold sources. The implication is unavoidable. The metal had to be acquired through long-distance exchange networks, possibly linking the Aegean to regions influenced by Mesopotamia or Egypt. Yet the objects themselves are not simple imports. Their style and construction are distinctly Mycenaean. This suggests not dependency, but selective adaptation, raw materials and external influences entering a system that was already capable of transforming them into something unique. The question is not whether Mycenae had contact with other civilizations. That is expected. The question is how quickly and completely it integrated those influences into a coherent elite culture. The weapons found within the graves push this further. Several daggers display intricate inlay work combining gold, silver, and dark yellow to create detailed scenes of hunting and combat. Lions chase prey across the blade surface. Figures move in layered compositions that require both artistic planning and metallurgical control. These are not experimental pieces. They are executed with confidence, using techniques that demand high temperatures, precise timing, and knowledge of material behavior. In the archaeological record of mainland Greece, there is little evidence of a gradual evolution leading to this level of craftsmanship. It appears abruptly, already refined. Whether this reflects lost stages of development or rapid transmission of knowledge remains unresolved, but the result is the same. The technology seems to arrive fully formed. The burial practices themselves add another layer of ambiguity. Bodies were interred with objects arranged in deliberate patterns, often accompanied by multiple layers of goods placed above or around them. In some cases, remains show signs of repositioning, suggesting that graves may have been reopened, altered, or reused. This introduces the possibility that burial was not a single event but a process, extending over time and involving repeated interaction with the dead. The inclusion of children in some graves complicates interpretation further. While there is no definitive evidence of ritual sacrifice, their presence within elite burial contexts raises questions about family structure, inheritance, and the role of lineage in maintaining power. What is notably absent is just as important as what is present. There are no extensive written records explaining these practices. Linear B tablets, which appear later in Mycenaean culture, provide administrative data, but do not illuminate the beliefs or symbolic meanings behind earlier burials. The shaft graves exist without a narrative framework created by their own society. Everything known about them is reconstructed from physical evidence, and that evidence resists simple interpretation. Wealth suggests power, but not its source. Craftsmanship suggests knowledge, but not its origin. Ritual suggests belief, but not its meaning. The concentration of resources within such a limited number of graves indicates a highly unequal distribution of wealth and authority. This is not a broad-based, prosperous society. It is a system in which a small elite controlled access to materials, labor, and symbolic expression. The graves function as displays, not merely as resting places. They communicate power across time, ensuring that the individuals buried within them remain visible long after their society has disappeared. In this sense, the shaft graves succeed. They still define our perception of early Mycenaean culture, even as they obscure its internal dynamics. By the time Mycenaean civilization reached its later peak, and eventual collapse around 1200 BCE, burial practices had shifted toward more monumental tholos tombs. The shaft graves belong to an earlier phase, one that established patterns of elite behavior that would later evolve but not entirely disappear. They represent a moment of consolidation, when power, wealth, and identity were being defined in material terms with unusual clarity. And yet, that clarity is limited to surface expression. Beneath it, the mechanisms that produce such concentration remain largely invisible. A city that reached its peak and then chose to disappear. No fire, no massacre, no desperate last stand. Only silence and a slow, deliberate withdrawal that history never fully explains. High above the forests of eastern France, on the slopes of Mont Bouvray, the ancient oppidum of Bibracte Oppidum once stood as one of the most powerful urban centres in Iron Age Gaul. It was not a primitive settlement. Archaeology shows planned streets, specialised workshops, large public spaces, and a defensive system so advanced that even Roman engineers took notice. This was the political heart of the Aedui, a tribe influential enough to negotiate, ally, and compete with Rome itself. And yet, within a relatively short span of time during the 1st century BCE, the entire population abandoned it. The site did not vanish into legend by accident. It was rediscovered in the 19th century after centuries of obscurity. When scholars began connecting ancient texts with the ruins scattered across Mont Bouvray, excavations revealed a city far more structured than earlier assumptions about barbarian Gaul had suggested. Beneath the forest floor lay stone-paved roads, metalworking zones, imported goods from across the Mediterranean, and evidence of long-distance trade networks. This was not an isolated hill fort. It was integrated into a wider economic system, capable of sustaining thousands of inhabitants. If decline had come from economic collapse, the traces would be visible, but they are not. One moment in its history stands out with unusual clarity. In 58 BCE, during the opening phase of the Gallic Wars, Julius Caesar defeated the Helvetii in the Battle of Bibracte. After the battle, he chose Bibracte as a base. More importantly, it is here that he began composing parts of the Commentari de Bello Gallico, the very text that defines our understanding of Gaul. For a brief moment, Bibracte was not just a regional capital. It became a focal point of Roman military and political strategy. And yet, this prominence did not lead to expansion. It marked the beginning of its end. There is no evidence that Bibracte was destroyed in retaliation or conquest. The defensive walls, built in the distinctive Murus Gallicus style, a complex system combining timber frames, stone facings, and iron nails, were not violently breached. This form of construction was not only strong, but remarkably resilient against fire and battering. It represented a level of engineering sophistication adapted to local conditions, optimized for both durability and defense. If Rome had intended to eliminate Bibracte as a threat, it would have required a significant military effort. But the archaeological record does not show such an event. Instead, occupation simply declines. At roughly the same time, a new city began to rise about 25 kilometers away, Augusta Dunum, known today as Autun. Unlike Bibracte, Augusta Dunum was built according to Roman urban principles: orthogonal street grids, monumental gates, theatres, and administrative buildings aligned with imperial standards. Its location, lower in elevation and closer to major communication routes, made it more suitable for trade and governance within the expanding Roman system. The contrast between the two sites is not subtle. One reflects a native, hilltop model of power shaped by tribal alliances and defensive needs. The other represents integration into a centralized imperial structure. What is difficult to explain is the transition between them. The population shift appears to have been large and relatively coordinated. Bibracte was not gradually replaced over centuries. It was, in effect, emptied. The scale of this movement suggests more than individual migration or economic drift. It points toward a deliberate redirection of people, resources, and political authority. Yet there is no single ancient source that describes a forced relocation. No account of mass displacement survives. The silence in the written record is as striking as the absence of destruction in the ground. One explanation is pragmatic. Hilltop oppida, like Bibracte, were ideal in a landscape defined by intertribal conflict. Elevation provided defense, visibility, and symbolic dominance. But under Roman control, the strategic priorities changed. Security was enforced by legions, not walls. Trade networks expanded across regions, requiring easier access and transport. A city on a mountain, however defensible, becomes inefficient in a system that values connectivity over isolation. In this view, the abandonment of Bibracte reflects adaptation. The inhabitants did not flee. They relocated to participate in a new economic and political order. This explanation is functional, but it does not fully account for the speed and completeness of the shift. Cultural transformation is rarely so clean. The move to Augusta Dunum did not simply change where people lived, it altered how they lived. Archaeological layers in the new city show rapid adoption of Roman building techniques, material culture and social organization. Public spaces followed Roman norms. Elite residences reflected Roman tastes. Even daily practices, from diet to domestic architecture, began to align with imperial patterns. The transition suggests not just acceptance, but active participation in Romanization. What remains uncertain is how voluntary this process truly was. The Aedui were long-standing allies of Rome, and their political leadership had incentives to align with imperial interests. Supporting the foundation of a new Roman-style city could strengthen their position within the new order. But for the broader population, the shift may have been more complex. Moving from a familiar, elevated stronghold to an open, Roman-planned city involved a change in identity as much as geography. It required abandoning not only physical structures, but a way of organizing space, power, and community that had defined them for generations. There is also a quieter, more unsettling possibility. Bibracte may not have been abandoned because it failed, but because it no longer fit. In a world being reorganized under Roman rule, certain forms of urban life were simply incompatible with the emerging system. The oppidum, with its irregular layout, defensive emphasis, and local autonomy, represented a model that Rome did not need to destroy in order to eliminate. It only needed to make it irrelevant. By creating a more attractive, more connected, and more politically advantageous alternative, Rome could draw populations away without open conflict. Power, in this case, operates not through violence but through reconfiguration. Archaeology supports parts of this interpretation, but it also leaves gaps. Excavations at Bibracte show that some areas remained in limited use after the main population left, suggesting that abandonment was not instantaneous. However, the scale of occupation never recovered. The city did not transform into a secondary center, it faded. Meanwhile, Augusta Dunum grew into one of the most important urban centers in Roman Gaul. The success of the new city and the decline of the old are closely linked, but the precise mechanism connecting them remains partially obscured. Across the highlands of western Mexico, 5 massive platforms rise above the edge of Lake Pátzcuaro, but they do not behave like pyramids. Their outlines refuse symmetry, bending outward into semicircular forms fused onto rigid rectangular bases. as if two architectural languages were forced into a single structure. Nothing in the surrounding civilizations prepares you for this shape. Not the step geometry of the Maya, not the strict axial order of the Aztec Empire. These structures, known as yacatas, do not look like a variation. They look like a divergence. Because Tzintzuntzan was not an isolated village experimenting on the margins of history. It was the capital of the Purépecha Empire, a state that, by the 15th century, controlled a vast region of western Mesoamerica and stood as the only power the Aztec could not conquer. Colonial-era records, particularly the 16th century Relación de Michoacán, describe a structured, centralized society with defined political hierarchy, organized tribute systems, and a ritual landscape anchored to this very ridge above the lake. Archaeology confirms much of this account. Terraces carved into the slope, ceremonial platforms aligned along a constructed horizon, and layers of occupation that indicate sustained planning rather than organic growth. This was not a culture developing in isolation or chaos. It was deliberate. The yacatas themselves are the most immediate contradiction. Constructed using a core of compacted earth and rubble, then faced with carefully cut basalt slabs, they demonstrate a level of material control that is neither crude nor experimental. The outer stonework, in many sections, is fitted with a precision that reduces visible gaps without relying on mortar in the way later colonial constructions would. But it is not the technique alone that raises questions, it is the decision behind the form. The combination of a rectangular platform with a semicircular rear has no direct parallel in other major Mesoamerican sites. Scholars have proposed functional explanations: ritual processions, controlled movement of participants, symbolic duality. But none fully explain why this design appears here as a standardized architectural solution, rather than as an isolated experiment. Excavations conducted throughout the 20th century by Mexican archaeological institutions, including investigations at Las Yacatas, revealed that these structures were not built randomly over time. They were part of a planned ceremonial complex, positioned to dominate both the lake and the surrounding basin. From this vantage point, the entire landscape becomes part of the architecture, water, horizon, and constructed space integrated into a single visual system. But unlike sites such as Teotihuacan or Tenochtitlan, where orientation aligns strongly with cardinal directions or solar events, Tzintzuntzan presents a more ambiguous pattern. Some alignments appear intentional. Others do not conform cleanly to known astronomical cycles. The result is not randomness, but something harder to categorize. A system that follows rules we do not fully understand. While much of Mesoamerica remained within a predominantly stone and obsidian technological framework, the Purépecha developed advanced metallurgical practices. Archaeological findings across western Mexico, supported by research from scholars such as Dorothy Hosler at MIT, confirm the use of copper and copper-based alloys, including combinations with arsenic and tin. These were not merely decorative objects. Evidence suggests functional applications, tools, bells, possibly weapon components produced through controlled smelting and casting processes. This level of metallurgical knowledge is unusual for the region and period, and it does not appear to have diffused widely into neighboring cultures. One hypothesis suggests independent development, a localized innovation driven by resource availability and social demand. Another points to possible long-distance cultural transmission, drawing connections between Western Mexico and metallurgical traditions in the Andean regions of South America. But the evidence remains inconclusive. There is no definitive trail of gradual adoption, no clear intermediary stages linking one system to the other. Instead, as with the architecture, the technology appears in a relatively mature form, functional, integrated, and already embedded within the culture that used it. A pattern begins to form here, not of sudden appearance, but of missing transitions. The Purépecha state itself reinforces this pattern through its military history. At its peak, It maintained fortified boundaries and a structured defensive system capable of resisting repeated Aztec incursions. Historical sources, including Aztec records, acknowledge these conflicts without recording a successful conquest. This is not a minor detail. The Aztec Empire expanded aggressively across central Mexico, subjugating neighboring polities and integrating them into its tribute network. Yet at its western frontier, expansion stopped. Not gradually, but definitively. Geography offers part of the explanation. The lake basin, combined with highland terrain, creates natural defensive advantages. But geography alone does not account for sustained resistance against a militarily dominant power. Some researchers suggest that Purépecha use of metal may have provided strategic advantages, even if not in the form of fully developed metal weaponry. Others point to organizational differences, centralized command structures, logistical systems, or tactics adapted to the terrain. But here again, the archaeological record is incomplete. Weapons degrade. Strategies leave limited physical trace. What remains is the outcome, a boundary that held. And then, within a single generation, that entire system collapsed, not through internal fragmentation or prolonged decline, but through rapid transformation following Spanish arrival in the early 16th century. The capital was abandoned as a primary center. Stones from ceremonial structures were repurposed to construct colonial buildings, including churches that still stand today. The political system was dismantled. The cultural framework, though not erased, was fundamentally altered. But unlike other regions of Mesoamerica, where evidence of collapse includes widespread destruction or abandonment layers, Tzintzuntzan presents a quieter transition. There is no singular destruction horizon marking the end, no definitive moment where the system visibly breaks. Instead, the shift appears administrative, imposed, and swift, leaving behind structures that no longer served their original purpose, but were never violently erased. A capital city that does not follow expected architectural logic, a technological system that does not align with regional development, a political entity that resisted one empire and then dissolved under another without a prolonged struggle, and underlying all of it, a cultural identity, the Purépecha language, still spoken today that does not fit cleanly into the linguistic families of surrounding civilizations. Individually, each of these anomalies can be explained, or at least approached, through existing frameworks. But taken together, they resist simplification. They suggest not a gap in data, but a gap in perspective, because Tzintzuntzan does not behave like a missing piece of a known puzzle. It behaves like a system that was never part of the puzzle to begin with. Badami is a sandstone cliff settlement in present-day Karnataka, India, first recognized for its archaeological significance in the 19th century, when colonial-era surveyors began documenting rock-cut temples across the Deccan Plateau. Set around the still waters of Agastya Lake, the site revealed a sequence of caves carved directly into a vertical escarpment, their interiors preserved in remarkable condition. Inscriptions later linked at least one of these caves to the reign of Mangalesha in the late 6th century, firmly placing the complex within the historical framework of the Chalukya dynasty. What initially appeared to be a regional religious centre quickly drew deeper attention, not for its age alone, but for the way it had been created. These were not constructed spaces. They had been carved inward, extracted from living rock with a level of control that suggested planning beyond what the surviving record could fully explain. What stands in Badami was not assembled block by block, but revealed by removing thousands of tons of red sandstone until columns, ceilings, and entire sanctuaries appeared already complete. That alone would be remarkable. What complicates it is precision. These spaces were not carved gradually with visible correction. They were executed, as if the final geometry had already been solved before the first strike, because in rock-cut architecture, a single miscalculation does not damage a wall, it destroys the entire design. And yet, across multiple caves, aligned along a cliff overlooking water, the results show no such failure. By the 6th century, under the rule of the Chalukya dynasty, Badami had become a political and religious centre. An inscription attributed to the king Mangalesha places at least one of the caves in the late 6th century, a date accepted by the Archaeological Survey of India. This is not a lost civilization or an undocumented anomaly. It belongs to recorded history. And that is precisely where the tension begins, because the techniques visible in these caves do not comfortably match what we expect from that period. Unlike built temples, these caves were cut directly into a vertical cliff face. The process likely began from the top or from a carefully planned frontal incision, but whichever method was used, it required the carvers to anticipate internal volumes they could not yet see. Columns had to be left standing in exact positions before the surrounding rock was removed. Ceilings had to remain structurally stable even as material beneath them was hollowed out. This is not construction in the usual sense, it is reverse construction, where the margin for error approaches zero, and yet the pillars inside Badami's cave stand evenly spaced, proportionally consistent, and visually balanced, suggesting not improvisation, but adherence to a pre-existing plan that was never preserved. The stone itself introduces another layer of difficulty. Sandstone is workable, which makes carving possible, but it is also layered and prone to erosion, fracturing along natural lines that are not always predictable. Over centuries, exposed sandstone typically softens, loses sharpness, and collapses in areas of stress. In Badami, however, interior carvings have retained clarity far beyond what environmental conditions would suggest. Flat ceilings cut deep into the rock remain intact, without the support systems commonly seen in later or more structurally cautious architecture. There are no extensive vaulting systems here, no heavy arches redistributing weight. Instead, there is an apparent confidence in the stone itself, as if its internal stresses were understood in a way that allowed entire chambers to be opened without triggering collapse. Inside Cave 1, a depiction of Shiva in a dynamic, multi-armed form occupies the wall, each limb carved with controlled depth and spacing that maintains both aesthetic rhythm and structural integrity. In Cave 3, expansive panels of Vishnu in various forms stretch across surfaces that had to remain perfectly stable during and after carving. These are not superficial engravings. They are deep reliefs that remove significant material from load-bearing surfaces. Every cut reduces structural mass, every detail increases risk, yet the balance holds. Equally deliberate is the positioning of the caves themselves. They are arranged along a cliff that overlooks Agastya Lake, with the Bhutanatha temple standing across the water. This is not random placement. The visual axis between rock-cut sanctuaries and freestanding temple creates a controlled spatial relationship, one that changes with light, reflection, and movement. At certain times of day, the red sandstone intensifies in colour, mirrored by the surface of the lake, turning the entire site into a coordinated visual field. Architecture here does not end at the carved wall. It extends into landscape, into water, into light. What makes this more difficult to categorize is the coexistence of different religious traditions within the same complex. Hindu and Jain caves appear side by side, yet they follow similar spatial logic and carving techniques. There is no visible shift in method that would suggest competing schools or conflicting approaches. Instead, there is continuity, as if the underlying knowledge of how to shape the rock was independent of the beliefs being expressed within it. That raises a question often overlooked. Was the primary innovation here religious or technical? And if it was technical, where did that knowledge originate? Comparisons are often drawn with sites such as Ajanta Caves and Ellora Caves, both of which display more extensive and elaborate rock-cut complexes. But those sites also show clearer signs of progression, variations in style, adjustments in technique, and a visible evolution across centuries. Badami, by contrast, appears already resolved. It does not present itself as an experimental phase. It looks like a system that was understood before it was demonstrated, as if the learning process occurred elsewhere or earlier, leaving behind little trace. Tool marks provide only partial answers. Iron chisels were likely used, consistent with other sites of the period. On unfinished or less refined surfaces, traces of such tools can still be detected. But the level of finish in the primary chambers suggests not just the presence of tools, but a high degree of control in how they were applied. The difference between a rough cut and a polished surface is not only a matter of time, it reflects technique, sequencing, and an understanding of how the material responds under repeated impact. In Badami, that understanding appears systematic. There is no single unresolved mystery here in the sense of an impossible artifact or an unexplained anomaly. Instead, there is a convergence of factors that resist simple explanation. Precise spatial planning without visible drafts, structural stability in a material known for weakness, artistic execution that does not compromise engineering constraints, and a level of consistency across multiple caves that suggests coordination rather than isolated effort. Each element can be explained in isolation. Together, they form a pattern that feels incomplete. Badami does not contradict history. It fits within it. But it does so in a way that exposes gaps not in what we know about the site itself, but in how knowledge was transmitted, refined, and applied during that period. The caves remain, not as relics of a lost technology, but as evidence of a capability that appears suddenly, fully formed, and only partially documented. Inside the jungle of the Yucatan Peninsula, the facade of Ekbalam still holds its shape, faces, wings, teeth, and layered forms preserved for more than 1,000 years, as if the climate simply failed to touch it. Not carved from granite, not protected in a cave, built from one of the most fragile materials the Maya ever used. That contradiction is where the story begins. Ekbalam emerged as a regional power between the 6th and 9th centuries of the Common Era, during what archaeologists define as the late classic period of the Maya world. It sits roughly 30 kilometers north of modern Valladolid, positioned between larger and more dominant centers such as Chichen Itza and Tikal. On paper, it should have been overshadowed another secondary city absorbed into the gravitational pull of larger capitals. But the archaeological record tells a different story. Ekbalam invested heavily in one structure above all others, the Acropolis, a massive construction platform rising over 30 meters high and extending more than 150 meters in length. It is not just large, it is deliberate, layered, engineered to conceal something. That something was not confirmed until late 20th century excavations began to penetrate the inner chambers. What they found inside altered the entire significance of the site. Buried deep within the Acropolis was a royal tomb attributed to Ukit Khan Lektok, a ruler who governed during the 8th century. Unlike most Maya, tombs looted, collapsed, or disturbed centuries before modern archaeology reached them, this burial remained largely intact. Jade ornaments, finely painted ceramics, shell artifacts from distant coasts. The assemblage was not only rich, it was complete. The absence of intrusion is the anomaly. In a civilization where tomb robbery was already common in antiquity, Ekbalam's royal chamber appears to have been successfully hidden in plain sight. The architecture itself may explain why. The entrance to the tomb is embedded within one of the most complex stucco facades ever documented in Mesoamerica. The surface is not decorative in the conventional sense. It functions as a visual barrier, an overwhelming composition of symbolic forms that obscure structural logic. A massive monster mouth motif frames the entrance, its jaws forming a threshold between exterior and interior space. Above and around it, human figures with wings, skeletal elements, and layered geometric patterns create a dense field of imagery. To approach the structure is to lose the ability to distinguish access points. There is no obvious door, no visible seam. The design does not guide movement, it confuses it. This level of sculptural detail introduces the second contradiction. Maya artisans primarily worked with limestone and stucco, shaping surfaces with stone tools that lacked the hardness of metal. Yet the relief at Ekbalam reaches depths and precision that rival carved stone monuments elsewhere in the Maya region. Edges remain sharp, undercuts are pronounced. Proportions are controlled across multiple meters of vertical surface. Achieving that kind of consistency requires not only skill, but time-extended periods during which the material must remain workable before setting. Standard lime plaster does not behave that way in humid conditions. It dries unpredictably, it cracks under stress, and yet here it holds. Comparative sites reinforce the anomaly. At Copan, once home to some of the most elaborate stucco programs in the Maya world, much of the original surface has deteriorated despite protective efforts. Environmental exposure, biological growth, and time have erased fine details, leaving only fragments. Ekbalam, by contrast, preserves entire compositions. The difference cannot be explained by chance alone. It suggests variation in material composition, application technique, or both variables that are only partially understood today. Chemical analyses of surviving stucco layers indicate multiple coatings, possibly applied in stages, each with slightly different properties. Whether this reflects experimentation, inherited knowledge, or localized innovation remains unresolved. Beyond the Acropolis, the broader layout of Ekbalam introduces another deviation from Maya norms. The city is enclosed, at least in part, by defensive walls, features that are present in some Maya centers but far from universal during the late Classic period. The walls define controlled entry points, implying a need for regulation of movement, possibly even protection. This raises a question that the inscriptions do not clearly answer. Protection from what? There is limited epigraphic evidence of large-scale warfare tied directly to Ekbalam. No extensive burn layers, no widespread destruction horizons. The fortifications exist, but the threat they were designed to counter remains ambiguous. Infrastructure adds yet another layer. Sakbiob. Elevated white roads constructed from compacted limestone connect Ekbalam to surrounding regions. These roads are not random paths. They are engineered alignments, often straight over long distances, linking ceremonial and administrative spaces. In larger Maya capitals, such systems correspond to political or economic integration across territories. In Ekbalam, the scale of the network appears disproportionate to the size of the city itself. It behaves like a node, important, connected, but not dominant in population. That imbalance suggests a specialized role, perhaps as a ritual center, a controlled access point, or a seat of localized authority operating within a broader regional system. Then there is the final problem: disappearance. By the end of the 9th century, Ekbalam enters a period of decline consistent with the wider pattern known as the Classic Maya collapse. Populations decrease. Monumental construction slows and eventually stops, but the mechanisms behind that collapse remain debated across the entire Maya region. Climate stress, political fragmentation, resource depletion, or combinations of all three. At Ekbalam, the archaeological signature does not point to a single decisive event. Instead, it reflects gradual abandonment. Structures are left unfinished, maintenance ceases, the jungle advances. What remains is a site that does not fully align with expectations, a medium-sized city that produced elite-level art, a fragile material that resisted environmental decay, a royal tomb that avoided looting in a culture where such outcomes were rare, defensive features without clear evidence of conflict, infrastructure that implies importance beyond visible scale. Each element, taken individually, can be explained within known parameters of Maya civilization. Together, they resist simple categorization. Ekbalam does not rewrite Maya history, it complicates it. It suggests that technological and artistic capabilities were not evenly distributed, that certain knowledge may have been localized, concentrated, or even intentionally restricted. It raises the possibility that preservation, what survives into the present, is not always a reflection of what was most common, but sometimes of what was most deliberately protected. And that returns us to the beginning. Stone should not survive like this here. Plaster should not hold its form across a millennium of rain, heat, and biological growth. Yet it does, which leaves a narrow set of possibilities. Either the material behaved differently than we assume, or the people who made it understood something about their environment and how to resist it that we have not fully recovered. If that knowledge existed, it is no longer written in inscriptions. It is embedded in the surface itself, waiting to be read in a language that has only partially been translated. On the sheer face of Pedra da Gávea, something appears to do exactly that. Lines cut across granite in patterns that look uncomfortably deliberate, as if meaning had been pressed into the mountain itself. From a distance, the formation already unsettles the eye. A colossal cliff rising more than 800 meters above the Atlantic, its contours forming what many insist is a human face staring out toward the horizon. But it is only when the camera moves closer, when the rock surface fills the frame, that the real anomaly emerges. The marks, the shapes, the suggestion of writing where no writing should exist. For more than a century, observers have argued over what they are seeing. Natural fractures, say geologists, products of weathering, stress and time, acting on granite, formed millions of years ago. But others have looked at the same surface and seen something else entirely. Characters. Not random, but structured. Not accidental, but intentional. Some have gone further still, claiming these markings resemble the script of the ancient Phoenicians, a seafaring culture known for spreading its alphabet across the Mediterranean over 3,000 years ago. If that interpretation were true, it would force a radical conclusion that transoceanic contact between the Old World and South America occurred long before any accepted historical record allows. That a message, carved in stone, has been waiting here for thousands of years on a mountainside that should have been impossible to reach. The idea is as seductive as it is problematic. The Phoenicians were exceptional navigators, capable of long-distance voyages along the coasts of Africa and possibly beyond the Strait of Gibraltar. Classical sources even suggest exploratory journeys into the Atlantic. But there is a vast difference between coastal navigation and crossing an ocean the size of the Atlantic. No confirmed Phoenician artifacts have ever been found in the Americas. No settlements, no ship remains, no trade goods, nothing that would anchor such a journey in material evidence. And yet, the markings on Pedra da Gávea continue to provoke the question, if not them, then who? And if no one, then why does it look so much like someone was here? Attempts to translate the supposed inscription have only deepened the controversy. In the 19th century, Brazilian scholars and enthusiasts began sketching the shapes they believed they saw, rearranging them into sequences that resembled Semitic characters. One proposed reading described a Phoenician king arriving at this distant shore, accompanied by followers, leaving behind a record of conquest or exploration. But these translations were never consistent. Different observers produced different alphabets, different sequences, different meanings. The problem was fundamental. The text itself was not stable. It changed depending on the angle of light, the distance of observation, even the expectations of the viewer. This instability points toward a phenomenon well known in cognitive science pareidolia, the tendency of the human brain to impose familiar patterns onto ambiguous stimuli. Faces in clouds, figures in shadows, words in random noise. The brain is not a passive receiver of information. It is an active interpreter, constantly searching for structure, for recognition, for meaning. On Pedra da Gávea, That instinct may be operating at full force. The cliff provides just enough suggestion, straight lines, intersecting grooves, unusual symmetry to trigger the perception of writing. Once that perception takes hold, it becomes difficult to unsee. The marks stop being geological features and start becoming symbols. Geological analysis supports this interpretation. Studies of the rock formation indicate that the grooves are consistent with natural fracturing patterns in granite, shaped over time by thermal expansion, water infiltration, and erosion. There are no clear signs of tool use, no repetitive chisel marks, no debris fields, no alteration of the surrounding surface that would indicate deliberate carving. The scale of the cliff also presents a logistical problem that is difficult to ignore. Carving an inscription at that height and on such a steep incline would require advanced engineering solutions, scaffolding, anchoring systems, coordinated labour. Yet no trace of such activity has ever been found, and still the illusion persists. Because Pedra da Gávea does something unusual, it aligns multiple suggestive elements into a single visual experience. The face in the rock primes the observer to expect intention. The letters reinforce that expectation. Together, they create a narrative that feels coherent, even if the underlying evidence does not support it. It is not just a mountain. It becomes a monument, not just erosion, but communication. This is where the mystery shifts. It is no longer only about whether the inscription is real, but about why it feels real. Why a formation of stone, shaped by entirely natural processes, can produce such a powerful impression of design. In a sense, Pedra da Gávea is less a relic of an unknown civilization, and more a mirror reflecting the way human perception works, the way it constructs meaning from ambiguity, the way it resists randomness. Yet the question refuses to disappear completely, because even when every scientific explanation is laid out, when geology accounts for the grooves and psychology accounts for the patterns, there remains a lingering discomfort. The shapes are still there, the resemblance is still striking, and the location, isolated and immense, still feels like the kind of place where something significant could have happened, even if it didn't. So the cliff continues to stand above Rio de Janeiro, unchanged, indifferent to interpretation. To some, it is a geological formation shaped over millions of years. To others, it is a coded message from a forgotten journey across an ancient ocean. Both views look at the same surface, the same lines, the same mountain. The difference lies not in the stone, but in the mind reading it. On a narrow cliff at Orongo, carved from volcanic stone and pressed against the rim of Rano Kau, men once waited in silence, watching the ocean rather than each other. Below them, waves collided against black rock with enough force to erase a body in seconds. Beyond that, a small, nearly unreachable island, Motu Nui, held something that could determine the fate of an entire society. A single egg. Not a symbol, not a ritual object, but a real, fragile egg laid by the sooty tern. And whoever brought it back alive would not just win a contest, they would redefine power itself. This was the Birdman cult of Easter Island, known locally as Tangata Manu, a system so structurally strange that it resists comparison with almost every other ancient civilization. There were no armies deciding succession, no dynasties preserving bloodlines, no priesthood interpreting divine will. Authority emerged from risk, from timing, from a collision between human endurance and natural cycles. The island that had once raised monumental stone figures, Moai, weighing tens of tons, shifted, at some point in its history, toward a completely different logic. One where power could be won or lost in a single moment of biological chance. By the time early European visitors began documenting the island in the 18th century, the Moai tradition had already declined. Many statues stood toppled. The great quarry at Rano Raraku had fallen silent. Oral histories collected later by researchers such as Catherine Routledge suggest a period of internal upheaval, resource stress, social fragmentation, possibly even conflict between clans. But what replaced that older system was not collapse, it was transformation, and that transformation centered on a ritual so dangerous, so physically extreme, that it effectively turned leadership into a high-risk experiment repeated every year. Each competing clan selected a representative known as a hopu. These were not leaders themselves, but chosen agents trained, resilient, and expendable in a way that reveals something uncomfortable about the society that sent them. Their task began at Orongo, where they would descend a cliff that drops nearly 300 meters straight into the Pacific. There were no carved steps, no safety lines, no margin for error. The descent alone could kill. Those who reached the water faced the next stage, a swim through unpredictable currents, often described in ethnographic accounts as shark-infested, though the true frequency of attacks remains debated. Distance estimates vary, but reaching Motu Nui required both endurance and precise navigation through open ocean conditions that could shift within minutes. And then came the waiting, because the outcome of the entire system depended on something no human could control, the nesting cycle of the sooty tern. The hopu would remain on Motu Nui, sometimes for days or weeks, scanning for the first egg of the season. The moment it appeared, the race resumed. The egg had to be secured, often bound to the forehead, or held in a way that minimized impact and transported back across the same lethal route. Climb the cliffs again, survive the surf, return to Orongo without breaking it. The first man to do so successfully did not become king. Instead, his sponsor, the clan leader who had sent him, was declared Tangata Manu, the Birdman. For 1 year, that individual held a form of sacred authority tied not to lineage, but to victory in this ritualized encounter with nature. The Birdman himself entered a state described in some accounts as semi-seclusion, marked by taboos and restrictions that reinforced his symbolic transformation. He was no longer simply human. He had, in a sense, crossed into a different category of being part mediator, part embodiment of divine favor. What makes this system difficult to interpret is not just its danger, but its structure. Power was determined by a chain of contingencies: the survival of a proxy, the timing of a bird's reproductive cycle, the physical integrity of an eggshell. In most ancient societies, mechanisms of leadership tend towards stability, heredity, institutional control, military dominance. Here, stability was replaced by repetition. The ritual did not eliminate uncertainty, it institutionalized it. Archaeological evidence at Orongo supports the centrality of this practice. The site contains dozens of low, stone houses built with an aerodynamic profile designed to withstand extreme winds. Carved into surrounding rock surfaces are numerous petroglyphs depicting the Birdman figure elongated, often with a human body and avian head bowed forward in a posture that suggests submission or transformation. These images are not random decoration. Their repetition indicates a shared symbolic language, one that likely connected the physical act of retrieving the egg with a broader cosmological framework. That framework appears to involve the deity Make, often identified as a creator figure within Rapa Nui belief systems. While interpretations vary, some researchers propose that the Birdman ritual functioned as a form of communication or alignment with this deity, an attempt to synchronize human society with cycles perceived as divine. If so, then the egg was not merely a prize, it was evidence, proof that a particular individual, or rather, the group behind him, had successfully intersected with a moment of cosmic timing. Yet even this explanation leaves gaps, because the precision required to execute the ritual year after year implies a deep understanding of environmental patterns. The migration and nesting behavior of the sooty tern is not entirely random. It follows seasonal cues, influenced by ocean temperatures, food availability, and broader climatic systems. For the Birdman competition to function reliably, the Rapa Nui must have developed observational knowledge of these patterns, knowledge detailed enough to predict, within a narrow window, when the first egg would appear. This raises a critical question. Was the ritual truly governed by chance, or by a form of empirical understanding that has not been fully reconstructed? In other words, did the participants perceive this as randomness, or as a test of skill embedded within natural law? Comparisons to other cultures highlight just how unusual this system is. In ancient Egypt, authority flowed through divine kingship, reinforced by monumental architecture and theological continuity. In classical Rome, leadership, however unstable, remained tied to political institutions and military power. Even in societies with ritualized competition, such as certain Mesoamerican traditions, outcomes rarely translated so directly into centralized authority. The Birdman cult stands apart because it compresses selection, symbolism, and survival into a single event, and then, as abruptly as it appears in the archaeological and ethnographic record, it disappears. By the mid-19th century, the Birdman ritual had effectively ceased. European contact brought disease, slave raids, and missionary activity that reshaped the island's social structure. Christianity replaced indigenous belief systems. Population collapse disrupted the continuity required to sustain such a complex ritual. Within a few generations, Tangata Manu transitioned from lived reality to cultural memory. What remains is a system that does not fit comfortably into existing models of ancient governance. It is too structured to be dismissed as chaos, too unpredictable to be categorized as stable hierarchy. It suggests a society experimenting deliberately or not, with a different answer to a universal question. How should power be decided? A staircase carved with ceremonial precision rises along the face of a rock that was never meant to be climbed, each step framed by sculpted balustrades, each curve deliberate, each symmetry controlled. Yet this is not a temple in the traditional sense, but Yapahua, a fortress built in the late 13th century at a time when Sri Lanka was unstable, exposed to invasion, and under pressure to prioritize survival over aesthetics. And yet what appears here is the opposite: precision where urgency should dominate, permanence where speed should have mattered more than anything else. The historical record places its construction under Bhuvanekabahu I, who established this site as a temporary capital around the year 1273, after earlier centres like Polonnaruwa had become vulnerable to repeated incursions from South Indian forces, forcing a strategic retreat toward defensible inland terrain where elevation could compensate for political weakness. And Yapahua, rising nearly 90 metres above the surrounding plains, provided exactly that advantage. A natural rock fortress with limited access points, ideal in theory for defence, yet what was actually constructed here quickly moves beyond the logic of military necessity. At the lower levels, the site follows expected patterns, with defensive walls and spatial layering designed to slow approach, but as the ascent begins, the logic shifts towards something far less practical, most clearly seen in the lion staircase, where the path upward is transformed into a controlled visual and physical experience defined by highly detailed carvings of lions, floral motifs, and repeating geometric forms executed with a level of consistency that implies long planning cycles and specialized craftsmanship rather than rushed construction. And this immediately creates tension with the historical context, because a kingdom under threat does not typically allocate time and labor toward decorative precision in its most vulnerable access route. The contradiction becomes sharper when considering the true purpose of the site, because Yapahua was not only a defensive position but also the location chosen to house the sacred tooth relic of the Buddha, an object that functioned as both a religious symbol and a political instrument, since possession of the relic was directly tied to the legitimacy of kingship in Sri Lanka, meaning that whoever controlled it could claim rightful authority. And this transforms Yapahua from a simple fortress into a symbolic centre of power, designed not only to protect but to project control, to communicate stability in a period defined by instability. However, even within that framework, key design choices remain difficult to explain because defensive architecture across cultures tends to minimize exposure, diversify access, and prioritize efficiency, while Yapahua concentrates movement into a single, highly visible ascent, one that is not concealed but emphasized, guiding anyone approaching the summit through a narrow, controlled path that is as much ceremonial as it is functional, raising the possibility that the act of ascending itself was meant to carry meaning, reinforcing hierarchy and authority, rather than simply enabling access. At the summit, the natural rock surface was cut and leveled with notable precision to support structural foundations, and archaeological evidence indicates the presence of buildings, water storage systems, and drainage features, suggesting that the site was prepared for sustained occupation rather than short-term refuge. Yet this expectation conflicts sharply with its actual lifespan as a capital, because in the year 1284, Pandyan forces successfully attacked the site, removed the sacred tooth relic, and effectively ended Yapahua's role as a political center, after which it was abandoned rather than repurposed, despite retaining clear defensive advantages, and this rapid abandonment suggests that its function had been narrowly defined from the outset, tied almost entirely to the presence of the relic itself. When compared to Sigiriya, built in the 5th century, the parallels become difficult to ignore, as both involve the transformation of isolated rock formations into elevated, controlled environments with carefully designed access routes and symbolic architectural elements. Yet the chronological gap between them spans nearly 800 years without a clear chain of development linking the two, creating the impression that the techniques used at Yapahua did not gradually evolve but instead appeared in a form that was already highly refined, raising questions about how such knowledge was preserved or transmitted across centuries marked by political instability and shifting centers of power. There are no surviving records detailing the engineering processes used to transport construction materials to such heights, or to achieve the level of precision visible in the stone carvings. And while theories involving earthen ramps, wooden scaffolding, or pulley systems are often proposed, they remain largely speculative due to the absence of physical evidence, leaving the stone itself as the primary source of information, and the marks left on it indicate a high degree of control over both material and design, suggesting not only technical capability, but also a conceptual framework guiding the construction process. This leads to a broader interpretation in which Yapahua is understood less as a purely defensive structure and more as an architectural statement, a site where political authority, religious symbolism, and spatial control intersect, where the experience of moving through the space was likely as important as its functional role, and where visibility, rather than concealment, became part of its strategic logic, projecting legitimacy outward even as it attempted to protect what was held within. The fact that the site was abandoned so quickly after the loss of the relic reinforces this interpretation, because a fortress designed for long-term defense would typically remain in use even after a single failure, whereas Yapahua appears to have lost its purpose almost immediately, as if its existence depended entirely on a specific symbolic function, rather than a broader strategic necessity, leaving behind a structure that embodies multiple contradictions, built in a time of urgency yet defined by precision, positioned for defense yet designed to be seen, and created to endure yet used only briefly, forcing the question not of how it was built, but why it was built in this way at all. On the upper slopes of Mount Agung, where the ground itself has a history of breaking open, shifting, and erupting with enough force to erase entire villages, a vast sacred complex continues to stand with quiet certainty, not abandoned, not fossilized, not reduced to ruins, but active, layered, and structurally intact. Besaki Temple was not built beside danger. It was built directly into it. What makes this unusual is not belief. Ancient civilizations built temples in extreme places all over the world. What makes this different is persistence. In 1963, Mount Agung erupted in one of the most violent volcanic events in modern Indonesian history. Pyroclastic flows, ash clouds, and rivers of molten rock moved down the mountain, killing more than 1,000 people. Entire settlements disappeared, yet the lava documented in geological surveys diverted, slowed, and ultimately stopped just short of the temple complex, passing within hundreds of meters but never consuming it. The structures were coated in ash, but their core geometry remained untouched. There are explanations for this. Volcanologists point to topography, to subtle ridgelines and drainage patterns that can redirect lava flow. But those explanations introduce a second, more difficult question. If the survival of Besaki depended on precise positioning within a volatile landscape, then its builders either chose that location with extraordinary accuracy or benefited from a coincidence so exact that it has repeated itself in narrative for centuries. Because the temple was not constructed after the eruption, it predates it by many hundreds of years. Archaeological evidence places the earliest religious activity on this site as far back as the 8th or 9th century, with later expansions influenced by the Hindu-Javanese Majapahit period in the 14th century. Unlike a single monumental project, Besaki evolved over time, growing into a network of more than 20 distinct temples arranged along the mountain's slope. And yet, despite this phased development, the complex does not feel random. It follows a directional logic, every major axis oriented toward the summit of Mount Agung, which in Balinese cosmology represents the highest spiritual point, the dwelling place of the gods, an axis mundi linking the human world to the divine. This alignment is not unusual on its own. Across the ancient world, sacred architecture often reflects cosmological models. Borobudur encodes a three-dimensional mandala into stone. Machu Picchu integrates astronomical sightlines into mountainous terrain. Even Angkor Wat mirrors celestial patterns in its layout. But in each of those cases, there is evidence, inscriptions, tools, construction traces that suggest how such precision was achieved. At Besaki, that chain of explanation is far less clear. There are no surviving design documents, no detailed records of measurement systems, no transitional layouts showing gradual refinement. What exists instead is a finished system, extended over time, but conceptually consistent from its lowest terraces to its highest sanctuaries. The architecture itself introduces another layer of contradiction. The primary material used throughout the complex is volcanic stone, primarily andesite and basalt materials that are abundant in the region but not inherently stable over long periods when exposed to thermal stress and moisture. Cycles. These stones can fracture, shift and degrade, particularly on inclined surfaces where erosion is constant. And yet the stepped terraces, split gates, and shrine platforms of Besaki maintain structural coherence across centuries of seismic activity and climatic variation. There are repairs, of course. There are reconstructions. But the underlying system, the way weight is distributed, the way surfaces interlock, the way elevation is staged suggests a working understanding of both material behavior and environmental pressure that was never formally recorded. More difficult to explain is the spatial logic of the complex. Unlike many major temple sites, Besaki does not revolve around a single dominant structure. There is no central pyramid, no primary sanctuary that defines the entire layout. Instead, it operates as a distributed system of sacred zones, each with its own function, hierarchy, and ritual significance. Movement through the complex is not linear but vertical, not focused but ascending. Lower temples correspond to the human realm, higher temples approach the divine. The entire experience is structured as a progression not just through space, but through cosmological layers. This raises a question that extends beyond architecture. Was this system designed as a whole from the beginning, or did it emerge gradually from accumulated religious practice? If it evolved, why does it maintain such a consistent, directional, and symbolic coherence? And if it was conceived as a unified model, where is the evidence of that original conceptual framework? Continuity adds another complication. Many ancient sites that display complex design eventually fall out of use. Rituals fade. Knowledge fragments. Structures are abandoned or repurposed. Besaki is different. It has remained in continuous use for over 1,000 years. Ceremonies are still performed. Priestly lineages are still active. The cosmological meanings embedded in its layout are not just interpreted, they are lived. This continuity preserves function, but it also obscures origin, because when a system never breaks, it rarely reveals how it was first assembled. Hidden within the low limestone hills of the Yucatan Peninsula, the archaeological site of Labna does not overwhelm with size, height, or spectacle. There are no towering pyramids like those at Chichen Itzá, no vast ceremonial plazas comparable to Tikal. Instead, Labna presents something far more unsettling, a collection of structures built with a level of architectural refinement that seems disproportionate to everything around it. It is not what Labna is that raises questions. It is how precisely it was built and why that precision appears to serve no obvious necessity. The site was first documented in the 19th century by explorers such as John Lloyd Stephens and illustrated in remarkable detail by Frederick Catherwood, whose drawings revealed a style of construction unlike the more monumental centres of the Maya world. Labna belongs to the Puk region, a zone known for its distinctive masonry techniques, where buildings are composed of a rough inner core of rubble bound with mortar, overlaid by an outer veneer of finely cut stones arranged into intricate geometric mosaics. This alone is not unusual within the Puk tradition. What is unusual is the consistency and precision with which these elements are executed at Labna, despite the site's relatively modest scale and unclear political significance. At the centre of this anomaly stands the structure that defines the site, the Labna Arch. At first glance, it appears to be a ceremonial gateway, a passage connecting two parts of the settlement, but upon closer inspection the logic begins to unravel. The arch does not lead into a fortified compound. It does not mark a major urban threshold. It connects spaces that, archaeologically, do not demonstrate a clear hierarchical difference. And yet, it was constructed with extraordinary care, each stone placed to create a perfectly balanced corbel arch, a type of false arch that relies on the gradual inward projection of stones rather than a true keystone structure. This is where the contradiction begins to deepen. In engineering terms, the corbel arch is inherently less efficient than the true arch developed in Roman architecture. It distributes weight unevenly and is more susceptible to structural failure over time. And yet, the Labna arch has remained standing for over 1,000 years, maintaining its symmetry and integrity despite exposure to seasonal rains, humidity, and biological erosion typical of the Yucatan climate. The question is not simply how it was built, but how it was built so well, using a method that should have been less stable. Detailed studies of Puk masonry suggest that the outer veneer stones were cut with remarkable accuracy, often fitted so tightly that gaps are nearly imperceptible. Measurements taken from similar sites such as Uxmal indicate alignment tolerances that can fall within just a few millimeters. At Labna, this level of precision is applied not only to structural elements but also to decorative facades. Entire walls are covered in repeating patterns, lattice designs, stepped motifs, and the stylized masks of the rain deity, chak arranged in sequences that appear almost modular, as if guided by a system of rules rather than individual artistic decisions. This repetition introduces another layer of ambiguity. In many ancient cultures, decorative elements serve symbolic or religious purposes, but at Labna, the density and regularity of these motifs raise the possibility that they functioned as more than ornamentation. The patterns are not random, they are structured, consistent, and in some cases, mathematically ordered. This has led some researchers to speculate that the facades may encode information whether related to construction methods, cosmological beliefs, or social organization. However, no definitive interpretation has been confirmed. The patterns remain, in effect, a language that is visible but not understood. Equally perplexing is the broader layout of the site. Labna does not conform neatly to the urban models observed in other Maya centers. There is no clear defensive perimeter, no evidence of large-scale fortifications, and no densely packed residential zones that would suggest a major population center. Instead, the buildings are distributed across the landscape in a manner that implies planning, but not necessarily for defense or administration. Some scholars have proposed that Labna functioned as a ceremonial hub or a waypoint within a network of Puk settlements. Others argue that it may have held a more specialized role, perhaps tied to ritual activities or seasonal gatherings. Yet none of these explanations fully account for the level of architectural investment observed at the site. Chronologically, Labna flourished during the late Classic period, roughly between 600 and 900 CE. This places it within the broader context of the so-called Maya collapse, a period marked by the decline and abandonment of many lowland cities. Environmental data, including isotope analysis from lake sediments, to sheerly extended droughts that likely place significant stress on agricultural systems. Social and political factors may have compounded these challenges. However, what makes Labna particularly intriguing is the absence of clear evidence for a gradual decline. The architecture does not show signs of decreasing quality or rushed construction in its final phases. On the contrary, the craftsmanship appears to remain consistently high until the site was ultimately abandoned. This creates a final and perhaps most difficult question to resolve. In many ancient societies, the loss of technical skill accompanies periods of instability. Buildings become less refined, materials are used more hastily, and structural integrity declines. At Labna, this pattern is not evident. The system does not appear to weaken before it disappears. It simply stops. The knowledge required to produce such precise masonry, to maintain structural balance in corbel arches, and to execute complex decorative programs at scale does not seem to erode over time. Instead, it vanishes along with the people who applied it. Labna, then, is not a mystery of scale or lost technology in the conventional sense. It is a mystery of proportion, a site that should be ordinary, yet is not. A structure that should be functional, yet its function is unclear. A technique that should be limited, yet achieves unexpected durability. Every element of Labna suggests intention, but the intention itself remains out of reach. And in that gap between what is visible and what is understood, the site continues to resist explanation. A city where time may have been carved into stone, where defensive architecture behaves like a controlled system, and where the entire urban structure appears to have been deliberately shut down rather than destroyed. Hattusa is not just the former capital of the Hittite Empire, it is one of the few ancient sites that suggests a level of organized complexity so precise that even after extensive excavation, its true mode of operation remains unclear. Located in the highlands of central Anatolia, in what is now modern-day Turkey, Hattusa was rediscovered in the 19th century. In 1834, the French explorer Charles Texier first documented the vast ruins scattered across the landscape, but it was not until the early 20th century, through systematic excavations led by the German Archaeological Institute, that the full scale of the site began to emerge. What they uncovered was not merely a city, but the administrative and political core of a major Bronze Age power, one that rivaled Egypt and left behind written records confirming its reach and influence. Yet from the very beginning, Hattusa resisted behaving like a typical archaeological site. It does not offer a clean narrative of construction, occupation, and collapse. Instead, each layer of discovery reveals elements that can be explained in isolation, but together form a pattern that feels incomplete, as if the underlying logic that once connected them has been lost. Beyond its outer walls, the layout of Hattusa begins to challenge conventional expectations. More than 6 kilometers of fortification walls stretch across uneven terrain, not in straight lines or geometric symmetry, but in calculated alignment with the natural landscape. Gates such as the Lion Gate and the King's Gate are positioned not for convenience, but for control, forcing movement through narrow, predictable passages. The terrain itself is integrated into the defensive design, creating a network of vantage points and blind zones that suggests a deep understanding of spatial control. This is not a city optimized for comfort. It is a structure optimized to regulate movement. That sense of controlled design extends beneath the surface. At Yerkapi, a stone-built tunnel cuts through an artificial embankment, forming a narrow corridor roughly 70 meters in length. Constructed with carefully fitted stone blocks, it has remained structurally intact for millennia, and yet there is no clear evidence that it was used extensively. The interior lacks consistent wear patterns. There are no traces of soot from torches, and no accumulation indicating regular passage. It stands as a piece of infrastructure built with precision, but without an observable function suggesting a purpose that either left no trace or was never realized in a conventional way. A short distance away, Hattusa departs even further from the behavior of a typical city at the rock sanctuary of Yazilikaya. Here, more than 90 carved figures, primarily deities, are arranged in ordered sequences along natural rock walls. They are not randomly placed, nor purely decorative. They follow structured patterns. Some modern interpretations propose that these sequences correspond to astronomical cycles, including lunar phases and solar movement. If this interpretation holds, Yazilikaya may not be simply a religious site, but a system for tracking time, one encoded directly into stone, requiring no moving mechanisms and no written explanation to function. Alongside its physical structures, Hattusa preserves an immense archive of information. Tens of thousands of clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform have been uncovered, documenting laws, rituals, diplomatic correspondence, and treaties, including one of the earliest known peace agreements in history. On the surface, such a volume of written material should make Hattusa one of the most transparent ancient civilizations. Instead, it introduces another layer of uncertainty. Portions of these texts remain only partially understood, and certain repetitive structures within them suggest formalized systems that have not been fully deciphered. The data exists, but the framework required to interpret it may be incomplete. This contradiction becomes even more striking when considered alongside the city's final phase. Around 1200 BCE, during a period when multiple late Bronze Age civilizations experienced disruption, Hattusa was abandoned. However, its end does not align neatly with the typical patterns of collapse. There is no single destructive layer indicating a final catastrophic event. Instead, the evidence points toward a controlled withdrawal. Some areas appear to have been deliberately cleared, while others were left untouched. It does not resemble a city overwhelmed by external forces. It resembles a system that ceased operation. Individually, each of these elements can be explained through conventional interpretations. Defensive walls serve military purposes. Tunnels may have had symbolic or limited use. Yazilikaya could represent religious expression. The tablets are administrative records. Abandonment is a known historical process, but when viewed together, a different pattern emerges. Hattusa begins to appear as an integrated structure composed of multiple layers. A defensive system regulating movement, a subterranean infrastructure of uncertain function, a possible timekeeping system embedded in stone, and a vast informational network recording its operations. Krylgan Kala is a perfectly circular structure, rising out of one of the most inhospitable regions of Central Asia, a design so precise and so deliberate that it seems less like a settlement and more like a system built to measure something unseen. Hidden deep within the deserts of Karakalpakstan in modern-day Uzbekistan, Krylgan Kala was first identified in the mid-20th century during Soviet archaeological surveys led by Sergei Tolstov, a discovery that immediately raised more questions than it answered. What emerged from the sand was not the remains of a typical city or fortress, but a structure defined by symmetry, isolation, and a level of geometric control that appears out of place for its time. Excavations revealed concentric walls, a dominant central tower, and evidence of ritual activity, yet no clear explanation of purpose. And it is from this point where discovery ends and explanation fails that the real mystery begins. In the barren silence of the Karakalpak Desert, far from trade routes, rivers, or any logic that explains human settlement, a perfect circle rises from the dust. Not a city, not a fortress, not a ruin shaped by chaos or time. Krylgan Kala appears instead as something deliberate, an imprint of intention so precise that it feels less like architecture and more like a calculation carved into the earth. At first glance, it seems simple. A central tower surrounded by concentric rings of walls, all constructed from sun-dried clay. But simplicity here is deceptive, because nothing about this structure behaves the way ancient construction should. It does not expand organically like a settlement. It does not adapt to terrain like a defensive stronghold. It does not respond to necessity. Instead, it obeys geometry. The outer walls form near-perfect circles, enclosing space not for habitation, but for separation. Each ring is positioned with a spacing that suggests measurement rather than improvisation. The central tower rises not as a watchpoint, but as an axis, an anchor around which everything else is arranged. If this were a fortress, it would be inefficient. If it were a city, it would be impractical. But if it were something else, something designed to align, to measure, to correspond, then suddenly the structure begins to make a different kind of sense. And that is where the first fracture in our understanding appears. Because structures built for survival prioritize irregularity. They bend to terrain, to threat, to convenience. Yet here, in an environment where survival would demand flexibility, someone chose perfection instead. Someone imposed order onto the desert with such rigidity that it defies the instinct of its own time. The question is not how it was built. The question is why anyone would build this at all. The central tower only deepens the mystery. Rising above the rings, it dominates the structure, but offers none of the advantages expected from height. It is not positioned to guard, nor to house, nor to store. Its placement is too exact, too central, too intentional. It behaves less like a building and more like a reference point, a fixed marker in a system that extends beyond the visible. Some have suggested it was an observatory, a primitive instrument for tracking celestial bodies, and the idea is not without merit. The circular design, the open sky, the elevated center, these are features that echo other ancient sites tied to astronomical observation. But unlike places such as Stonehenge, where alignments with solstices are clearly demonstrated, Krylgan Kala offers no straightforward confirmation. There are hints, patterns, suggestions of orientation, but nothing definitive. It is as if the knowledge that guided its construction has been erased, leaving behind only the structure itself, stripped of its explanation. This absence is not a minor detail. It is the core of the enigma. Civilizations that possessed advanced knowledge of the sky typically recorded it. They inscribed it into stone, encoded it into myths, preserved it through ritual. Here, there is silence. No inscriptions explaining purpose. No surviving tradition connecting the structure to a larger system of understanding. Only a form that implies intelligence, without the language that would make that intelligence legible. Krylgan Kala stands in a region that offers no obvious reason for its existence. No nearby population centers of sufficient scale. no evidence of sustained habitation that would justify such an ambitious construction. It is not integrated into a network. It is not part of a visible chain of development. It is alone. Because human architecture, especially at scale, is rarely solitary. It emerges from context economic, social, environmental. It serves communities. It reflects needs. Yet here, we find a structure that appears disconnected from all of those forces. It does not belong to a city. It does not defend a border. It does not anchor a civilization. It simply exists, as if its purpose lies elsewhere. The entire complex is built from clay, one of the most fragile materials available to ancient builders. Sun-dried bricks, vulnerable to erosion, to wind, to time itself. And yet, against all expectation, it has endured, not intact but persistent. Enough remains to reveal its design, its precision, its intent. The choice of material suggests impermanence. The survival of the structure suggests the opposite. This paradox echoes through every layer of the site. A simple material shaped into a complex form, a remote location housing a sophisticated design, a structure that resembles a tool but leaves no instructions for its use. One possibility is that Krylgan Kala was never meant to be understood in isolation, that it was part of a broader system, one that has not survived or has not yet been recognized. The central tower could have functioned as a marker, the rings as boundaries of measurement, the entire structure as a way of interacting with cycles far larger than human life. Not a building, but a mechanism. Not a place to live, but a place to observe, to calculate, to align. A calendar perhaps, but not the kind that marks days on a surface. A spatial calendar where time is encoded into distance, into position, into movement across a fixed geometry. A system where the sky is read not through instruments, but through architecture itself. If that is the case, then what we are looking at is not primitive at all. And abstraction leaves the weakest archaeological footprint, because when knowledge is embedded into form rather than text, when function is expressed through alignment rather than inscription, what remains after centuries is not explanation but structure, a shell of meaning without its language. This may be why Krylgan Kala resists interpretation, not because it is unknowable, but because we are searching for the wrong kind of evidence. We look for tools, for writings, for artifacts that confirm intention. But what if the intention was never meant to be recorded that way? What if the structure itself is the record, and so we are left standing at the edge of a system we cannot fully enter? We can map its walls, trace its circles, measure its symmetry, but the logic that binds it together remains just out of reach, visible in form, invisible in meaning. Most ancient structures answer questions about the past. They tell us who built them, why they were needed, how they were used. Krylgan Kala does something far more unsettling. It asks a question we are not yet equipped to answer. Kaman-Kalehöyük is not a lost city, not a buried empire, and not a single mystery waiting to be solved. It is something far more unsettling, a place where history appears to have been written, erased, and rewritten over and over again without memory. Located in central Anatolia, in modern-day Turkey, this archaeological mound rises quietly above the surrounding plains, giving no immediate indication of what lies beneath. First, systematically excavated in 1986 by Japanese archaeologist Sachihiro Omura and the Japanese Institute of Anatolian Archaeology, the site initially seemed like many others in the region, another settlement layered through time. But as excavation deepened, it became clear that this was not simply a record of continuous human occupation. It was a record of repeated beginnings. At the surface, the remains of familiar stone structures, fragments of pottery, traces of domestic life that resemble countless other settlements across Anatolia. But only a short distance below, the logic begins to fracture. The architecture changes abruptly, not gradually. Materials shift without transition. A layer of ash interrupts what should have been continuity, as if an entire world was erased in a single event. Beneath that, another settlement emerges, built with different priorities, different techniques, and, most disturbingly, no clear awareness of what lies just below its foundations. It is not evolution, it is replacement. As excavation continues downward, the illusion of progress collapses entirely. In one layer, evidence of early ironworking appears, tools and residues that suggest a level of metallurgical understanding that should mark a turning point in technological development. But the layer above it shows no continuation of that knowledge. The iron disappears, replaced by simpler materials, as if the skill itself had been lost rather than improved. Then, deeper still, metal reappears again, reintroduced as though rediscovered by people who had no inheritance of prior innovation. The pattern repeats in subtle variations, knowledge emerging, vanishing, and re-emerging without a clear line of transmission. This is where Kaman-Kalehöyük becomes something far more unsettling than a typical archaeological site. It suggests that human advancement is not cumulative. It suggests that entire systems of knowledge can exist, disappear, and return without leaving a continuous trace. The people living above these buried layers were not building upon the past, they were living above it, unaware of it, disconnected from it. Civilization, in this context, is not a ladder. It is a series of isolated attempts, each one starting closer to zero than we would expect. The physical evidence reinforces this disconnection. Pottery styles appear that resemble those found in other regions and periods, yet the methods used to create them differ. Tools are discovered in contexts where they do not fully belong, either too advanced for their surroundings or too primitive for the layers above. Some artifacts resist easy classification altogether, existing in a kind of chronological ambiguity that challenges the standard frameworks used to interpret them. These are not dramatic anomalies that demand sensational explanations. They are quiet inconsistencies, small fractures in the narrative that accumulate until the narrative itself can no longer hold. Then there are the signs of repeated destruction. Layers of collapse, fire, and abandonment mark the site at multiple depths. These are not isolated catastrophes, they are cycles. Each time, a settlement ends abruptly, sometimes violently, sometimes silently, and is eventually replaced by another. But what is missing is just as important as what is present. There is little evidence that the new inhabitants learned from the failures of the previous ones. Defensive structures are not consistently improved. Urban planning does not show a clear progression. It is as if each new phase begins without access to the memory of what came before. This absence of continuity raises a deeper question, one that extends beyond archaeology into something more existential. If knowledge can be lost so completely that it leaves no usable trace for those who come after, then how stable is the idea of progress itself? At Kaman-Kalehöyük, the past does not guide the future. It is buried beneath it, inaccessible, inert. The people who lived here were not part of a single unfolding story. They were participants in separate stories that happened to occupy the same physical space at different times. The site also challenges the way we think about time. On the surface, time feels linear, one moment leading to the next in a continuous flow. But here, time is layered. Standing in the excavation, a single step downward can represent centuries. A vertical wall of earth becomes a cross-section of human existence, each band of soil marking a different world. Moving through it is not like reading a history book. It is like flipping through disconnected fragments of multiple books that share no common narrative. The deeper you go, the less those fragments seem to belong to the same species, even though they all belong to us. What makes this even more unsettling is how familiar the pattern feels when removed from the context of ancient history. The fragility of knowledge is not confined to the past. Even now, complex systems exist that depend on continuity on the assumption that what we know today will be understood tomorrow. But Kaman-Kalehöyük suggests that this assumption may be far less reliable than we think. If entire technologies can vanish within a few generations, if entire cultural frameworks can be replaced without preserving what came before, then the stability of our own world becomes an open question. There is no single mystery at Kaman-Kalehöyük that can be solved with a definitive answer. There is no hidden chamber, no singular artifact that rewrites everything we know. Instead, the mystery is structural. It is embedded in the way the site behaves, in the way it refuses to align with the expectations we bring to it. It forces a shift in perspective from asking what happened here to asking why history itself appears so unstable. In the end, the most unsettling aspect of Kaman-Kalehöyük is not what it reveals about the past, but what it implies about us. The people who lived in each layer believed in their own time that they understood their world. They built, they adapted, they survived until they didn't. Then they were gone, and whatever they knew went with them. The next group arrived, and the process began again. Disconnected from everything that had been buried beneath their feet. Dig deep enough into one place, and history stops behaving like a story. It becomes something else, entirely. Something fragmented, recursive, and incomplete. And in that fragmentation lies a possibility that is difficult to ignore. That civilization is not a continuous ascent, but a repeating pattern of forgetting and rediscovery, played out over and over again, layer by layer, beneath the surface of the earth. Located in western Anatolia, along what was once a thriving coastline of the Aegean world, Miletus appears today as a silent inland ruin, far removed from the sea that once defined its existence. At first glance, nothing about it seems extraordinary stone remains. A collapsed harbour, fragments of a forgotten city. But beneath this stillness lies something far more unsettling. This was not merely a place of trade or architecture. It was the first place on Earth where human beings began to dismantle myth and replace it with reason, where reality itself was treated not as divine mystery, but as something that could be understood, questioned, and explained. The rediscovery of Miletus did not come through a single dramatic accident, but through gradual archaeological attention in the 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly under the work of German excavations that began systematically uncovering the site. Layer by layer, what emerged was not just a city, but a pattern, streets arranged with intention, districts divided with logic, infrastructure that suggested planning far beyond what one would expect for its time. Yet even more striking than its physical structure was the intellectual legacy tied to it. A legacy that did not leave behind monuments, but something far less visible and far more permanent. Long before philosophy became formalized, before science had language to define itself, a figure known as Thales of Miletus stood in this city and proposed something deceptively simple, that everything in existence could be traced back to a single natural principle. Not the will of gods, not mythological narratives, but something observable. Water. The idea itself was primitive, even incorrect, but it marked a shift so profound that it altered the trajectory of human thought. For the first time, the world was approached not as a story to be believed, but as a system to be analysed. This way of thinking did not remain confined to one individual. It expanded through minds like Anaximander and Anaximenes, each pushing further into abstraction, further away from myth, constructing early frameworks for understanding the universe as governed by consistent principles. In Miletus, something irreversible had begun. The belief that reality itself could be decoded took root, and with it came a transformation that would echo far beyond the city's physical boundaries. But what makes Miletus particularly unsettling is not only what it thought, but how it existed. This was not a city that grew randomly over time. It was structured, organized, designed with an almost mathematical precision. The urban planner Hippodamus of Miletus introduced a grid system that divided the city into distinct functional zones: residential areas, marketplaces, civic spaces, imposing logic onto the physical environment itself. Movement within the city was anticipated. Space was controlled. Life was arranged according to an underlying order that mirrored the same rational principles being applied to the universe. In many ways, Miletus was not just a place where reality was studied, it was a place where reality was being reconstructed. The same mindset that sought to explain the cosmos was now shaping human society. The city became an early experiment in designing existence itself, reducing complexity into systems, turning unpredictability into structure. It was, in essence, a prototype of a rational world. In Sepramar, and yet, despite its intellectual dominance and its vast network of influence spanning dozens of colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea, Miletus contained within it a vulnerability it could not reason its way out of. It was positioned near the mouth of the Meander River, a river whose slow but relentless accumulation of sediment would gradually reshape the coastline. Over time, the harbour that had once connected Miletus to the wider world began to fill. There was no sudden disaster, no invasion, no singular moment of collapse. Instead, the process unfolded quietly. Ships struggled to reach the port, trade routes shifted elsewhere, water gave way to marshland, and marshland eventually became solid ground. The sea, which had once defined the city's identity, did not retreat in a visible movement. It disappeared beneath layers of earth. What had once been a thriving maritime hub slowly became landlocked, isolated from the very system that had sustained it. This is where the story of Miletus diverges from the familiar narratives of ancient collapse. It did not fall, it diminished. It was not destroyed, it was rendered irrelevant. Its decline was not marked by catastrophe, but by gradual disconnection. The people who lived there likely did not experience a clear ending, only a slow realization that the world around them was changing in ways they could neither control nor reverse. There is a profound irony embedded in this transformation. The city that gave birth to rational inquiry, that taught humanity to observe and interpret the natural world, ultimately succumbed to that same world. Its inhabitants could study patterns, propose explanations, and develop theories, but they could not alter the forces shaping their environment. Knowledge, it turned out, did not equate to control. Understanding did not ensure survival. Today, what remains of Miletus is a landscape of ruins. Stone theatres that once held audiences, streets that once carried the flow of daily life, structures that hint at a system long gone, but the most striking absence is the sea. Standing there now, the silence feels disproportionate to the city's former significance. A place that once connected vast regions through trade and ideas now exists in isolation, cut off from the very element that once defined it. And yet, in another sense, Miletus never truly disappeared. Its physical presence may have faded, but its intellectual legacy did not. The ideas that originated there continued to move, to evolve, to embed themselves in other civilizations. They influenced Athens, shaped the development of Roman thought, and ultimately became foundational to the modern understanding of science and philosophy. The assumption that the universe operates according to discoverable laws, the very basis of how we interpret reality today, can be traced back, in part, to this city. This is what makes Miletus deeply unsettling. It presents a paradox that remains relevant. A civilization can achieve intellectual breakthroughs that redefine humanity's understanding of existence, can build systems that outlast empires, and still vanish without resistance. Not through failure, but through irrelevance. Not because it lacked knowledge, but because knowledge alone could not preserve it. Miletus leaves behind a question that lingers far beyond its ruins. If a place that understood the world more deeply than any before it could still be erased so quietly, then what exactly does understanding protect us from? And if the foundations of our own world originate from a city that no longer matters, then how permanent is anything we are building now? Somewhere within the silence of its abandoned structures, within the empty theatre facing a landscape that was once the sea, there is an answer not written, not spoken, but implied. A reminder that the most transformative shift in human history did not come through conquest or construction, but through thought, and that even the place where that thought was born could not escape the reality it sought to understand. High above the plains of ancient Korea, carved into a granite mountainside where no city should exist, Labronda stands as a place that was never meant for living, only for transformation. It is a sanctuary where every stone, every step, and every symbol appears to have been designed not to house people, but to alter them. Nothing about its location is practical. Nothing about its construction is efficient. And yet it functioned for centuries as one of the most important religious centers in the region. That contradiction is not a flaw. It is the first clue. Labronda lies deep within the mountains of what is now southwestern Turkey, far from the fertile lands that sustained the ancient city of Mylasa below. The sanctuary is connected to the city by a long ascending sacred road that winds through rough terrain, climbing steadily toward a place that offers neither comfort nor survival advantage. Ancient writers knew of its existence, but its full structure remained hidden for centuries, partially buried, partially collapsed into the mountain itself. It was not until systematic excavations in the 19th and 20th centuries that its terraces, temples, and ceremonial buildings were gradually revealed, layer by layer, exposing not just a religious site, but a carefully constructed environment. At first glance, what emerged seemed familiar. A temple dedicated to Zeus Labrondos, surrounded by supporting structures typical of ancient sanctuaries, but almost immediately, inconsistencies began to appear. The god worshipped here did not conform to the classical image of Zeus. Instead of holding a thunderbolt, he carried a double-headed axe, the labris, an object whose origins trace back to cultures older than Greece itself, associated with ritual power, sacrifice, and a more archaic form of authority. This was not simply Zeus as the Greeks understood him. It was something layered, something adapted, something that suggested an older belief system had not been erased, but absorbed. The deeper archaeologists looked, the more the site resisted simple explanation. Labronda was not a settlement. There is no evidence that people lived here permanently. There are no signs of agriculture sufficient to sustain a population, no infrastructure designed for everyday life. Everything points to a different purpose, one that required people to arrive, participate, and leave. The sanctuary was not a place to exist. It was a place to undergo something, and that something begins long before the temple itself. The road from Mylasa to Labronda is not just a connection between 2 points, it is a process. Stretching across difficult terrain and rising steadily in elevation, it forces those who travel it into a state of physical strain. The climb is relentless. The environment grows quieter, more isolated, more detached from the rhythms of ordinary life. By the time the sanctuary comes into view, framed against stone and sky, the journey has already begun to reshape perception. Fatigue sets in, breathing changes. The body becomes aware of itself in ways it normally is not. By the time they arrived, the people were different. Nothing about the design of Labronda suggests coincidence. The terraces that define the site are arranged in a vertical sequence, each level leading upward, restricting movement into a controlled path. There are no wide open spaces that allow for free wandering. Instead, the architecture channels individuals through a progression, one that feels less like navigation and more like instruction. To reach the highest point, one must pass through each stage below, physically enacting a transition from one level to another. It is here that the sanctuary begins to reveal its true nature. Modern interpretations often describe ancient religious sites as places where humans went to encounter the divine. Lebronda suggests something more deliberate and more unsettling. The combination of physical exhaustion, elevation, isolation, and ritual repetition creates conditions that alter human perception. These are not random environmental effects. They are predictable responses. Fatigue blurs the boundary between sensation and emotion. Height affects balance and awareness. Silence amplifies internal thought. Together, they create a mental state in which expectation can become experience. What happens next does not require a god to appear. The sanctuary completes the process. Within its controlled spaces, temples, terraces, and ritual halls, participants, already transformed by the journey, are exposed to symbols, ceremonies, and shared narratives that reinforce a single idea, that they have crossed a boundary, that they are no longer in the ordinary world, that something greater is present, and to them it would have been real. The engineering of Lebronda operates on a level that extends beyond construction. The massive stone blocks used to build its terraces were transported up terrain that offers no easy explanation for efficiency. The builders did not minimize effort, they amplified it. Every decision from location to layout prioritizes intensity over convenience. This is not architecture designed to solve problems. It is architecture designed to create impact. Difficulty, in this context, is not a limitation. It is a tool. The harder it is to reach a place, the more significant that place feels once it is attained. Lebronda embeds this principle into its very structure. The mountain is not an obstacle to overcome, it is part of the experience itself. Every step upward increases the psychological weight of arrival, making whatever happens at the summit feel inevitable, meaningful, and beyond ordinary explanation. Even the communal spaces, such as the androns where ritual feasting took place, are part of this system. These were not casual gatherings. They were controlled environments where individuals, already altered by the journey, were brought together under shared symbols and collective belief. Food, ritual, and architecture converge to reinforce the same conclusion, that an encounter with the divine has occurred. But the most unsettling possibility is not that gods descended here, it is that they never needed to. Because everything about Lebronda, its remote location, its demanding ascent, its layered architecture, its archaic symbols works together to produce the sensation of divine presence without requiring any external force. The system is complete. It does not depend on a god to manifest. It depends on human perception to respond, and human perception, under the right conditions, will. This does not diminish the experiences of those who came here. If anything, it makes them more profound. The emotions they felt, the visions they may have seen, the certainty that they had touched something beyond themselves, these were real, but their origin may not lie in the heavens. It may lie in the mountain itself, in the deliberate shaping of environment and experience, in an ancient understanding that belief can be guided, intensified, and ultimately created. Aigai is a city that seems to exist without a reason, built far from major trade routes, isolated in rugged mountains, and lacking the advantages that define most ancient urban centres. It still developed a full civic identity, complete with a monumental agora, administrative buildings, and temples that suggest a level of planning far beyond what its location should justify. Nothing about where it stands explains why it was ever built, and yet its ruins reveal a place that was not only inhabited, but carefully designed. Located in the region of Aeolis, in what is now western Turkey, Aigai lies deep within a mountainous landscape that offers little in terms of agricultural abundance or strategic control over major routes. Unlike coastal cities that thrived on maritime trade, or inland hubs positioned along critical corridors, Aigai occupies terrain that appears inconvenient at best. The hills are steep, the land is uneven, and access is limited. It is the kind of place civilizations typically avoid when building something meant to last. The site was first identified in modern times through scattered references and later confirmed by archaeological surveys that began in the 19th century, when explorers and scholars started documenting ancient settlements across Anatolia. What they found at Aigai was not the remains of a minor village, but the structured outline of a fully realized city. Excavations revealed an organized urban plan, with stone-built structures arranged deliberately across terraces cut into the mountainside. Each discovery added clarity to the physical layout, but not to the reason behind it. At the center of Aigai stands an expansive agora, framed by stones that once sheltered public gatherings and civic activity. Nearby, the remains of a bouleuterion indicate a functioning political system, a place where decisions were debated and authority was exercised. A temple dedicated to Athena anchors the spiritual dimension of the city, linking it to the broader traditions of the ancient Greek world. Every essential component of an urban center is present, and each has been constructed with a level of care that implies long-term intention. But the deeper the city is examined, the less its existence aligns with the expectations of ancient logic. Cities were not built arbitrarily. Petra emerged because it controlled trade flowing through desert routes, turning isolation into advantage. Machu Picchu occupied a remote mountain ridge, but served a defined imperial and ceremonial function within the Inca state. Even settlements in difficult environments typically reveal a clear purpose when studied closely. Aigai, by contrast, offers fragments of explanation but never a complete answer. The scale of its architecture exceeds what its environment would seem to support. The presence of civic institutions suggests a population that required organization and governance, yet the surrounding terrain does not indicate the kind of economic base that would sustain such complexity. It is as if the city was built not because it needed to exist, but because someone decided that it should. Among the details that persist across the ruins, one element stands out with unusual consistency: the image of the goat. The very name Aigai derives from the Greek word for goat, and throughout the site, this symbol appears repeatedly in carvings and decorative fragments. In many ancient cultures, animal imagery reinforces familiar mythologies, serving as shorthand for power, divinity, or protection. Here, however, the repetition feels different. It does not simply decorate, it emphasizes. The goat occupies a unique position in ancient symbolic systems, associated with fertility, sacrifice, and the untamed aspects of nature. It often appears in contexts that blur the line between ritual and survival. Its presence in Aigai is not isolated or incidental. It is embedded into the identity of the place itself, and in architecture, repetition of this kind rarely exists without intention. That raises a possibility that reshapes the entire interpretation of the city. If Aigai was not constructed purely as a functional settlement, but as a space that also served ritual or symbolic purposes, then its apparent contradictions begin to align. The remote location becomes less of a disadvantage and more of a requirement. Isolation allows for activities that are not meant to be integrated into everyday life. The scale of the agora and surrounding structures may not reflect daily use, but periodic gatherings, events that required preparation, space, and permanence. In this context, Aigai begins to resemble something more than a city. It becomes a stage, not for commerce, not for defense, but for repetition for acts that carried meaning beyond immediate survival. A place where architecture was not only about shelter or governance, a place but about hosting something intangible, something that required physical form to exist. And yet, if that were its purpose, it leaves behind a critical absence. There are no clear historical records that explain such a function. Igai appears in the broader narrative of the Aeolian world, but only faintly. It never rises to prominence, never dominates regional history, never defines an era. It exists, participates, and then recedes. Its presence is acknowledged, but never fully described. This ambiguity extends to its decline. Unlike cities that fell to war or disaster, Igai shows no evidence of sudden destruction. There are no burn layers, no mass graves, no signs of violent collapse. Instead, the pattern is gradual. Occupation diminishes, structures are left standing. Activity fades until the city is no longer maintained. It is not the story of a dramatic end, but of a quiet withdrawal. The inhabitants did not abandon Igai in panic. They left over time, step by step, without erasing what they had built. This kind of disappearance is more difficult to interpret than catastrophe. War leaves traces, disaster leaves scars, but a slow departure leaves very little behind. What remains is a city that was built with intention, organized with care, and marked with symbols that suggest meaning beyond the practical, only to be set aside without clear explanation, as if whatever purpose it once served had simply concluded. Standing within its ruins today, nothing appears technologically impossible. The stones are within the capabilities of ancient builders. The layout, while unusual, follows understandable principles. There is no need to invoke lost knowledge or advanced techniques. And yet, the overall composition resists simplification. Hidden beneath the earth at Yingsu lies one of the most unsettling archaeological sites ever uncovered, a place where humans did not simply worship their ancestors, but believed they could communicate with the dead to govern an entire civilization. This was not myth. It was a functioning system, one that left behind thousands of written records carved into bone, tens of thousands of sacrificed bodies, and a model of reality that we still struggle to fully comprehend. Yingsu is located near modern-day Anyang in Henan Province, China, and was once the final capital of the Shang dynasty more than 3,000 years ago. But what makes this site extraordinary is not just its scale or age, it is the way it was rediscovered. In the late 19th century, fragments of so-called dragon bones were being sold in traditional medicine shops, ground into powder and consumed as remedies. They were disappearing unnoticed, reduced to dust, until one scholar recognized that these bones carried inscriptions, symbols unlike any known writing at the time. What had been treated as medicine suddenly became evidence, and that evidence led to the excavation of an entire lost civilization. When systematic digs began in the early 20th century, Yingsu emerged not as a simple ruin, but as a fully organized system. Palaces, temples, bronze workshops, and, most disturbingly, vast pits filled with human remains. But at the center of everything were the oracle bones, scapulae of oxen and plastrons of turtles, carefully prepared, deliberately heated until they cracked. These were not random ritual objects. They were records. Each one preserved a question addressed to an ancestor, the pattern of cracks interpreted as an answer, and, crucially, the outcome that followed. Not just belief but verification. This introduces an immediate paradox. What appears on the surface as primitive divination begins to resemble something far more structured. Shang kings did not rule through instinct alone, nor solely through human counsel. They governed through continuous consultation with the dead. Hunting expeditions, military campaigns, agricultural cycles, childbirth, every critical decision was filtered through this process. Fire, bone, interpretation, and record. Again and again. What we are looking at is not superstition in its simplest form, but a system that integrated the unseen into political reality. And then come the bodies, thousands of them, Excavations at Yingsu have revealed over 13,000 human skeletons, many of them decapitated, bound, or arranged in deliberate configurations. These were not casualties left behind by war. They were selected deaths, organized, repeated, institutionalized. Entire groups buried together, often without grave goods, stripped of identity and reduced to function. They were not honored as individuals, they were used as components. What makes this deeply unsettling is not only the scale, but the consistency. Oracle bone inscriptions refer to sacrifice as routine. Questions were asked about how many individuals should be offered, whether the ancestors would accept the sacrifice, whether the ritual would bring success. The implication is difficult to avoid. Human life was part of a system, a resource to be acquired, allocated, and consumed according to a logic that linked the living to the dead. Within this framework, war takes on a different meaning. The Shang fought frequently, but their records do not frame conflict purely in terms of territory or defense. They track captives, they anticipate numbers, they evaluate success not only by victory, but by how many people could be brought back. Those captives were not merely prisoners, they were inputs. The battlefield becomes an extension of the ritual system, a place where future sacrifices are gathered. Violence was not a breakdown of order, it was supply. Yet for all its brutality, this civilization was not chaotic, it was highly structured. The writing system preserved on these oracle bones, the earliest known form of Chinese script, does not appear in a primitive state. It is already complex, consistent, and capable of expressing layered meaning. There is no clear archaeological trace of its developmental phase, no gradual evolution visible in the record. By the time we encounter it, it is already mature. This absence raises a critical question. Where is the missing history? Because what survives suggests something more than ritual. It suggests a way of thinking. The oracle bones are not just artifacts of belief, they are records of interaction, a system in which information is extracted, interpreted, and tested through repeated cycles. Stripped of its supernatural framing, it begins to resemble a decision-making architecture, primitive in material, perhaps, but not necessarily in design. At the center of this system stood the king. He was not only a political ruler, but the sole mediator between worlds. Authority did not come from law alone, nor from lineage alone, but from access. The ability to communicate with ancestors was centralized. The king asked the questions, the king received the answers, the king determined their meaning. Power, therefore, was inseparable from interpretation. To rule was to define reality itself, based on signals no one else could independently verify. Such a system creates its own stability. As long as it is believed, it reinforces itself. Success confirms the ancestors. Failure can be reframed as error in interpretation. There is no internal mechanism to dismantle it, because its foundation is not empirical, it is relational, a continuous link between the living and the dead. Until that link breaks. Around 1046 BCE, the Shang dynasty collapsed, overthrown by the Zhou. What is striking is not just the fall, but its abruptness. The elaborate oracle system disappears. Large-scale human sacrifice declines. A civilization that once relied entirely on communication with ancestors is replaced by one that redefines the concept of divine authority in entirely different terms. There is no gradual transition. It is as if the underlying logic itself was rejected, which leads to an unsettling possibility. What if Yingxu does not represent a primitive stage of human development, but an alternative one? A path in which information was not derived solely from observation, but from structured interaction with an unseen layer of reality, where data was not numerical, but physical cracks in bone, where decisions were not justified through evidence, but through continuity with the past. From a modern perspective, it is easy to dismiss this as superstition, but the scale, consistency, and integration of the system suggests something more disciplined than blind belief. A civilization may have existed, not just developed, but reached a level of complexity far beyond expectations, while leaving almost no trace in recorded history. Konar Sandal stands out not because of its visible scale or monumental dominance, but because of a contradiction. What has been uncovered here does not seem to belong to its time. The artifacts display precision, structure, and symbolic intent that feel out of place in the early stages of civilization. And the most unsettling detail is not that they exist, but that they were found in a place no one was even looking. Konar Sandal lies near the Jiroft region in southeastern Iran, in a landscape that for decades appeared ordinary, offering no clear signs of a major ancient centre. There were no towering ruins on the surface, no historical references pointing to its importance, no reason to suspect that this region once held anything significant, until nature intervened. In the early 2000s, a sudden flood swept across the area, disrupting layers of sediment that had remained undisturbed for thousands of years. The ground fractured, exposing objects that did not belong to the present surface. Not scattered fragments, but an overwhelming number of artifacts emerging almost simultaneously. The first people to encounter them were not archaeologists, but looters. They quickly recognized the value of what had been revealed and began extracting objects before any scientific excavation could take place. Thousands of artifacts were removed and dispersed into the global black market, fragmenting the story before it could even be understood. What remained and what was later excavated under controlled conditions introduced a level of complexity that continues to challenge explanation. Chlorite vessels carved with extraordinary detail, covered in dense geometric patterns and composite figures, suggest a level of control and planning that goes beyond simple decoration. Lines repeat with minimal deviation. Forms interlock with intention. The carvings feel less like individual artistic expression and more like the output of a standardized system. This is not primitive art. It resembles a structured visual language. The issue is not the existence of such craftsmanship, but its timing. During the same period, many other regions of the world were only beginning to organize into complex societies. In Mesopotamia, symbolic systems were still evolving into writing, often inconsistent and experimental. Yet here, at Konar Sandal, the visual forms appear stabilized, as if they had already passed through earlier stages of development that are now missing. It does not look like the beginning of something. It looks like the continuation of something we have not seen. The discovery of clay tablets bearing undeciphered markings deepens the mystery further. These signs do not align with cuneiform, nor do they correspond to known systems from neighboring civilizations such as Elam. They exist in isolation, without a clear linguistic bridge. This raises the possibility that Konar Sandal was not merely a cultural center, but a place where symbolic communication may have developed independently, following a path that diverged entirely from the systems we recognize today. The architecture adds another layer of uncertainty. A large stepped structure has been identified at the site, often compared to Mesopotamian ziggurats, but the similarities are superficial. The proportions differ. The layout does not fully match known architectural conventions. More importantly, there is no textual evidence acknowledging its existence. A structure of this scale should have appeared in trade networks, records, or external references, but it does not. It stands outside the documented framework of the ancient world. There is also no clear evidence of violent destruction. No widespread burn layers, no signs of siege or sudden collapse. Instead, the site suggests a gradual abandonment. Systems ceased to function. Structures were left behind. Over time, they were buried beneath layers of earth, not as the result of catastrophe, but through slow disintegration. A civilization may have reached a considerable level of development, only to fade without leaving a clear explanation for its disappearance. Various theories attempt to account for this environmental stress, shifting water systems, migration of populations. Each offers a partial explanation, but none fully accounts for the sophistication of what remains. Societies capable of producing structured artifacts and possible symbolic systems typically leave behind clearer traces of transition. The absence of such evidence makes Konar Sandal difficult to categorize within known historical patterns. This leads to a broader and more unsettling possibility that the framework we use to understand early civilization may be incomplete. History is not a full record of everything that happened. It is a record of what survived. Narratives are built around those survivals, often assuming continuity where there may have been fragmentation. The rise of civilization is usually described as a linear progression from simple to complex, from isolated to organized, from silence to literacy. But what if that progression is only an illusion created by gaps in the record? What if complexity emerged multiple times, in multiple locations, under different conditions, and most of those developments failed, leaving behind fragments that do not fit into the dominant narrative? Konar Sandal may represent one of those fragments, not a clear origin, not a final stage, but an interruption, a signal from a version of the past that did not fully carry forward into the present. The artifacts do not explain themselves, the markings remain unread, the structures resist easy comparison, and the more closely they are examined, the more they seem to exist outside the categories used to define early civilization. Attempting to force them into an existing narrative may preserve the comfort of the timeline, but it does little to address the implications of the evidence. Because if Konar Sandal represents a truly independent center of complexity, then human history may not be a single path, but a landscape of many paths, most of which have been lost. And perhaps the most unsettling detail of all is how it was discovered, not through deliberate search, but through accident, a flood, a disruption, a moment when the ground could no longer conceal what lay beneath, which suggests something even more difficult to ignore. There may be other places like this, other systems. Quote, other civilizations that developed, reached complexity, and disappeared so completely that they left no recognizable trace waiting beneath the surface, indistinguishable from the land until something forces them into view. Far inside the burning deserts of western China, an entire city made almost completely from earth still stands after nearly 2,000 years. No granite blocks, no marble temples, no concrete, only compacted clay, mud and soil shaped into streets, towers, temples, and military compounds that should have vanished centuries ago. Yet the ruins of Jiaohe ancient city still rise from the middle of the Turpan Basin like the fossil of a lost civilization frozen in time. From above, the city looks like a gigantic stone ship stranded in the desert, protected by steep cliffs on both sides. Early explorers and archaeologists who reached the site during Silk Road expeditions were stunned by what they saw. Entire roads were still visible. Residential districts could still be identified. Buddhist temples still stood in silence beneath the desert sun. In one of the harshest climates in Asia, the desert had somehow preserved the city instead of destroying it. The greatest mystery of Jiaohe is simple but unsettling. How did a city built mostly from dirt survive longer than many cities made from stone? The plateau itself stretches roughly 1,650 meters long and is surrounded by deep natural ravines that acted like defensive moats. Ancient engineers transformed this isolated landform into one of the most secure fortress cities on the Silk Road. Unlike cities that depended on massive walls, Jiaohe used the terrain itself as protection. Any invading force would have been trapped in narrow approaches, while defenders watched from elevated positions above steep cliffs. Even today, the location feels almost impossible to attack. Historians often compare its defensive advantages to sites like Masada, but Jiaohe was far larger and functioned as a complete living city rather than only a military refuge. What makes the site even more astonishing is the material used to build it. Nearly everything in Jiaohe was constructed from rammed earth. Workers compressed layers of soil into thick walls capable of resisting centuries of erosion. Modern engineers understand the basics of rammed earth construction, but the long-term durability seen at Jiaohe still raises difficult questions. The Turpan Basin experiences violent desert winds, severe temperature swings, and constant erosion that should have reduced the city to dust long ago. Instead, many walls still stand several meters high. Doorways remain recognizable. Staircases can still be identified. Entire corridors continue to cast shadows exactly as they did centuries ago. Researchers believe the builders may have discovered a highly specific combination of soil, minerals, and construction methods that hardened over time beneath the desert climate. Others think the extreme dryness of the basin essentially froze the city in place, slowing decay almost completely. But even today, recreating the exact longevity of Jiaohe's structures remains extremely difficult. This creates one of the most fascinating paradoxes in ancient engineering. One of the weakest building materials on Earth somehow produced one of the longest surviving ancient cities in Asia. The mystery becomes even greater when considering the environment surrounding the city. The Turpan Depression is one of the hottest and driest regions in China. Summer temperatures regularly climb above 40 degrees Celsius. Rainfall is minimal. Vegetation is scarce. To most ancient civilizations, this landscape would have seemed almost uninhabitable. Yet, Jiaohe once supported thousands of people, including merchants, soldiers, monks, and travelers moving along the Silk Road. This raises another major question. Where did the water come from? The answer points toward one of the most advanced hidden engineering systems of the ancient desert world. Beneath the ground, ancient inhabitants built underground water channels connected to the Khares system, a network designed to transport groundwater across long distances while protecting it from evaporation. Some channels extended for kilometers beneath the desert floor. Instead of exposing precious water to the brutal heat, the system carried it underground until it reached farmland and settlements. Without this hidden hydraulic network, a city like Jiaohe could never have survived. Even modern historians consider the Khares systems around Turpan among the greatest examples of ancient desert engineering ever created. The organization of Jiaohe also shocked archaeologists. This was not a primitive settlement that grew randomly over time. It was carefully planned. Main roads divided the city into districts. Residential areas were separated from military compounds and religious centers. Buddhist temples rose above the surrounding streets, while administrative buildings occupied strategic positions near key routes. From aerial views, the city looks surprisingly modern in its layout. Some researchers argue that Jiaohe possessed a level of urban planning more advanced than many contemporary cities across Eurasia during the same period. The city became even more important because of its role on the Silk Road. Jiaohe was once part of the ancient kingdom of Jushi and later developed into a major crossroads connecting China, Central Asia, and the Middle East. Archaeological excavations uncovered Buddhist manuscripts, administrative records, coins, tools, and traces of multiple cultures layered throughout the site. These discoveries revealed that Jiaohe was not isolated despite its location. It was part of an enormous international exchange network, long before the modern world existed. Religions, technologies, languages, and ideas all passed through this desert city. Buddhism especially flourished here. Excavations uncovered monastery complexes, stupas, meditation chambers, and temples that once attracted monks traveling across Asia. The idea that a remote fortress city hidden inside one of the harshest deserts on Earth became a spiritual center only adds to the mystery surrounding the site. Walking through the ruins today feels eerie, because the city still retains much of its original structure. Narrow streets remain intact, temple walls still stand open beneath the sky. Empty corridors stretch through the ruins as if the population vanished only yesterday. The surrounding region deepens that atmosphere even further because Turpan became famous for naturally preserved mummies discovered in the desert environment. The dry climate preserved hair, clothing, and even facial features in extraordinary detail. Together, the mummies and the ruins create the feeling that the entire region functions like a giant archaeological time capsule where the desert preserved the past instead of erasing it. Another mystery surrounding Jiaohe is the sheer scale of labor required to construct such a city using ancient tools. Workers had to shape roads directly into the plateau, excavate sections of earth, build enormous rammed earth structures, and maintain a functioning city in one of the most unforgiving climates imaginable. Yet many details about the workforce, construction methods, and political systems behind the city remain unclear. Ancient records mention the region, but they do not fully explain how such an ambitious urban project was sustained for centuries. The fall of Jiaohe remains partly mysterious as well. Wars, invasions, political collapse, and changing Silk Road trade routes gradually weakened the city. Historical evidence suggests Mongol expansion and regional instability contributed to its abandonment. Eventually the population disappeared, leaving the city exposed to the desert. But unlike many lost civilizations that collapsed into shapeless ruins, Jiaohe remained standing as though time itself had stopped there. Near the San Juan Mountains of southwestern Colorado, two enormous stone pillars rise above the forest like the remains of a forgotten gateway. Beneath those towering rock spires stands one of the strangest ancient ceremonial sites ever discovered in North America. Chimney Rock was not built beside fertile farmland, rivers, or trade centers where civilizations normally thrive. Instead, the ancestral Pueblo people carried thousands of stones and massive wooden beams onto a steep mountain ridge more than 7,000 feet above sea level, and constructed ceremonial buildings in a place that almost seems impossible for permanent human activity. But what transformed Chimney Rock into one of the greatest archaeological mysteries in America was the discovery that the entire complex may have been aligned to one of the rarest lunar events visible from Earth, a celestial cycle so difficult to track that even modern observers struggle to follow it without long-term astronomical records. The ruins began attracting archaeological attention during the late 19th century, when researchers discovered stone structures hidden high above the canyon landscape. Early investigations revealed ceremonial kivas, masonry buildings, and unusual construction sites perched dangerously close to cliffs. But the higher archaeologists climbed into the ruins, the stranger the site became. Chimney Rock did not resemble a normal settlement. There was little evidence of a large permanent population. Farming at that elevation would have been difficult. Water sources were limited. Harsh winters regularly struck the mountain ridge. Yet the ancestral Pueblo civilization still invested enormous labor into building complex stone structures there nearly 1,000 years ago. The most famous structure is known as the Great House, positioned directly beneath the twin stone pillars that give Chimney Rock its name. Even today, reaching the structure requires climbing steep and narrow mountain paths exposed to strong winds and dangerous drop-offs. That alone creates one of the site's greatest mysteries. Why would ancient builders choose such a hostile and impractical location? The ancestral Pueblo people had no horses, no wheeled transportation, and no iron tools. Every beam and every stone used in construction had to be carried uphill entirely by human labor. Some of the wooden beams discovered at the site came from forests located miles away across difficult terrain. Yet, despite those enormous challenges, the Great House was constructed with remarkable precision overlooking the valley below. For decades, archaeologists debated the purpose of Chimney Rock. Some believed it was defensive, others thought it may have served as a small ceremonial settlement. But during the 1970s, researchers studying the site noticed something extraordinary. From the Great House, observers could watch the moon rise directly between the two massive stone pillars during a phenomenon known as the Major Lunar Standstill. This event occurs only once every 18.6 years, when the moon reaches its most extreme rising position on the horizon. Unlike the yearly solar cycle, the The lunar standstill unfolds so slowly that tracking it requires generations of careful observation. And yet the alignment at Chimney Rock appears astonishingly precise. During the standstill, the moon rises almost perfectly between the towering rock spires, exactly as viewed from the ceremonial structures below. The implications were enormous. If the alignment was intentional, it meant the ancestral Pueblo people possessed astronomical knowledge far more advanced than previously believed. They would have needed to observe the moon across multiple generations to predict the cycle accurately. Without telescopes, clocks, or written scientific systems, they somehow recognized a celestial rhythm lasting nearly 2 decades and built monumental architecture around it. Many archaeologists now believe Chimney Rock was never intended to function as a normal town at all. Instead, it may have served as a sacred ceremonial center connected to lunar observation, religious rituals, and elite spiritual authority. The isolated mountaintop location suddenly made more sense. The difficult climb may have been intentional, separating sacred ceremonies from ordinary life below. Ancient cultures across the world often built temples and observatories in extreme landscapes to create the feeling of entering another realm. Chimney Rock fits that pattern perfectly. The mystery becomes even more fascinating when connected to the powerful Chacoan civilization centered hundreds of miles away in present-day New Mexico. Excavations at Chimney Rock uncovered pottery styles, architectural techniques, and trade goods closely linked to Chaco Culture National Historical Park, one of the greatest ancient cultural centers in North America. Chaco Canyon contained massive stone buildings, engineered roads, astronomical alignments, and ceremonial complexes spread across the southwest. Researchers now believe Chimney Rock may have functioned as part of that larger network. This raises an even bigger question. Did an organized system of astronomy and religion once connect ancient communities across enormous distances in the American Southwest? The people of Chimney Rock were not isolated mountain villagers. Evidence suggests they participated in a regional culture capable of transporting ideas, goods, and ceremonial traditions across deserts and mountain ranges, long before modern transportation existed. The engineering challenges at the site continue to puzzle researchers today. The mountain terrain surrounding Chimney Rock is uneven, unstable, and difficult to navigate even with modern hiking equipment. Constructing permanent masonry structures in such conditions required sophisticated planning. Archaeologists studying the walls discovered deliberate stabilization techniques designed to withstand mountain winds and erosion. Certain structures were also carefully positioned to maintain clear sightlines toward the horizon where important lunar events occurred. Modern technology has only strengthened the astronomical theory. Computer sky simulations recreating the ancient night sky show how the moon would have appeared from the Great House nearly 1,000 years ago. The results confirm the dramatic alignment between the lunar rise and the twin stone pillars during the major lunar standstill. Tree ring dating also revealed that major construction activity occurred around 1040 to 1100, directly during the height of Chacoan influence across the southwest. But despite decades of excavation, one of the biggest mysteries remains unsolved. Why was Chimney Rock abandoned? By the late 12th century, activity at the site sharply declined before eventually disappearing altogether. The ancestral Pueblo world entered a period of instability marked by drought, migration, and social collapse. Entire settlements across the southwest were abandoned. Some researchers believe severe climate change may have destroyed the agricultural system supporting ceremonial centers like Chimney Rock. Others suspect political or religious upheaval weakened the authority of the elite groups maintaining the site. But no one knows for certain why such an important ceremonial complex was suddenly left behind. A massive cone-shaped mountain rises alone from the edge of the Judean desert near Bethlehem. But this mountain may not be completely natural. Nearly 2,000 years ago, King Herod the Great may have partially reshaped the hill itself, turning it into one of the strangest fortress complexes of the ancient world. Hidden inside were royal palaces, giant water systems, underground tunnels, defensive towers, and possibly the lost tomb of Herod himself. This was Herodium, a fortress so ambitious that many archaeologists consider it one of the greatest engineering projects ever attempted in ancient Judea. Ancient historians like Josephus described Herodium centuries ago, but modern excavations in the 20th century revealed that the site was far more mysterious than anyone expected. What looked like a lonely desert hill turned out to be a giant artificial fortress mountain, dominating the surrounding landscape. The shape of Herodium is one of its greatest mysteries. Unlike ordinary hills, it rises in an almost unnaturally symmetrical cone. Many researchers believe Herod ordered workers to cut, reshape and enlarge the original hill to create a mountain visible from enormous distances. In the ancient world, rulers built pyramids and temples to display power. Herod may have gone even further by trying to redesign an entire mountain. The scale of the project becomes even more unbelievable considering the environment. Herodium was built in a harsh, semi-arid region with limited water, extreme heat, and difficult terrain. Yet ancient builders somehow transported massive quantities of stone and earth without modern machinery. Even today, archaeologists still debate exactly how much of the hill was artificially modified. Some describe Herodium as a hybrid between a natural mountain and a man-made monument. At the summit stood an enormous circular fortress surrounded by thick defensive walls and giant towers. One tower measured roughly 18 meters across, an enormous size for the period. From the top, soldiers could monitor roads connecting Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and the Dead Sea. But Herodium was not only a military fortress. Hidden inside the defences were signs of extreme luxury. Archaeologists uncovered Roman-style bathhouses, decorated halls, courtyards, pools, frescoes, and palace rooms completely out of place in the surrounding desert. The fortress feels less like a normal royal residence and more like a survival palace built for a ruler obsessed with both comfort and protection. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Herodium is its water system. The fortress stood in one of the driest regions of Judea, yet it contained enormous underground cisterns capable of storing huge quantities of water. Engineers built channels that collected seasonal rainfall and transported water across difficult terrain into the mountain complex. Archaeologists also discovered evidence of giant pools and bathhouses that required far more water than most desert fortresses could ever support. The deeper researchers studied the hydraulic systems, the more advanced they appeared. Herodium demonstrated a level of water engineering comparable to sites like Petra or Masada, proving that ancient desert civilizations possessed far more sophisticated environmental technology than many people imagine. But the darkest part of Herodium lies beneath the mountain itself. Under the fortress, archaeologists uncovered a maze of underground tunnels, hidden chambers, escape passages, storage rooms, and defensive corridors carved directly into the hill. Some tunnels are so narrow that modern explorers must crawl through darkness beneath tons of stone. Others connect to larger underground chambers that may have been used during wartime. During the Jewish revolts against Rome, rebels expanded many of these passages and turned Herodium into an underground resistance stronghold. The atmosphere inside these tunnels feels disturbingly modern. Instead of ceremonial architecture, they resemble survival bunkers designed for people expecting siege and invasion. Certain passages seem unnecessary from an architectural perspective, leading some researchers to believe parts of the underground system may still remain unexplored or poorly understood. The entire mountain increasingly appears less like a palace and more like a giant military survival complex hidden beneath the desert. Many historians believe Herodium reflects the psychological fears of Herod himself. Herod the Great ruled Judea under Roman authority and became infamous for paranoia, political violence, and fear of assassination. Historical accounts describe executions within his own family and constant suspicion toward rivals. Herodium may have been the physical expression of that paranoia. Unlike Jerusalem, the fortress stood isolated in the desert, protected by elevation, defensive walls, hidden tunnels, stored water, and massive supplies. It was not simply a palace, it was a fortress designed for survival at all costs. Then came the discovery that transformed Herodium into one of the most famous archaeological mysteries in the Middle East. For decades, scholars searched for the burial place of Herod the Great. Ancient texts claimed he wanted to be buried at Herodium, but no confirmed tomb had ever been found. In 2007, Israeli archaeologist Ehud Netzer announced that he had discovered Herod's mausoleum on the slope of the mountain. The discovery shocked the archaeological world. Excavations revealed a monumental stairway, decorative architectural remains, and fragments of a finely carved reddish stone sarcophagus. But the mystery immediately deepened. The sarcophagus had been violently smashed into countless pieces. The tomb appeared intentionally destroyed, and no confirmed human remains were ever identified. Many historians believe Jewish rebels may have deliberately destroyed the tomb during uprisings against Roman rule, because Herod was deeply hated as a ruler associated with Roman power. Others think tomb robbers may have vandalized the site centuries earlier, yet the destruction feels unusually personal. The sarcophagus was not simply damaged by time, it appeared systematically shattered, almost as though someone wanted to erase Herod's memory completely. Stone houses still cling to the walls of Walnut Canyon as if an entire civilization once tried to hide inside the cliffs themselves. In northern Arizona, near modern Flagstaff, ancient homes remain suspended above dangerous drops where even today a single mistake could mean death. Yet centuries ago, families permanently lived here. They cooked here, stored food here, and raised children here on narrow ledges carved into the canyon walls. Even more mysterious, the people who built these settlements eventually disappeared almost without explanation. No evidence of massive destruction was found. No final battle was discovered. One of the most dangerous cliff settlements in ancient North America was simply abandoned. Walnut Canyon was seriously studied by archaeologists in the early 20th century, revealing dozens of cliff dwellings created by the Sinagua people between around the 11th and 13th centuries. Hidden beneath limestone overhangs were carefully constructed rooms built directly into the canyon walls. Archaeologists quickly realized this was not a temporary shelter. Walnut Canyon had once been a permanent community suspended above the canyon floor. The first mystery is the location itself. Even with modern trails, Walnut Canyon feels dangerous. Narrow ledges twist along steep rock faces, while sudden drops surround many of the dwellings. Yet the Sinagua transported stone, wood, water, tools and food into these cliffs without modern machinery. They had no metal cranes, no advanced construction equipment, and no safe pathways. Everything had to be carried by hand across unstable terrain. Archaeologists believe they likely used rope systems made from plant fibers and relied heavily on natural footholds along the cliffs. But what makes Walnut Canyon remarkable is the scale. These were not a few isolated shelters. Entire rows of homes were built into locations that still look nearly impossible to access today. The positioning of the dwellings reveals something even more impressive. Most homes were constructed beneath natural limestone overhangs that protected them from direct sunlight, wind, and rain. In Arizona's harsh climate, temperatures can shift violently between burning daytime heat and freezing nights. But the canyon walls acted like natural climate control. During summer, the rock provided shade and cooler air. During winter, the stone absorbed heat during the day and slowly released it through the night. Long before electricity, the Sinagua were already using passive environmental engineering to survive inside one of the harshest landscapes in the American Southwest. This is what makes Walnut Canyon so fascinating. At first glance, the settlement appears primitive, but deeper study reveals an extraordinary understanding of geology and survival. Every part of the canyon seems strategically chosen. The cliffs provided protection, stable temperatures, hidden storage spaces, and strong defensive advantages. In many places, only narrow paths could reach the dwellings, meaning outsiders would have struggled to approach unnoticed. Some researchers believe the Sinagua deliberately chose these impossible locations for protection, but that creates another mystery. Who were they hiding from? No clear answer exists. Archaeologists have found surprisingly little evidence of large-scale warfare at Walnut Canyon, yet many ancient societies across the southwest began moving into defensive cliff settlements around similar periods. Sites like Mesa Verde show the same pattern. Some researchers believe increasing drought and competition for resources created tensions between communities. Others think environmental collapse forced people into more defensible locations. Walnut Canyon may have been part of a much larger survival crisis unfolding across the ancient southwest. Excavations also revealed that the Sinagua were far more connected to the outside world than many people imagine. Archaeologists uncovered pottery, stone tools, woven materials and trade goods showing that Walnut Canyon was linked to long-distance trade networks. Obsidian from volcanic regions far away was discovered at the site. Shells from distant coastal areas were also found among the artifacts. This means the people living inside these cliffs were not isolated tribes cut off from civilization. They were part of a regional economic network stretching across ancient North America. One of the biggest mysteries is how they survived here at all. Walnut Canyon lies in a region known for drought, limited water, and difficult farming conditions. Yet archaeologists found evidence that the Sinagua successfully grew corn, beans, and squash while maintaining permanent settlements for centuries. Storage pits carved into the dwellings suggest they carefully preserved food supplies for long periods. Some researchers believe the canyon created unique microclimates that helped stabilize temperatures and retain moisture. Others think nearby highlands may have provided additional farmland. Either way, sustaining a stable population here required remarkable environmental knowledge. Then came the collapse. By the late 13th century, Walnut Canyon was gradually abandoned. Tree ring studies and climate evidence show severe drought cycles struck parts of the southwest during this period. Water shortages may have weakened agriculture and increased social instability, but the disappearance remains deeply mysterious because the settlement does not appear to have ended violently. Instead, the population seems to have slowly dispersed. Some archaeologists believe the Sinagua eventually merged into neighboring cultures, possibly becoming connected to the ancestors of the Hopi people. But no theory fully explains why entire cliff communities were suddenly left behind. What makes Walnut Canyon haunting is how intact parts of it still remain. Stone walls continue to stand after centuries of heat, wind, freezing temperatures, and erosion. Tiny windows still overlook the abyss below. Fire pits and storage rooms remain visible inside the cliffs. Walking through the canyon today feels less like exploring ruins, and more like entering a place abandoned only yesterday. The architecture itself continues to impress researchers. The Sinagua used local limestone and carefully blended their homes into the natural canyon environment. The overhanging cliffs protected many structures from rainfall, helping them survive for hundreds of years. Some rooms still appear astonishingly stable, despite centuries of exposure to the desert climate. The site demonstrates how ancient builders understood natural geology in ways modern people often underestimate. Walnut Canyon also changed how archaeologists viewed ancient societies in the American Southwest. Earlier generations often imagined these cultures as small and technologically simple, but Walnut Canyon revealed advanced environmental adaptation, long-distance trade, architectural planning, and highly strategic settlement design. The Sinagua may not have built giant empires like Rome or Egypt, but they created something equally extraordinary for their environment. A functioning civilization built directly into dangerous canyon walls using only local materials and human ingenuity. On the edge of the Atacama Desert in northern Chile, a massive stone fortress still clings to the side of a steep rocky hill where almost nothing should have been able to survive. The ruins of Pukara de Quitor rise above the dry valleys near San Pedro de Atacama, like the remains of an ancient military machine built directly into the mountain itself. Under the brutal heat of the driest desert on Earth, hundreds of stone walls, defensive terraces, narrow corridors, and collapsed structures still remain visible after centuries of erosion and warfare. Even today, the site feels less like an abandoned settlement and more like a fortress designed for one purpose alone: survival against impossible odds. Archaeologists began studying the site seriously during the 20th century, after explorers documented the unusual ruins dominating the desert landscape. Excavations later revealed that Pukara de Quitor was not a small outpost, but a large fortified settlement connected to the ancient Atacamenyo people. But the deeper researchers looked into the fortress, the stranger it became. The greatest mystery surrounding Pukara de Quitor is the fortress itself. The entire structure was built directly onto an uneven rocky slope filled with sharp elevation changes and unstable terrain. Hundreds of stone structures were fitted into the mountain with surprising precision. Many walls still stand without mortar, relying entirely on carefully balanced dry stone construction techniques. In several places, the builders transformed the mountain itself into part of the defensive system, using cliffs and natural rock formations as barriers against attackers. What makes this even more remarkable is the environment surrounding the site. The Atacama Desert is considered one of the harshest landscapes on Earth. Some regions receive almost no rainfall for years at a time. Temperatures shift violently between day and night, while intense ultraviolet radiation slowly destroys exposed materials. Yet many sections of Pukara de Quitor survive for centuries under these conditions. This creates one of the site's biggest engineering mysteries. How did an ancient desert civilization build a military fortress durable enough to survive both war and one of the most extreme climates on the planet? The scale of labor required to build the fortress only deepens the mystery. Huge quantities of stone had to be transported uphill across rough terrain under extreme desert heat. The peoples of the Andes did not widely use wheeled transport for heavy construction, and there were no large draft animals capable of pulling enormous loads up the rocky slopes. Every wall and defensive terrace likely required coordinated human labor alone. Archaeologists still debate how such a large construction project was organized and sustained in an environment where even survival was difficult. The layout of Pukara de Quitor suggests that its builders possessed an advanced understanding of defensive warfare. The fortress forces attackers into exposed uphill approaches, while defenders would have maintained complete visibility from above. Narrow entrances, elevated observation points, layered defensive sectors, and maze-like passages created natural choke points capable of slowing invading forces. This was not simply a village protected by walls. It was a carefully designed military stronghold built to weaponize the mountain itself. One of the most fascinating aspects of the site is its connection to conflict with the Inca Empire. By the 15th century, the Incas had expanded across enormous sections of South America, creating one of the largest empires in pre-Columbian history. Yet the Atacamenyo people resisted this expansion, and researchers believe Pukara de Quitor became one of their main defensive centers. This transforms the fortress from an isolated desert ruin into evidence of organized resistance against one of the most powerful civilizations in the ancient Americas. Some archaeologists believe the site also reveals possible cultural exchanges between the Atacamenyo and the Inca. Certain construction methods appear similar to defensive architecture elsewhere in the Andes, while other features seem uniquely adapted to desert warfare. This creates another mystery. Did the builders independently develop these advanced military systems, or were they influenced by wider Andean engineering traditions spreading across the mountains long before European arrival? The fortress later became tied to one of the darkest moments in regional history after Spanish conquistadors entered the area during the 16th century. Historical accounts describe attacks led by Francisco de Aguirre against indigenous defenders occupying the fortress. Many inhabitants were reportedly killed during these campaigns. Yet even the Spanish viewed Pukara de Quitor as a formidable position. This is important because European armies possessed steel weapons, horses and firearms far beyond the technologies available to local defenders. The fact that the fortress still represented a serious obstacle reveals how effective its design truly was. Excavations uncovered evidence that Pukara de Quitor was more than a battlefield. Archaeologists found remains of homes, storage spaces, tools, pottery, and signs of daily life spread throughout the fortress complex. These discoveries indicate that large communities once lived inside or around the defensive structures for extended periods. This raises another difficult question. How did so many people survive in one of the driest places on Earth? Water remains one of the most important mysteries surrounding the fortress. Sustaining a fortified settlement in the Atacama Desert would have required careful control of scarce water sources. Researchers believe ancient communities in the region relied on oasis systems, underground water channels, irrigation techniques, and highly organized resource management strategies. Without such systems, maintaining a population large enough to build and defend Pukara de Quitor would have been nearly impossible. Modern archaeology increasingly views Pukara de Quitor as evidence that ancient desert societies were far more advanced and organized than previously believed. For decades, many discussions about South American archaeology focused almost entirely on the Inca, while overlooking smaller regional cultures. But Pukara de Quitor challenges that perspective completely. The fortress demonstrates that local societies developed sophisticated military systems, environmental adaptation strategies, and engineering techniques capable of supporting large-scale construction projects under brutal conditions. Stone tombs carved into the coastline of Sicily are revealing evidence that part of Mediterranean history may be missing. Long before Rome, before classical Greece reached its peak, and possibly even before official Greek colonization began, entire communities were already building vast necropolises beside the sea at Thapsos and Megara Hyblaea. Inside these tombs, archaeologists discovered imported Mycenaean pottery, elite burial goods, strange hybrid rituals, and traces of an international trade network that should not have existed at such a scale nearly 3,000 years ago. Located along the eastern coast of Sicily near modern Syracuse, the sites were brought to major archaeological attention during excavations led by Italian archaeologist Paolo Orsi in the late 19th century. But the deeper researchers dug into the tombs, the stranger the mystery became. These were not isolated settlements. They appeared to be part of a powerful maritime world connected to the collapse of the Bronze Age itself. The most striking feature of Thapsos is its massive necropolis carved directly into limestone overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. Hundreds of chamber tombs were cut into solid rock with a level of labor organization that still surprises archaeologists today. Some tombs resemble the Tholos burial chambers of Mycenaean Greece, while others follow designs unique to Sicily. Many were reused for collective burials, suggesting elite families or clans maintaining influence across generations. What makes the site mysterious is the scale. The settlement itself was relatively modest, yet enormous effort was invested into the dead. Entire sections of coastline were transformed into burial landscapes. Even now, researchers debate whether these tombs represented ancestor worship, elite political power, or religious beliefs tied to maritime trade and the afterlife. The engineering behind the necropolis creates another mystery. These chambers were carved directly into bedrock during the late Bronze Age, centuries before advanced iron tools became common. Bronze tools wear down quickly against limestone, yet many tombs display surprisingly consistent geometry and carefully shaped interiors. Some chambers extend deep into the rock with entrances positioned strategically along cliffs and slopes. Archaeologists still debate how such large excavation projects were organized using the technology of the time. The labor required would have been enormous for a society not believed to possess large imperial systems like Egypt or Mesopotamia. This raises one of the biggest questions surrounding Thapsos. Were these communities far more technologically organized than historians once believed? The mystery deepened after excavations uncovered imported Mycenaean pottery inside many of the tombs. Decorative ceramics linked to mainland Greece appeared alongside local Sicilian artifacts, revealing direct contact between Sicily and the Aegean world during the Bronze Age. Luxury goods and imported materials suggest Thapsos was not an isolated coastal village, but a strategic hub within an international maritime trade network. This discovery completely changed the understanding of Bronze Age Sicily. Traditional history once described Greek expansion into Sicily as beginning around the 8th century BCE, yet Thapsos suggests strong Greek influence may have reached the island centuries earlier. Some researchers believe Mycenaean merchants or sailors may have established semi-permanent trading communities long before formal colonization began. Others argue local elites copied foreign styles to display wealth and status. Either way, the tombs reveal a Mediterranean world far more interconnected than historians expected. The timing of Thapsos places it dangerously close to one of the greatest collapses in ancient history. Around the 12th century BCE, Bronze Age civilizations across the Mediterranean suddenly declined or disappeared. Mycenaean Greece collapsed. Major trade routes fractured. Entire coastal societies vanished during what historians now call the Bronze Age collapse. Thapsos appears to have suffered during this same era. The site gradually declined and disappeared from prominence, leaving behind only its tombs carved into stone. No surviving written records explain exactly what happened. No king described invasion, famine, or plague. This silence has turned Thapsos into one of Sicily's most haunting archaeological mysteries. A thriving maritime centre connected to international trade simply faded into obscurity during the chaos that ended the Bronze Age world. Only a short distance away lies Megara Hyblaea, another site whose tombs transformed the understanding of early Mediterranean civilization. Founded by Greek settlers during the early stages of colonization in Sicily, Megara Hyblaea became one of the earliest planned Greek cities in the Western Mediterranean. Unlike many ancient cities buried beneath modern construction, large sections remained relatively untouched after abandonment, allowing archaeologists to study the city layout in extraordinary detail. Excavations revealed organized streets, residential districts, public spaces, and necropolises arranged with a level of urban planning that appears astonishingly advanced for its age. The city grid demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of spatial organization centuries before many other famous urban centers developed similar systems. Some historians now argue that the roots of planned Western urbanism may have emerged earlier than previously believed, but the tombs surrounding Megara Hyblaea may be even more important than the city itself. Archaeologists discovered evidence of dramatic social inequality during the earliest phases of Greek colonization. Some graves contained imported ceramics, jewelry, weapons, and luxury goods, while others were almost empty. These differences reveal that elite control and class divisions emerged extremely quickly within colonial settlements. Burial practices also varied significantly, suggesting cultural mixing between Greek settlers and the indigenous Sicilian population. Certain tombs combine Greek pottery styles with local traditions, creating hybrid rituals that do not fully belong to either culture. Megara Hyblaea was not simply a Greek city transplanted into Sicily. It may have been a cultural collision zone where identities blended and entirely new social systems emerged. Modern archaeology has pushed these mysteries even further. Analysis of skeletons from the tombs has provided clues about diet, migration, and social status. Isotope testing suggests some individuals may have originated outside Sicily, reinforcing theories of large-scale maritime mobility during the ancient period. Ceramic sourcing studies traced imported pottery back to distant Mediterranean regions. Maritime archaeology has revealed how Sicily occupied one of the most strategic positions in the ancient world, sitting directly between eastern and western trade routes. These discoveries support the growing theory that Sicily functioned as a major hub, connecting multiple civilizations long before classical history fully documented the process. Carved high into the volcanic cliffs near Nashik in western India, the Pandavlani caves look less like ancient shelters and more like the remains of a forgotten stone civilization hidden inside a mountain. From a distance, the dark openings appear ordinary, but inside them are perfectly shaped pillars, massive prayer halls, precision-cut chambers, ancient inscriptions, and water systems that still function after nearly 2,000 years. The greatest mystery is not simply their age. It is how ancient builders carved an entire monastic complex directly into one of the hardest volcanic rocks on Earth, using little more than primitive iron tools. Even today, cutting basalt requires heavy machinery and advanced equipment. Yet more than 2,000 years ago, entire halls were excavated into solid cliff faces with astonishing symmetry and structural precision. The caves were created between roughly the 2nd century BCE and the 3rd century CE on the slopes of the Trirashmi Hills in Maharashtra, India. Archaeologists later identified the site as an important Buddhist monastic complex, but for centuries local legends connected the caves to the Pandava brothers from the Mahabharata epic, giving the site the name Pandavleni, meaning Caves of the Pandavas. Early surveys during the 19th century revealed that the mountain contained far more than simple caves. Around 24 chambers had been carved directly into the basalt cliffs, including meditation cells, prayer halls, gathering spaces, reservoirs, and elaborate facades decorated with ancient carvings and inscriptions. What makes Pandavleni so mysterious is the material itself. Basalt is an extremely dense volcanic rock known for its hardness and resistance. Unlike softer sandstone or limestone, basalt is difficult to shape even with modern tools. Ancient builders could not afford mistakes because the caves were not constructed from stacked blocks. They were carved inward from solid rock. One incorrect cut could ruin an entire chamber permanently. Yet throughout Pandavleni, pillars remain remarkably symmetrical. Walls appear unusually flat, and several ceilings curve smoothly with surprising precision. In some caves, the geometry is so consistent that it feels closer to engineered architecture than primitive excavation. Researchers estimate that thousands of tons of basalt had to be removed manually. Every hammer strike and chisel mark had to be carried out on steep mountain slopes where transporting tools, water, and excavated stone would have been extremely difficult. The higher chambers are especially puzzling because workers first had to create pathways and stable working areas before excavation could even begin. Some historians believe the construction may have taken generations, requiring long-term planning and organization far beyond what most people imagine for ancient monastic communities. One of the most impressive features of Pandavleni is its ancient water management system. The caves stand in a region that experiences powerful monsoon rains followed by long dry periods. Ancient builders responded by carving reservoirs, channels, and cisterns directly into the mountain itself. Rainwater flowed through carefully angled grooves cut into the basalt and collected inside storage tanks positioned throughout the complex. Several reservoirs still retain water today despite centuries of erosion and weather damage. The engineering is remarkable because the gradients had to be precise enough to control the flow naturally without causing overflow or structural damage. Instead of fighting the mountain, the builders designed the caves to work with the natural movement of water. This hydraulic system completely changes the image of the site. Pandavleni was not just a collection of isolated meditation chambers. It was a self-sustaining mountain complex capable of supporting large numbers of monks, travelers, and pilgrims. Some archaeologists consider it one of the earliest examples of highly organized water engineering in Indian rock-cut architecture. Another mystery lies in the strange acoustics inside several prayer halls. Certain chambers amplify sound with unusual clarity. When chants or voices are projected from specific points, echoes travel through the halls in ways that create a powerful atmospheric effect. Some caves contain chaitya halls with curved ceilings modeled after ancient wooden structures. Researchers believe these forms may have been intentionally designed to enhance ritual chanting and meditation. In near darkness, illuminated only by lamps, the echoing sound inside the stone chambers would have created an almost otherworldly experience. The caves also contain some of the most important inscriptions ever discovered in Western India. Written in early Brahmi script, these inscriptions revealed that Pandavleni was deeply connected to ancient trade networks. Wealthy merchants, nobles, and rulers financed the excavation of different caves. Donations recorded on the walls mention traders and officials associated with the Satavahana dynasty and regional powers connected to long-distance commercial routes. This discovery transformed the understanding of the site completely. Pandavleni was not an isolated religious retreat hidden from civilization. It stood directly along major trade routes, crossing western India. Merchant caravans traveling between inland cities and coastal ports likely stopped near the caves, bringing wealth, supplies, and cultural exchange. Some historians believe trade with the Roman world through Indian Ocean routes indirectly contributed to the prosperity that funded projects like Pandavleni. The caves therefore became more than religious monuments. They became evidence of an advanced economic network linking religion, commerce, and politics across ancient India. The architecture itself reveals another fascinating transition in ancient engineering history. Many columns and facades imitate older wooden construction styles, even though they were carved entirely from stone. This suggests builders were adapting traditional timber architecture into permanent rock-cut designs, but recreating wooden shapes in basalt would have required extraordinary precision and planning. Decorative details, carved pillars, and smooth interior surfaces show a level of craftsmanship that continues to surprise archaeologists today. The longer researchers study Pandavleni, the more difficult it becomes to dismiss ancient engineering as primitive. The caves demonstrate advanced planning, structural understanding, hydraulic control, and architectural design at a scale rarely associated with the ancient world. Everything had to be calculated before excavation began, because builders could not simply rebuild damaged sections later. Once rock was removed, mistakes became permanent. Near the town of Castelsardo, on the northern coast of Sardinia, Italy, a gigantic stone shaped almost perfectly like an elephant rises from the landscape. At first glance, it looks like nothing more than a bizarre natural rock formation carved by wind over millions of years. But hidden inside the stone is something far stranger. More than 5,000 years ago, prehistoric people hollowed burial chambers directly into the body of the rock, transforming the stone elephant into a sacred tomb connected to rituals of death and beliefs about the afterlife that archaeologists still do not fully understand today. Known as Roccia dell'Elefante, the site became famous after researchers in the 19th century realized the openings carved into the rock were not natural formations at all, but ancient tombs belonging to the mysterious Ozieri culture of prehistoric Sardinia. The biggest mystery surrounding Roccia dell'Elefante is simple but unsettling. Why did ancient people choose this particular rock? The formation already resembled a gigantic animal long before the chambers were carved into it. Even today, the shape is disturbingly similar to a massive elephant lowering its head toward the ground. Many archaeologists believe the prehistoric inhabitants of Sardinia may have viewed unusual natural formations as sacred places connected to spirits or the world of the dead. Instead of building a monument from scratch, they transformed an existing geological structure into a ceremonial tomb. That idea completely changes the way we think about prehistoric religion. The monument was not created, it was discovered. This blending of nature and architecture is what makes Roccia dell'Elefante so unusual. In many ancient civilizations, sacred sites were built to dominate the landscape. But here, the structure almost hides itself within nature. From a distance, most people would never realize the rock contains chambers carved by human hands. Only when approaching closer do the entrances become visible. That hidden quality creates a strange psychological effect. The monument feels concealed rather than displayed, almost as if the ancient builders wanted it to remain unnoticed by outsiders. The burial chambers inside the rock belong to a type of prehistoric tomb known as Domus de Janus, a name later translated as Houses of the Fairies. Sardinian folklore claimed these chambers were inhabited by supernatural beings rather than ordinary humans. The entrances are small, narrow, and strangely shaped, giving the impression that they were designed for spirits moving between worlds instead of for the living. Some chambers even contain carved architectural details resembling doors and interior rooms, almost like miniature homes built for the dead. Archaeologists believe these designs reflected the belief that death was not an ending, but a continuation of existence in another realm. One of the most disturbing discoveries connected to prehistoric Sardinian tombs is the use of red ochre pigment. Inside burial sites from the same culture, archaeologists found traces of red colouring associated with blood, rebirth and resurrection. Similar rituals appeared across the ancient world, from Neolithic Europe to ancient Egypt. Even though these civilizations were separated by enormous distances and thousands of years, many developed the same symbolic connection between red pigment and life after death. Roccia dell'Elefante became part of that larger mystery. To the people who carved the chambers, the tomb may not have represented a place of final death, but a gateway into another form of existence. The engineering behind the site is equally fascinating. The chambers were carved into hard volcanic trachyte stone during the late Neolithic period, long before the invention of iron or steel tools. Ancient workers would have relied on primitive stone implements and endless manual labour to hollow out spaces inside the rock. Carving into a freestanding formation was extremely dangerous. One mistake could crack the stone or destabilise the entire structure, yet the chambers survived for thousands of years despite constant exposure to wind, rain, and temperature changes. This suggests the prehistoric builders possessed a much deeper understanding of stone and structural stability than historians once believed. Some researchers have also questioned whether the elephant-like appearance is entirely natural. Most geologists agree the general shape was created by erosion over millions of years, but a few archaeologists suspect prehistoric people may have slightly modified parts of the formation to enhance the resemblance. If true, Roccia dell'Elefante could represent one of the earliest examples of humans transforming a natural landscape into symbolic sacred architecture. Rather than fighting against nature, the builders may have worked with it, shaping an existing geological formation into something spiritually meaningful. Another major mystery is the possibility that the tombs were reused for centuries after their original creation. Archaeological evidence suggests later generations continued returning to the site, long after the first builders disappeared. This means Roccia dell'Elefante may have remained sacred across multiple cultures and time periods. In many ancient societies, locations associated with ancestors eventually became places of fear and reverence. The stone elephant may have gained legendary status even among people who no longer remembered who originally carved it. The site also reveals something much larger about prehistoric Sardinia itself. The island contains thousands of mysterious stone structures, including nuraghe towers, giant tombs, and underground ritual chambers. Many researchers now believe Sardinia preserved extremely old spiritual traditions that disappeared elsewhere in Europe. Roccia dell'Elefante fits directly into that pattern. It suggests the people of the island viewed stone, landscape, and death as deeply connected concepts long before written history began. What makes the monument especially powerful for archaeologists is that it challenges the old idea that prehistoric societies were primitive. The people who carved these chambers demonstrated engineering skill, symbolic thinking, and complex religious beliefs more than 5,000 years ago. They were capable of selecting a naturally strange formation, transforming it into sacred architecture, and creating a monument that still feels mysterious thousands of years later. Have you ever wondered what secrets lie buried beneath the weight of history? Beyond the ruins we see today, there are silent remnants of civilizations that time has failed to erase. Deep underground, hidden chambers and lost tombs hold the echoes of forgotten rituals. Above the surface, monolithic structures align perfectly with the stars, defying our modern understanding of engineering and intent. Across desolate deserts and dense jungles, weathered inscriptions tell stories of gods and cataclysms that once reshaped the world. These relics are more than just stone and dust. They are the fingerprints of a past far more advanced and mysterious than we ever imagined. In this journey, we'll descend into the shadows of the old world to uncover the truths that have been waiting in silence for millennia. At the ancient port city of Temple of the Obelisks, archaeologists uncovered something deeply unusual beneath the ruins of a Bronze Age sanctuary. Thousands of objects, gold figurines, ceremonial weapons, Egyptian amulets, jewellery, scarabs, and ritual offerings had been deliberately buried under the temple floor nearly 4,000 years ago. They were not hidden inside royal tombs, they were not stored in treasure chambers, they were sealed beneath the structure itself, as if an entire civilization had intentionally erased part of its sacred world. The site was excavated in the 1920s by French archaeologist Maurice Dunant, and what emerged from the ground remains one of the strangest ritual discoveries in the ancient Near East. The Temple of the Obelisks was built around the early 2nd millennium BCE in Byblos, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities on Earth. By that time, the city had already existed for thousands of years and had become one of the most important trading centres on the Mediterranean coast. Egyptian records mention Byblos repeatedly because of its cedar trade, and archaeological evidence shows the city maintained direct connections with Egypt for centuries. But unlike the monumental temples of Egypt, this sanctuary was relatively compact. Its mystery came not from size, but from what was hidden underneath it. The temple received its modern name because dozens of small stone obelisks were discovered around the sanctuary. Yet these obelisks looked very different from the gigantic Egyptian monuments most people imagine. They were much smaller, arranged in unusual ceremonial patterns, and many lacked inscriptions entirely. Archaeologists still debate their exact purpose. Some believe they functioned as ritual markers connected to offerings or sacred ceremonies. Others think they represented local adaptations of Egyptian religious symbolism brought into the Levant through trade and cultural exchange. The real mystery began when excavators reached the lower layers of the temple. Beneath the floors and sacred courtyards, they uncovered enormous ritual deposits containing thousands of deliberately buried artifacts. Many of the objects were extremely valuable. Gold plaques, bronze daggers, carved figurines, imported vessels, and luxury items from distant regions had all been placed underground and never recovered by the people who buried them. Some artifacts came from astonishing distances. Lapis lazuli discovered at the site likely originated in Afghanistan, more than 3,000 kilometers away. Egyptian scarabs carried royal iconography from Middle Kingdom Egypt. Other materials traced back to Cyprus and Anatolia. This revealed that Byblos was part of a massive international trade network operating during the Bronze Age, connecting civilizations across the Eastern Mediterranean long before the rise of classical empires. But the biggest question remains unanswered. Why bury so much wealth permanently beneath a temple? Archaeologists found no evidence suggesting the objects were hidden during war or invasion. The deposits appeared carefully organized and intentionally sealed. Many items had even been damaged before burial. Some figurines were broken. Certain ceremonial objects appeared deliberately killed before being placed underground. Similar practices existed in other ancient cultures, where destroying an object symbolized transferring it from the human world into the divine realm. At Byblos, however, the scale of the ritual was extraordinary. Researchers believe the temple may have functioned as a center of continuous ceremonial deposition, where offerings accumulated over generations. Instead of displaying wealth publicly, the people of Byblos may have believed sacred objects gained meaning only after being permanently removed from human use. In this interpretation, burying the artifacts was not destruction, it was transformation. The architecture of the site adds another layer to the mystery. The Temple of the Obelisks was not built on empty ground. Excavations revealed older sacred structures directly beneath it. meaning the location had already been considered holy for centuries before the temple itself existed. Generation after generation rebuilt on the same spot, preserving the sacred importance of the area across enormous stretches of time. This continuity is important because it suggests the rituals performed there were not temporary traditions. They may have represented inherited religious practices passed through multiple civilizations. Byblos itself became a crossroads of cultures where Egyptian influence mixed with local Canaanite beliefs, creating hybrid religious systems that archaeologists still struggle to fully understand. One deity frequently associated with the region was Reshef, a complex god linked to warfare, disease, protection, and healing simultaneously. Ancient religions often viewed divine forces as both destructive and protective, and some researchers believe rituals at the temple may have been tied to this type of dual symbolism. While no inscription definitively proves which god was worshipped there, the ritual nature of the site is undeniable. What makes the Temple of the Obelisks so compelling is that its mystery is completely archaeological. There are no myths about aliens or lost super-civilizations required to make it fascinating. The evidence itself is enough. Thousands of valuable objects truly were buried beneath the sanctuary. Long-distance trade connections genuinely existed across the Bronze Age world. Ritual destruction of sacred objects demonstrably occurred, and an entire ceremonial system was intentionally sealed beneath stone and left untouched for nearly 4 millennia. Unlike massive pyramids or giant stone monuments, the power of this site comes from secrecy. Almost everything important was hidden underground. Even today, archaeologists can describe what was buried there, but they still cannot fully explain why the people of Byblos believed those offerings had to disappear forever. Beneath one of the oldest cities in human history, an entire sacred archive was intentionally removed from the world above, and whatever meaning it once carried vanished with the civilization that created it. Inside the volcanic landscape of central Turkey, Zelve Valley rock habitats looks less like an ancient settlement and more like the remains of another planet. Entire cliffs are hollowed out from the inside. Towers of stone contain hidden rooms. Narrow tunnels connect spaces carved directly into the mountain itself. What makes Zelve remarkable is not simply that people lived in caves, but that entire communities transformed unstable volcanic rock into a functioning city that survived for centuries. The valley became known to modern archaeology through 19th and early 20th century surveys of Cappadocia, although local families continued living inside some of these carved structures until the 1950s, when erosion and collapse risks forced evacuation. Even today, parts of the valley remain unstable. Sections of rock continue to crack and fall apart under wind, rain, and temperature shifts. That instability is exactly what makes Zelve so mysterious. The entire settlement was carved into volcanic tuff, a soft stone formed from compressed volcanic ash millions of years ago. Fresh tuff is soft enough to cut with relatively simple iron tools, but once exposed to dry air, its outer surface gradually hardens. Ancient builders exploited this unusual property with extraordinary precision. They removed massive amounts of material from cliffs and rock towers without destroying the formation supporting them. This is the first major mystery of Zelve. How did ancient builders understand the structural limits of volcanic stone well enough to carve multi-level settlements inside it? Many chambers were cut directly above one another. Some tunnels passed through extremely thin rock walls. In several areas, builders deliberately left narrow stone columns untouched to support ceilings above them. Arched ceilings appear throughout the valley because curved surfaces distribute pressure more evenly than flat ones. These are principles still used in modern structural engineering, yet the people carving Zelve developed them through experience centuries before geology or architecture became formal sciences. The scale of excavation is equally difficult to ignore. Zelve was not a group of isolated caves. It was an interconnected system of homes, storage rooms, monasteries, staircases, tunnels, lookout points, and churches spread across multiple valleys. Some pathways were carved high above ground level, accessible only through steep stairways cut directly into stone walls. From a distance, many entrances become nearly invisible against the surrounding cliffs, giving the settlement a natural defensive advantage during periods of invasion and political instability across Anatolia. One of the most impressive aspects of the valley is its environmental engineering. Cappadocia experiences severe climate shifts between summer and winter. Temperatures outside can become extreme, yet the carved interiors remain relatively stable throughout the year. The volcanic stone absorbs and releases heat slowly, naturally regulating interior temperatures. Even without electricity or mechanical systems, many chambers stay cool during summer and warmer during winter. Ancient inhabitants also understood airflow surprisingly well. Narrow shafts and elevated openings created passive ventilation systems inside the rock. As warm air rose upward and escaped, cooler air was pulled through lower passages. The effect functioned like a natural climate control system. Similar techniques appear in the massive underground cities of Dura-Europos and Kaman-Kalehöyük, elsewhere in Cappadocia, where ventilation shafts extended through multiple underground levels. Zelve demonstrates that these communities were not simply surviving inside caves, they were engineering the environment around them. Religious architecture adds another layer to the mystery. During the Byzantine period, parts of Zelve became an important Christian monastic centre. Churches were carved directly into the cliffs, complete with vaulted ceilings, columns, and painted frescoes. Traces of red crosses and religious imagery still survive on several walls despite centuries of erosion. But many faces and symbols were intentionally damaged during the Byzantine iconoclasm between the 8th and 9th centuries, when religious images were destroyed during theological conflicts inside the empire. These damaged frescoes give parts of Zelve an unsettling atmosphere. Human figures stare from the walls with scratched-out faces and erased eyes. It creates the impression of a place repeatedly reshaped not only by nature, but also by ideological conflict and fear. Another mystery surrounding Zelve is how long the settlement remained continuously usable despite constant geological erosion. Volcanic tuff is fragile compared to limestone or granite. Freeze-thaw cycles slowly crack the rock apart. Water infiltration weakens ceilings and walls. Modern conservation teams still monitor collapse risks across the valley today. Yet many chambers remained functional for hundreds of years. Archaeologists believe ancient inhabitants constantly repaired and modified the settlement over generations. Unstable sections were abandoned while new chambers were excavated elsewhere. Zelve evolved gradually, adapting to the changing landscape rather than resisting it. In many ways, the valley functioned more like a living geological organism than a traditional city. Modern laser scanning has revealed how sophisticated this adaptation really was. High-resolution mapping shows carefully planned excavation patterns and hidden internal connections between carved sectors. The more researchers study the valley, the clearer it becomes that these spaces were not created randomly. Builders understood where the stone was strongest, how to distribute weight, and how to use the natural shape of the cliffs to maximize stability. What makes Zelve different from many ancient sites is that its greatest achievement was not monumentality. There are no giant temples or massive stone blocks transported across deserts. The engineering here is quieter and more subtle. The people of Cappadocia achieved something equally difficult. They turned an unstable volcanic landscape into a long-term human habitat. That may be the most extraordinary part of Zelve. Ancient civilizations are often remembered for conquering nature through massive construction projects. Zelve represents the opposite approach. Instead of forcing the landscape to change, its inhabitants adapted themselves to the landscape so completely that their city almost disappeared inside it. Buried beneath an ordinary field in western Bartonshire, Scotland, the Cochno stone contains one of the strangest prehistoric messages ever carved into stone. More than 5,000 years ago, long before written language appeared in Britain, ancient people covered a massive sandstone surface with circles, grooves, spirals, and geometric symbols whose meaning is still unknown today. The stone measures roughly 13 meters across and contains more than 90 major carved motifs. No king is named here, no battle is recorded, there is no recognizable alphabet. Yet whoever created it invested enormous time and precision into something they clearly considered important. The stone was first documented in 1887 by Reverend James Harvey, after locals noticed unusual markings across the exposed rock surface. Archaeologists quickly realized the carvings belonged to a prehistoric tradition known as cup and ring art, a style found across Scotland, Ireland, and parts of Atlantic Europe. But the Cochno stone immediately stood apart from other sites because of its scale and density. Few prehistoric carved stones in Europe contain such a large concentration of symbols in one place. What makes the site so mysterious is the level of organization visible across the surface. Many of the carvings are linked together through channels and grooves, creating patterns that appear intentional rather than decorative. Some circles are positioned with surprisingly even spacing. Certain lines seem designed to connect specific groups of symbols. Even today, researchers cannot determine whether the stone represented ritual system, territorial map, astronomical marker, or something entirely different. The biggest mystery is not the symbols themselves, but the intelligence required to create them. These carvings were produced during the Neolithic or Early Bronze Age, roughly between 3000 and 2000 BCE. The people responsible had no metal tools. Experimental archaeology shows that carving deep circular marks into sandstone using stone hammers can take hours for a single symbol. The Cochno stone contains hundreds of carved features. Creating the entire surface may have required years of repeated labour. That raises a serious archaeological question. Why would prehistoric communities dedicate such effort to a giant symbolic stone that served no obvious survival purpose? This is where the site becomes especially fascinating. Across prehistoric Britain, ancient societies were beginning to construct increasingly complex ceremonial monuments. Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Callanish stones all demonstrate that Neolithic people possessed advanced understanding of geometry, alignment, and landscape planning. The Cochno stone appears connected to that same intellectual world. Some researchers believe the carvings may reflect a symbolic system linked to ritual movement, cosmology, or celestial observation. During the 1960s,